Chapter 822. Actually, Han Yunqi had long guessed that Chu Qingge was the one who wanted her life in exchange for the whereabouts of the Shadow Clan. The youngest Empress Dowager in Tianning's history was the D clan's Chu clan member who hated her the most. Chu Qingge treated her hatred for Han Yunqi as the most important thing in her life. If she knew that Han Yunqi didn't care about her at all, would she fall apart? Actually, she was falling apart right now because she'd finally found out the truth. She couldn't compare to Han Yunqi in any way except for her birth status, which was better than Han Yunqi's. Her bloodline was nobler than Han Yunqi's. But who knew that Han Yunqi actually had a bloodline she could never surpass, ignore, or look down upon? The bloodline of Western Qin's imperial clan. Han Yunqi wasn't the Han clan's daughter of the first wife, but the world's noblest princess, Western Qin's princess. Leaving aside her grudges against the founding of the country, she had to admit that only Han Yunqi was worthy of Long Fei, the East Qin crown prince, in terms of bloodline and status. Chu Qingge felt like she'd been utterly defeated. She'd always used her birth status to comfort herself and lie to herself, but now she didn't even have the right to lie to herself. A descendant of the Nether clan was a servant of Western Qin's imperial clan. In other words, she was Han Yunqi's servant. The woman she'd always hated and looked down upon was actually her own master. What could be more ironic than this? Han Yunqi sat lazily in her seat as she studied Chu Qingge. Chu Qingge stood before her, gaping. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits were all in pain, so much so that she wanted to burst into tears. Why? Who could tell her why this was happening? This was simply a nightmare. Neither Han Yunqi nor Chu Qingge spoke. Compared to Long Fei Ye's junior sister, Duanmu Yao, Han Yunqi didn't have much of an opinion about Chu Qingge. I have brought them here. Can you tell me the whereabouts of the Shadow Clan now? Ning Cheng said coldly. Chu Qingge hadn't seen Ning Cheng in ages. She even missed Ning Cheng's icy voice. His voice could give her illusions and comfort her heart that was about to go mad with longing. She looked at Ning Cheng for a very long time before she suddenly laughed out loud. Kill her, and I'll tell you, there's only one person left from the Shadow Clan. I know who he is. I've even seen him before. I saw it with my own eyes. You're seeking death. Ning Cheng's killing intent flared as he grabbed Chu Qingge by the throat. Don't be so shameless. Chu Qingge was still laughing. She cast a sidelong glance at Han Yunqi, then stared at Han Yunqi for a long time. Finally, she chuckled and asked, Han Yunqi, do you think you'll be proud of your status? Han Yunqi gestured for Ning Cheng to let go. She had long known of the Shadow Clan's whereabouts, but she hadn't come to see Chu Qingge to humiliate her. She only wanted to get some information out of Chu Qingge's mouth. After all she knew was that Gu Beiwa was a member of the Shadow Clan. As for what Gu Beiwa had done in the past, she wanted to know. Perhaps Chu Qingge would know something she didn't. Faced with Ning Cheng, Han Yunqi could only speak against her conscience for now. Otherwise, she might end up as Ning Cheng's puppet and lose her right to speak. If she allowed Ning Cheng to sense her acknowledgement of her status, then Ning Cheng's loyalty would at least make him treat her with courtesy and respect. She replied, Of course. My Western Qin imperial bloodline is the noblest. Pa! Chu Qingge actually spat at her. Fortunately, Han Yunqi dodged in time, giving her quite a fright. Her impression of Chu Qingge was that she was a cold beauty with a good upbringing. Now, she was no different from a madwoman. Impudence! Ning Cheng angrily grabbed Chu Qingge and pulled her aside, away from Han Yunqi. Chu Qingge lost her footing and fell to the ground. She sat there paralyzed before laughing like a madwoman. Han Yunqi, I'm telling you, I hate my birth. I'd rather be the daughter of a commoner. Do you know why? At the sight of Chu Qingge's mental breakdown, Han Yunqi suddenly felt a twinge of heartache for the woman. Although Chu Qingge had fallen into her trap and one emperor Tianhui's favor for the marriage alliance. It was still because she was a descendant of the Nether clan. Hadn't Chu Qingge been forced to marry Emperor Tianhui by her father and older brothers? Otherwise, the Chu clan would have found a way to resolve Chu Qingge's predicament with their past power in western Zhou. Han Yunqi suddenly recalled Ning Jing's tear-streaked face. Han Yunqi, do you know that my big sister Ning Jing abandoned her childhood sweetheart and married into the palace at the age of 15? She allowed that old Emperor Tianhui to defile her. Both the Eastern and Western Qin factions had their fair share of grievances and grievances. Both of them had the right to resent and hate. But when would such retribution ever end? How many of these innocent women were going to be sacrificed and suffer uncontrollably? Han Yunqi dearly wished that the enmity between the Eastern and Western Qin factions could be resolved, but she knew it was impossible. It wasn't just hatred, but the hegemony of Cloud Realm continent as well. Even people with no old grudges would fight until their heads bled, to say nothing of the Eastern and Western Qin factions. Who would be willing to give up the world on a silver platter? If you were the daughter of a commoner, then you wouldn't have needed to marry Tianhui. Han Yunqi finally said something serious to Chu Qingge. It was her heartfelt words. But Chu Qingge only laughed maniacally. Han Yunqi, I knew it. I knew you wouldn't understand. How could someone like you understand? Had she guessed wrong? Han Yunqi really didn't understand. Then why? Because I love him. I love him very, very much. I didn't want to be his enemy the moment I was born. Chu Qingge practically roared the words. Han Yunqi, I'm telling you, I love Long Fei Yi. Even if I'm a descendant of the Nether clan, I still don't hate Long Fei Yi. Because I love him. Han Yunqi, I love him even more than you, ha ha ha. Chu Qingge had really lost her mind. She couldn't stop laughing. She'd finally found a place where she could beat Han Yunqi. She loved Long Fei Yi more than Han Yunqi did. Han Yunqi was proud of her identity as the princess of Western Qin. She was proud of her status as Long Fei Yi's enemy. She must hate Long Fei Yi to the core after finding out about her past, right? Ha ha ha, Han Yunqi, you've lost. You've lost. You don't even have the right to love him. Ha ha ha. Chu Qingge was still laughing, but her face was now covered in tears. Han Yunqi, I dare to love him. I dare to say it out loud. Do you dare? You don't, you won't, ha ha ha. Han Yunqi's heart was no longer filled with pity. She stared expressionlessly at Chu Qingge without a word. Ning Cheng grew angrier the more he heard. He suddenly raised his sword and interrupted Chu Qingge's madness. Enough! Who's the descendant of the Shadow Clan? If you won't tell me, I'll kill you. Han Yunqi wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Ning Cheng hadn't moved his sword, but Chu Qingge herself had thrown herself at Ning Cheng's sword. Ning Cheng gave a start. He was very surprised. Why aren't you letting go yet? Han Yunqi immediately rushed over and scolded Ning Cheng. Only then did Ning Cheng release his sword. Han Yunqi held Chu Qingge in her arms and didn't dare to draw her sword. She ordered anxiously, "Find a doctor and bring a large amount of medicine to stop the bleeding. Hurry!" Ning Cheng hadn't asked if he'd really kill Chu Qingge after finding out who the descendant of the Shadow Clan was. He never expected her to be so unafraid of death. He quickly went to call for help. Han Yunqi held Chu Qingge in her arms and warned her cold voice. "Chu Qingge, I'm telling you now, if you like Long Fei Yi, you'd better live on and tell him yourself." Duanmu, Yao even told him herself. "But what about you? It's no use telling me so much. Go find him yourself." Han Yunqi suddenly thought of a saying. In true love, there are no love rivals. Chu Qingge's love was completely different from Duanmu Yao's. "I'm already dirty. I don't have the right to tell him." Chu Qingge suddenly coughed up multiple mouthfuls of blood. She clutched Han Yunqi's hand and used the last of her life to beg Han Yunqi. "Han Yunqi, do you dare? Do you dare to keep loving him? I beg. I beg you, Han Yunqi. I beg you to keep loving him and kill Ning Cheng, all right? Han Yunqi, you can't lose to me. Chu Qingge couldn't hold on any longer. She stared fixedly at Han Yunqi as she died in Han Yunqi's arms. Han Yunqi never thought that Chu Qingge would die in her arms like this. Chu Qingge probably never thought she'd end up like this either. Han Yunqi's heart felt like it had been bitten by something. It was extremely painful. Why was love so hard? She murmured. Chu Qingge, do you know that I just wanted to ask Long Feiyi a question? I wanted to ask him if I wasn't the princess of Western Qin, would he still like me? If he did, I'd definitely be braver than you. As Han Yunqi spoke, she gently closed Chu Qingge's eyes so she could rest in peace. Ning Cheng was standing by the door. He only knew that Han Yunqi and Chu Qingge were speaking in low voices, but had no idea what they were talking about. When the doctor arrived, Han Yunqi said, "No need. She's free now." "What did she say to you? Was it about the whereabouts of the Shadow Clan?" Ning Cheng rushed over and almost bumped into Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi gave him a deep look before Ning Cheng backed away. "This subordinate has offended you. Princess, please forgive me. I'll remember all of your crimes." Han Yunqi said unhappily. "Princess, what did she say?" Ning Cheng was impatient. Over the past few years, the Shadow Clan had been the most urgent to find out the whereabouts of the Imperial Clan. She said that after the Shadow Clan comes Gu Beiwe. Han Yunqi hid the truth about the dark-robed assassin and pretended to sigh with emotion. "I didn't expect this at all." Ning Cheng was so surprised that he slapped himself. He'd imprisoned Gu Beiwe in the past. Ning Cheng had no idea that Gu Beiwe and Long Feiyi were working together, much less that Chu Tianyin had returned to Western Zhou to start the war under the orders of Gu Beiwe and Long Feiyi. He'd always treated Gu Beiwe as a mere doctor. I just remembered something." Han Yunqi pretended to be surprised. "That year in the Heaven Pit, a white-robed gentleman who knew the shadow technique kidnapped me. Could he be Gu Beiwe? At that time, Jun Yixie was also there." "Jun Yixie." Ning Cheng looked pensive. "Yes, he was there. Moreover," Han Yunqi became angry and told him about how Jun Yixie had done something to her and how the white-robed gentleman had saved her. The complex look in Ning Cheng's eyes became even more intense. Seeing this, Han Yunqi finally knew how to convince Ning Cheng. Chapter 823. After Han Yunqi told Ning Cheng about Jun Yixie's improper behavior towards her, Ning Cheng sat there by himself for a long time without saying a word. Stop when appropriate was a very profound skill. If used well, it would yield twice the results with half the effort. If not, it would all crumble. Han Yunqi stopped there and let Ning Cheng remain silent. She didn't take the initiative to say anything else. Of course, if Ning Cheng asked her questions, she'd answer them without question. In the end, Ning Cheng said seriously, "Jun Yixie didn't tell me such a big thing." "Why?" Han Yunqi smiled coldly. "He offended me, but he didn't dare to admit it. At least now that he knows you're looking for the Shadow Clan's whereabouts, shouldn't he tell me? I thought Gu Beiwe was protecting me because of the poison beast, but it's laughable now that I think about it. Why would a descendant of the Shadow Clan need a poison beast? He's not like Jun Yixie's poison skills, nor can he fight the poison beast." Ning Cheng nodded, then suddenly asked, "Is there anything else?" Han Yunqi almost didn't know how to react. "What?" "Princess is suspecting Jun Yixie, isn't she? Besides that, is there anything else that's aroused Princess's suspicions?" Ning Cheng asked seriously. Han Yunqi was surprised. Only now did she realize that Ning Cheng was much smarter than she'd imagined. But it made sense. Ning Cheng was the boss behind Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, the master of the Ning clan troops and Tianning's Prince Regent. He could do business, lead troops, and scheme in politics. He was simply a genius who crossed over from another world. If he wasn't smart, how could he be where he was today? She recalled how he'd tricked the Nether clan's Chu clan and even tricked Long Fei to seize control of Tianing. Long Fei was a very vengeful man back then. Han Yunqi thought that it must be Ning Cheng's docile and respectful attitude that made her forget that he was actually a fierce wolf. Han Yunqi originally wanted to hide the matter of the black-clothed assassin and let Ning Cheng investigate it himself. At this moment, she changed her mind. When faced with such a smart person, rather than beating around the bush, it was better to be straightforward with him. What's more, his current attitude was very frank. If Han Yunqi continued to hide it, it would seem that she had ulterior motives. She said, "Ning Cheng, I'm not suspecting him, but I'm sure he's up to no good." Jun Yixia didn't say anything because he didn't want you to find the Shadow Clan. You all know that the Shadow Clan was almost completely wiped out back then. Moreover, the Shadow Clan is just a shadow guard. They aren't a powerful force. They don't have any military or financial support for the recovery of Western Qin. What is Jun Yixia afraid of about Gu Beiwa? Seeing that Ning Cheng was seriously pondering, Han Yunqi continued, "Ning Cheng, the Shadow Clan's existence is only related to my personal safety. He doesn't want you to find the Shadow Clan. So he definitely doesn't want me, Han Yunqi, to live well. He dares," Ning Cheng said coldly. Han Yunqi went along with his intentions and said, "Of course, there's another possibility, which is that Jun Yixia has something on Gu Beiwa, but he doesn't dare to say it." Although Ning Cheng nodded, he didn't completely believe Han Yunqi's words. After all, Han Yunqi didn't give him a clear conclusion, but provided two doubts. As for the truth, he still had to find Gu Beiwa to know. Between the Shadow Clan and the Wind Clan, Ning Cheng had absolute trust in the Shadow Clan. "Princess, where in Medical City is Gu Beiwa in seclusion?" Ning Cheng asked seriously. Han Yunqi smiled bitterly and stared at him silently. "Princess." Ning Cheng was a little uneasy. On the night that Long Fei raised his troops, Gu Beiwa was attacked by an assassin and fell into the deepest abyss of the poison sect's forbidden grounds. They went down to search for him for a long time, but couldn't find him, Han Yunqi said mildly. Ning Cheng froze. Han Yunqi told Ning Cheng everything that happened that night, but she didn't mention that the dark-robed assassin had used Celestial Mountain's sword skills. She couldn't say this even if she was beaten to death. Otherwise, Ning Cheng would not only doubt her words, but also her stance. Ning Cheng's attitude towards Long Fei was absolute enmity. He trusted anyone but Long Fei. "So you suspect that the assassin is from the poison sect?" Ning Cheng asked. "It must be someone from the poison sect, and a direct descendant at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cure my poison so quickly," Han Yunqi said confidently. Ning Cheng's brows furrowed even tighter. Han Yunqi accidentally caught sight of Long Fei's furrowed brows and hurriedly averted her eyes. She secretly laughed at her poor eyesight, but she knew it was only because she missed that man too much. A direct descendant of the poison sect, the princesses. Ning Cheng was incredulous. "Even if he isn't my father, he must be an elder. Why doesn't he recognize me? Why did he kill Gu Beiwa? He's ungrateful. The poison sect was rehabilitated all thanks to Gu Beiwa," Han Yunqi said indignantly. "Why must he be an elder?" Ning Cheng countered. "It's possible that he's from the same generation, because he's very likely Jun Yixia's master." Han Yunqi got straight to the point. "I'm sure Ning Nua is well aware of Jun Yixia's imprisonment on Fishery Island." Han Yunqi told him everything about Fishery Island's poison fog and the Lost Path poison duel. She pointed the spearhead at the Wind Clan. Slap! Ning Cheng shot to his feet, fury dancing in his eyes. If he still couldn't figure out what was going on after knowing so much, he might as well quit his job. Jun Yixia wasn't a member of the Wind Clan. He was just a spokesperson. Han Yunqi saw that things were going well and hurriedly reminded him. Ning Chung, back then the Nether Clan's Chu clan, raised the banner of reviving Western Qin. Your D clan knew that the Nether clan had ulterior motives. But did the Wind clan know as well? Why didn't they show their faces? Why did they wait until Long Fei Yi mobilized his troops? Also, my identity was exposed the moment Long Fei Yi mobilized his troops. Who was the one who did that? Han Yunqi asked. Jun Yixie's master is your father, so he knows about your origins. Ning Cheng immediately denied it. He knows about Lady Tianqin's origins, so he knows about your identity. He knew you were Western Qin's princess from the moment you were born. Han Yunqi had never felt so good about Ning Cheng before. She nodded excitedly. Not only did he hide it for so many years, he only revealed it to the public today. He doesn't even acknowledge you. Such motives. Ning Cheng's beautiful eyes narrowed into slits, filled with a dangerous aura and even a hint of viciousness. Once again, it reminded Han Yunqi that the man in front of her wasn't a docile sheep, but a wild wolf that could bite a person to death. For the first time, Han Yunqi rejoiced in Ning Cheng's loyalty to Western Qin and his trust in her. Otherwise, heaven knows how much time and effort she'd have to spend to expose the Wind clan's lies. It didn't matter how much effort she put into it, but she didn't have much time left. She looked at Chu Chinga's sickly, emaciated body on the ground and felt grateful that this woman had found a way to convince Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng paced back and forth in the room before coming to a decision. Princess, Tianning has long fallen under this subordinate's control. This subordinate plans to hang up the Western Chu banner tomorrow. We won't go to the army, but stay in the palace and have Bai Yuqiao pay his respects. No matter what, he couldn't let Bai Yuqiao stay in the army any longer. Heaven knows what kind of intentions she had. Let's get the Imperial Jade Seal first before we hang up the banner, Han Yunqi intoned. As long as you're here, Princess, it won't affect us much, Ning Cheng said. Ning Cheng had no idea that Han Yunqi's actions would have a massive impact. Once the banner was hung, she'd officially be the princess of Western Qin and lead the D and Wind clans against the Long Fei Yi. What would Long Fei Yi think of her then? Han Yunqi remembered clearly that Long Fei Yi had once asked her if she'd bear a grudge against East Qin if she was the princess of Western Qin, or if she'd want to restore her country. Her answer back then had always been yes. Once the two sides officially clashed, would she still have a chance to ask that question? No matter what, Han Yunqi had to stop Ning Cheng from hanging up the banner. It was impossible to see Long Fei Yi now, so she had to find a reliable person to pass on the problem to Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi began to think nervously. Just what kind of reason should she use to convince Ning Cheng? Finally, she came up with a brilliant idea. She had Ning Cheng sit down and lowered her voice to speak to him. Ning Cheng listened carefully before giving her a thumbs up. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. This subordinate admires you. Han Yunqi finally exhaled. She too felt that her move had been too brilliant. If not for the urgency of the situation, she might not have come up with such an idea. I'll be able to see Han Yunqi's biological father very soon. That very day, at Han Yunqi's request, Ning Cheng gave Chu Qinga a grand funeral and sent the little emperor, who wasn't even 3 years old, to the medical academy. Esteemed Wang Fei, the medical academy is under Long Fei Ye's control. This isn't appropriate, Ning Cheng didn't tell Han Yunqi. What does this have to do with him? Medical City sealed off the city to search for the missing person only because I'm the head of the medical academy and the head of the poison sect. Long Fei Yi still has the authority to order around department head Ju. I'm afraid that he still refuses to acknowledge my identity and misled the department head. Han Yunqi pretended to laugh coldly as she spoke. When I admit my identity in the future, Medical City won't give Long Fei Yi any face. Ning Cheng looked at Han Yunqi and recalled her previous oath. In the end, he believed her words. You don't have to send him there in your name. Just send him there in the name of Tianning's Imperial clan, Han Yunqi sighed. Medical City has a responsibility to him, so they won't refuse. In the end, he's still a pitiful child. Don't let him attend the funeral." "All right," Ning Qing agreed easily. Han Yunqi disguised herself as a court lady and attended Chu Qingga's funeral. Once the ceremony was over, Ning Qing sent by Yu Qiao a secret missive. He didn't say whether he'd already kidnapped Han Yunqi, but only asked Bai Yu Qiao to bring the imperial jade seal to the capital. Han Yunqi couldn't sit still in her room. In the end, she decided to take a risk. As soon as she left the room, her attendant bowed respectfully. "Your Royal Highness, where are you going?" Compared to Medical City, Ning Qing was much less guarded against her. This was all thanks to Han Yunqi's malicious oath. Most of the guards by her side were there to protect her, not to spy on her. Han Yunqi had a chance to escape, but there was no need for her to do so. There was nowhere safer than Ning Qing's place. She had no idea what Long Feiye's attitude was. Perhaps she'd die if she ran to Long Feiye's place. Thinking up to here, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She couldn't even ask him the question she wanted to ask him face to face. "I want to see that little emperor." "Have someone lead the way," Han Yunqi said. "He's with Grand Concubine Ning. This subordinate will take you there." The attendant was very attentive. A crafty look flitted past Han Yunqi's eyes before she feigned indifference. "We'll be sending him off tomorrow morning. Have you packed up your luggage?" Chapter 824. Han Yunqi's arrival at Ning An's palace surprised Ning An. She was about to pay her respects when she was stopped. Ning An was much younger than Han Yunqi expected. Although she was Ning Cheng's older sister, she was only a year or two older than him. Han Yunqi couldn't see the calmness of a woman who chanted Buddhist scriptures all year round. Instead, she seemed capable and sharp. Han Yunqi couldn't help but think of Ning Jing, who'd cried her eyes out in front of her. She didn't know how she and Tang Li were doing. Some women might cry, but the burden on their shoulders didn't lose out to a man's. The strength in their bones wouldn't lose out to a man, either. Ning Jing and Tang Li's dispute over weapons and assassination weapons had now become a struggle between Western Qin and East Qin imperial clans. The Tang clan was Long Feiye's most hidden power. Even though Long Feiye's identity as a member of the East Qin imperial clan and the Bailey armies by clan had been exposed, Han Yunqi still didn't know about the Tang clan. How much did Ning Jing know about it? "Your Royal Highness, Long Zun is in the back courtyard. This subordinate will take you there." Ning An's words interrupted Han Yunqi's train of thought. The little prince's name was Long Zun, a name bestowed upon him by Emperor Tianhui himself. After ascending the throne, his reign name was Yongguang. Although he was the emperor, the number of times he'd attended court could be counted on one hand. No one outside the palace treated him as such, much less inside. Everyone simply called him by his name. Others said that a mother's status depended on her son's, but in his case, a son followed his mother's footsteps. Han Yunqi passed through the room and saw a small bundle on the table. It had to be Long Zun's luggage. She purposely slowed her steps to observe the room. It was obvious that this room had been temporarily vacated for Long Zun and his wet nurse. Ning An's bedroom was on the other side. Before Chu Qingga's death, Long Zun had always been with her. "That's all you packed? Is it enough?" Han Yunqi asked casually. "That's all he has. Chu Qingga didn't care about the child when she was alive, so she never gave him anything. These are all clothes." Ning An saw that Han Yunqi's expression wasn't very good, but she didn't speak either. She wondered why Han Yunqi would worry about Chu Qingga's child when she and Chu Qingga had been rivals for so long. Han Yunqi didn't leave, but slowly sat down. She opened the luggage and asked unhappily, "You're the one who makes the decisions in the imperial harem. Tianning's imperial clan isn't weak, and your Cloud Realm Trade Consortium is rich and overbearing. Do you only lack a few clothes for this little doll?" "I'm innocent. Your Highness," Ning An hurriedly explained, "the allowance for the harem is given by this subordinate." What should be given to her has always been given according to the Empress Dowager's specifications. The child is Chuchinga's own, but she doesn't care. How can an outsider care so much? That's true. Han Yunqi smiled coldly. She picked out a few pieces of clothing from the luggage and looked at them with interest. For a long time she didn't speak. Ning and had no idea what Han Yunqi was planning, but her eyes never left Han Yunqi's hands. Of course, Han Yunqi was racking her brains to think of a way to get Long Zun to deliver the questions she wanted to ask. For one thing, she couldn't let Ning and find out. For another, the luggage would pass through countless hands on Long Zun's journey from Tianing to Medical City. How could she guarantee its safety? For another, how was she supposed to deliver it to someone she trusted in Medical City? This was a risky move. As long as something went wrong and Ning Cheng found out the truth, Han Yunqi would be finished. She couldn't even imagine what a wolf in sheep's clothing like Ning Cheng would do to her. However, this was her only chance. Your Highness, is there something wrong with these clothes? Ning En was the first to lose her cool. Han Yunqi arched a brow at her. What do you think? This subordinate? Ning En thought for a while. These are the clothes that the child usually wears. There's nothing wrong with them. Han Yunqi immediately tossed aside the clothes in her hands and swept everything on the table to the floor. If the medical academy's people see these things, won't they curse our Western Qin for being so heartless that we can't even treat a child well? Chu Chinga's already dead, so the child's in the Ning clan's hands. The Ning clan has to take responsibility for him. If you can't even treat a child well, how can your Ning clan conquer the world for this princess? How can you treat the people well? Han Yunqi stood up and murmured, Ning En, losing the Ning clan's face is a small matter, but losing Medical City's heart is a huge matter. Gu Beiyue's whereabouts are unknown, and I'm not in the city. Right now, the Medical Academy is under the joint leadership of the Vice Council and Council of Elders. Shen Jueming's words are in charge of the Vice Council, while Luo Zuishan's words are in charge of the Council of Elders. These two detest child abusers the most. Back then, Guyun Tian even wanted to protect Ling Gai, but these two were the ones who opposed him to the end and expelled him from Medical City. Ning and immediately understood Han Yunqi's words. Although Han Yunqi was more capable of controlling Medical City than Long Feiyi, the Ning clan couldn't afford to offend Medical City. Once Western Qin's imperial clan raised its flag and officially fought with East Qin for control of the world, Medical City's support would be crucial. Whether it was in the medical field or in the hearts of the people, it would have a huge impact. Not only could the Ning clan avoid offending Medical City, they had to curry favor and leave them with a good impression. In other words, Han Yunqi was reminding her that sending Long Zun over was the best chance to curry favor with Medical City. Many thanks to your Highness for the advice. Ning En rejoiced. A sly glint flashed through Han Yunqi's eyes, and she said in all seriousness, No need to thank me. Just do it well. Everything is for the sake of our Western Qin. Ning En immediately ordered people to buy all kinds of clothes, shoes, hats, and other things for Long Zun. Han Yunqi listened silently and finally added, How can a wet nurse be enough? He should at least have a sensible nanny, a few maids and eunuchs and bodyguards to protect him. It would be best if he had a page boy to accompany him. Ning En looked at Han Yunqi with a puzzled expression and some suspicion. Is it a lot? Han Yunqi asked, Your Highness, wouldn't this be too much and end up making a fool of ourselves? Ning En asked. Han Yunqi impatiently rolled her eyes at her. If you don't do this, how can you show your compassion for this child who was forced into labor? He's different from other children. Even if it's too much to show him more care, it's understandable. Your Highness, this child is already an orphan. If we send him to Medical City, he won't be able to live like a pampered emperor, right? Even if we send these people over, Medical City will return them, Ning En said. That's exactly what I want. Once they return them, you can send a few more over to show your sincerity. Moreover, you can send them in your own name. In this way, won't you and Vice Academy head Shin become familiar with each other? Han Yunchi sighed helplessly. Ningen, when it comes to business, you're definitely not as good as your sister. For a moment, Ningen couldn't find any words to refute Han Yunchi. She felt that Han Yunchi's move could really win over Medical City's heart and pave the way for the future. She accepted it all and immediately ordered people to do as Han Yunchi said. Remember, you must find someone you can rely on, Ningen said seriously. Han Yunchi sipped her tea while blinking her sly eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Long Zun was originally supposed to be sent away today, but because of Han Yunchi's interference, it could only be delayed for 2 days. Han Yunchi was immersed in her own thoughts when suddenly a child's cry came from the backyard. Han Yunchi hurried over and saw Long Zun's wet nurse struggling for his life, wailing loudly and calling out from time to time. But she couldn't make out what he was saying. What's going on? Han Yunchi asked. He was just like this when he was sent here. He was playing well when he suddenly started crying. I can't even coax him. I don't know what he wants to do, Ningen replied. He still can't speak? Han Yunchi asked in shock. He doesn't even know how to say mother. The wet nurse said that this child learns slower than other children of the same age. He's already 2 years old, but he's only just learned how to talk and walk, Ningen answered truthfully. I'm afraid it's because of the premature birth. Han Yunchi's heart felt stifled, and she couldn't help but think of Gu. At this time, Long Zun cried out again and pointed outside the door. Is he going to be unable to find his mother? Han Yunchi asked. The wet nurse hurriedly handed the crying Long Zun over to a palace made to deal with and quickly walked over. Your Highness, this child won't look for his mother. The number of times Empress Dowager Chu held him can be counted with 5 fingers. Normally in the palace, even if Empress Dowager Chu sat in front of him, he wouldn't pay attention to her. He still doesn't know what a mother is. I'm afraid it's because this place is unfamiliar that he's looking for his mother. Hurry and take him out. Don't disturb your Highness, Ningen reprimanded unhappily. She, who had been infertile for many years, always felt complicated when she saw a child. The wet nurse hurriedly carried Long Zun over. Long Zun saw that Han Yunchi had suddenly quieted down. He looked at her for a while, then his small hand pointed outside the door, and he suddenly cried out, Mother! He wanted to find his mother! Even if his mother didn't want him, he still wanted his mother. For a moment, everyone was silent, leaving only the child's cries. In a child's world, there was no such thing as good or evil. There were no statuses or benefits, only dependents connected by blood. This child didn't know what kind of person Chu Chinga was or whose hands he was in, much less the current situation in Cloud Realm Continent. All he knew was that he had a mother, who said he wouldn't look for her. In this world, even a child as young as him had been hurt. What was the point of all the fighting for benefits? They couldn't even satisfy the wishes of a little child. So how could they have the face to call themselves powerful? Eastern and Western Qin hated each other, but had they ever considered how many innocent commoners would hate them as well? Hurry and take him back. Ning suddenly raged, her expression fearful and uneasy. She'd completely forgotten herself. After serving Emperor Tianhui for so many years, how could she not have children? But she wouldn't allow herself to have any. As the cries faded into the distance, Han Yunchi and Ning both exhaled in relief. Ning and Eastern, Western Qin and Eastern, Western Qin used to live in harmony with each other. Just who instigated the civil war back then? Han Yunchi asked seriously. She'd learned from Long Fei that the floods in the south had caused plagues and famine. Both Eastern and Western Qin had sent out imperial envoys to fight the floods, but Western Qin had spread rumors among the victims that the East Qin crown prince was the reincarnation of a star of calamity who'd bring endless calamities to Cloud Realm continent. Back then, the East Qin Emperor was sickly and weak. The Crown Prince's ascension to the throne was imminent, so Western Qin's rumors were used by the East Qin imperial princes. After the emperor passed away, a power struggle broke out and destabilized the court. Western Qin seized the chance to start a war. Chapter 8:25. Both sides became enemies and fought a civil war. So now they both have their own opinions. Han Yunqi knew that Ning and would say the same thing as Long Fei Yi, but she never would have thought that it would be different to this degree. Ning and said that in the past there was a serious disagreement between Eastern and Western Qin. This was the reason why Western Qin decided to go to war. Your Highness, there was a large dam in the middle of the Sand River that stopped the flood, protecting a large province downstream, as well as countless villages and fields. That year, there was a storm and a mountain flood upstream. The flood passed through the middle of the Sand River, submerging many villages and threatening an iron mine. That iron mine belonged to the East Qin Crown Prince. In order to protect the iron mine, East Qin decided to destroy the dam and divert the water downstream, sacrificing the people downstream. At that time, the East Qin Emperor died of illness, and the princes were fighting for the throne. The Crown Prince was in a rush to build weapons, so he sent the army to destroy the dam. Western Qin had no choice but to send out troops to protect the dam. East Qin thought that our army was trying to steal the mine and sent out troops, using the Black Race army to destroy our Western Qin. If it wasn't for the Nether Race's betrayal, the princess might not have. Although Ning An's voice was calm, her eyes betrayed her heart. Han Yunqi could see her anger and unwillingness. This anger and unwillingness was very similar to when Long Fei Yi told her this part of the history. It was very real and couldn't be faked. It was natural for them to have their own opinions. But if they didn't have the same opinion, then it would be abnormal. Long Fei Yi had told her about the serious floods in the south. But why didn't he tell her about the dam or the mine? According to East Qin, the war was a plot by Western Qin. Western Qin instigated internal strife in East Qin and took advantage of the situation. According to Western Qin, the war was caused by the destruction of the dam. What was the truth? Han Yunqi hesitated a bit before probing. I remember that Gu Beiwei told me that during the war, there were rumors in the disaster area that the East Qin Crown Prince was a star of disaster? Is there such a thing? Han Yunqi silently apologized to Gu Beiwei in her heart. If she said that it was Long Fei Yi who said it, Ningen would probably be angry. She could only use Gu Beiwei's name to speak properly. Ningen gave a cold laugh. This was a lie made up by the East Qin princes to seize the throne. Now it seems that the East Qin prince is a disaster. If he did not protect the iron mine, Western Qin would not have rashly sent troops. Han Yunqi nodded thoughtfully. She suddenly had a terrifying thought. Was there a misunderstanding in the past? However, she quickly denied her own thoughts. How could she believe Long Fei Yi's explanation? Long Fei Yi already knew that she was the princess of Western Qin. How could he tell her the truth of the war? On the other hand, Ningen had no reason to lie to her. Han Yunqi sat for a while before leaving. She had to finish writing the letter before Long Zun was sent away. She had already thought of how to write the letter. She could not bear to do anything to a pitiful child like Long Zun, so she could only wrong the others. Not long after Han Yunqi left, Ning Cheng came over. Knowing that Han Yunqi had just left, he turned around to leave, but Ning and called out to him. You just came and you're already leaving? So you didn't come to see me? Ningen lightly asked. Who would have thought that Ning Cheng would actually give an unsound and continue to leave? Ningen reached out to stop him. Family head, you should know your status. Before, Ning and followed the rules of the palace and called Ning Cheng King Ning. But now she called him family head. This meant that Ningen was reminding Ning Cheng of his status, his responsibilities, and what he could and could not do. Move aside. Ning Cheng's voice was completely emotionless. It was extremely cold, like an iceberg that kept people 1,000 li away. One would never be able to see his heart. Only in front of Han Yunqi would he be happy, angry, and anxious. Everyone sighed with emotion at the sight of the lofty Ningqing having to put down his airs in front of the princess. But Ning'an knew that Ningqing wasn't submitting or being respectful, but being confused and lost. Perhaps that was why Han Yunqi wasn't like Chu Qingge, who felt that Ningqiang was similar to Long Feiyi. His joy at finding his master should have died down long ago. He should be back to his usual prudent, steady, and calm self. Everything in the D clan was still under his control and had to be controlled by him. The princess of Western Qin was only a symbol of faith. She couldn't control anything, so the last thing he should lose was his sense of control over himself. Ning'an had seen all of Ningqiang's actions since their return. Her heart was full of worries, so she had to remind him. Ningqiang's ice face was expressionless. After a while he asked coldly, "Is there anything else?" Ning'an told him about Long Zun, and he agreed with Han Yunqi's words. In a low voice he said, "Arrange for 2 spies. Ning Jing hasn't sent word for days. I need information from her side." Understood. Ning'an had the same idea. She won't be in trouble, right? She's still arguing with Tang Li about my departure, so nothing's going to happen. Ning Cheng trusted Ning Jing more than Ning En or Ning Nuo. Urge Ning Nuo on the matter of the army rations. Don't drop the ball at a critical moment. Although South Ning's commander-in-chief's estate controlled most of Cloud Realm Continent's grain production areas, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium wasn't easy to deal with. They could still buy grain from them. In this world, there were plenty of people who went against their conscience to make money from war. Moreover, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's secret of being a descendant of the D clan had already been exposed. There were even more grain merchants willing to work with them. Ning Jing mused that the Tang clan was a hidden power that never got involved in worldly conflicts, much less a huge one between 2 imperial clans. If the Tang clan elders knew about Ning Jing's status as a D clan member, it'd be even harder for them to agree to work with the arms trade. If she couldn't complete her mission within a year, Ning Cheng wouldn't give her a chance to return to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Ning Cheng and Ning and had no idea that the youngest daughter of the Ning clan, the shrewdest head of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, was currently suffering torment. Tang Li had said he'd give her 1 night, but he'd actually given her 2 days and 2 nights. Over the past 2 days, he'd given her nothing but water. Ning Jing was hanging from the ceiling and couldn't even sit down. Fortunately, she could reach a table and sit on it for the past 2 days. If not for that, she wouldn't have lasted half a day. She didn't make a fuss, but was incomparably calm. When she was serious, she looked like a fierce woman who wasn't cute at all. She didn't know what Tang Li had been doing over the past 2 days, but he'd actually forgotten about her. Trapped here, she had no idea what was going on outside. Could it be that Ning Cheng's whereabouts had been exposed? Long Fei Yi and Tang Li were both chasing after Ning Cheng, so they'd forgotten about her here? Thinking up to here, Ning Jing couldn't help but knit her brows in anxiety, but she quickly recovered her composure. There were many things she couldn't control, so she might as well let them happen. Right now, she could only control herself and let herself die peacefully here. It was good that Tang Li had left her here. She had no idea that Long Fei had left long ago. Over the past 2 days, Tang Li had been tasked with searching and arresting people in Medical City. Tang Li hadn't gone anywhere, but sat by the door in a daze. For the past 2 days and 2 nights, she had drunk water, but he hadn't drunk a single drop. His haggard and sorrowful appearance made him no longer look like a banished immortal. Instead, he looked like an infatuated person who was about to turn into ashes. Suddenly, Tang Li stood up and angrily pushed the door open. Ning Jing was startled, but she didn't show it. It wasn't until she saw the most familiar figure at the door that her heart began to beat faster. Hee, I've been busy for 2 days and didn't have time to take care of you. You're lucky. Tang Li didn't approach her, but stood at the door. Shouldn't you give me an answer? Ning Jing just looked at him without saying anything. This forced Tang Li to draw closer until he was right in front of her. Answer me. Kill me or cut me up. Do whatever you want. Ning Jing said coldly. Guards. Tang Li didn't hesitate anymore, and the guards immediately rushed in. Tang Li personally took the iron chain hanging from the roof beam and handed it to the guards. Drop it at the South City gate. Don't let her torture you slowly. Ning Jing didn't react at all, and just walked to the door with the guards. Jing Jing, you don't have to be afraid. Your good brother will definitely come and save you. Tang Li sneered. Only God knew if he was comforting himself or testing Ning Jing. Finally, Ning Jing stopped. Tang Li, if you spare me, I'll tell you another piece of news. How about it? What news? Tang Li asked almost without thinking, and at the same time he waved the guards away. A piece of news that's very beneficial to the Tang sect. It's not inferior to Han Yunqi's whereabouts. Ning Jing was like a businessman negotiating with a professional smile. Spare you? To what extent? Tang Li asked in return. He definitely wouldn't let Ning Jing go. Give me a good death. Ning Jing was very direct. In an instant, Tang Li's eyes were like the sky before a storm, so gloomy that it was frightening. Unfortunately, Ning Jing was standing at the door and didn't see it, just like when Tang Li was standing at the door and didn't see her in the room. He had a pleasantly surprised expression. Okay, tell me. Tang Li still agreed. Ning Cheng still doesn't know about your relationship with Long Fei Yi. I'm the only one who knows about this, Ning Jing said seriously. Tang Li was shocked, but he soon questioned, Who are you trying to fool? I led you to the apricot forest just to test you. Sure enough, you took Long Fei Yi there. At this moment, Ning Jing was as calm as her name suggested. She had always been suspicious. Since Tang Li helped Han Yunqi at the Apricot Forest Conference, she had been suspicious. The Cold War later was just a pretense. Even though she had seen Ning Qing several times, she never told Ning Cheng about these abnormalities. She needed to give herself a definite answer. Therefore, after Ning Qing left, she deliberately lured Tang Li to the Apricot Forest. She hoped so much that it was only Tang Li who followed her. Unfortunately, it was Long Fei Yi who showed up. Without a doubt, Tang Li was the one who took Long Fei Yi there. You tested me. Ning Cheng doesn't know about my relationship with Long Fei Yi. Tang Li muttered to himself. Suddenly he understood. That's why Ning Cheng left Medical City long ago. He doesn't know that you led us to the Apricot Forest. If Ning Cheng was still in the medical academy, he would definitely be secretly keeping an eye on Ning Jing's movements. Ning Jing didn't have a chance to tell Ning Cheng about his relationship with Long Fei Yi. Ning Jing smiled. She never thought that Tang Li was so smart. Tang Li, I've told you 2 secrets. Just kill me with a knife. Tang Li gave a start, but quickly rushed out the door. Su Donglin, remove all defenses and tell your master that Han Yunqi is in Tianning. After rushing out, Tang Li didn't return to the room. He ordered people to untie Ning Jing and put her under house arrest. He wouldn't kill her, but he wouldn't see her either. Long Fei Yi received Tang Li's news and was preparing to deploy a rescue plan when he received Bailey Yuanlong's secret missive mentioning Gu Beiwa. Chapter 826. Bailey Yuanlong's letter mentioned Gu Beiwa's whereabouts, but didn't mention the specifics. He wanted Long Fei Yi to return to the army as soon as possible to preside over the situation. With news of Gu Beiwa, that meant Gu Beiwa wasn't dead. However, Long Fei Yi didn't feel happy at all after reading the letter. Instead, his gaze turned complicated. Bailey Yuanlong was far away on the battlefield, and Gu Beiwa had fallen into the abyss of the poison sect's forbidden grounds. He'd sent countless people to search for Gu Beiwa, but there was no news. How did Bailey Yuanlong know of Gu Beiwa's whereabouts? Was this news true or fake? Moreover, the letter didn't mention a single word. What did Bailey Yuanlong mean by this? Did this look like a report to him? This was clearly a threat. Long Fei Yi knew full well how much the merfolk hated Western Qin's imperial clan. How many of their clansmen had the Bai clan sacrificed during the floods in the south to stop the river from overflowing again and again. The Bai clan members who'd sacrificed themselves couldn't even leave behind their names. Even the good deeds they'd done for the people were unknown to this day. This was because the Bai clan had to guard the secret of the merfolk. The merfolk dove into the water and risked their lives to stop the river from overflowing again and again, but no one on the shore knew. Their corpses sank to the bottom of the sandy river without a sound. The Bai clan had sacrificed so much, but Western Qin's emperor had actually started a war during the floods. He'd even mobilized the flood troops to attack East Qin's troops. If this could be tolerated, what else could not be? Perhaps the merfolk hated Western Qin even more than East Qin. Thus, Bailey Yuanlong had resolutely defied his ancestors' teachings and revealed the secret of the Bai clan being merfolk. He refused to conceal his identity. After Han Yunqi's identity was exposed, Long Fei Yi wasn't most wary of the Tang clan or the Shadow Guard, but Bailey Yuanlong and his merfolk army. Bailey Yuanlong had a large army in his hands. Once he learned of the truth, the consequences would be unimaginable for even Long Fei Yi. After hesitating for a while, Long Fei Yi ordered someone to deliver a letter to Gu. Then he resolutely changed his route and headed straight for the battlefield. Gu had just reached Tianning's capital when he received Long Fei Yi's letter. At this moment, he was like a cheetah in the night, lurking near the palace with his eyes narrowed, ready to pounce on his prey at any moment. "Qi brother, are you sure that Han Yunqi is in the palace?" Mu Ling looked anxious. The imperial palace was the most heavily guarded and had the most traps. If he acted rashly without investigating thoroughly, the losses would outweigh the gains. God knows how many traps Ning Cheng had set for them. "Don't make a fuss. Move aside, you're in the way. I don't have time to save you." Gu waved his hand impatiently. It was obvious that he wanted to get rid of Mu Ling. Mu Ling. Er's skin had long been thickened and her heart hardened. She didn't mind his disdain. "Qi brother, let's talk about this properly, all right?" Mu Ling grabbed Gu's hand and yanked him off the wall. Ever since they left the poisoned sex abyss and heard that Han Yunqi was in trouble, Qi brother had been running all the way here. He hadn't even given the matter a second thought. Gu's gaze turned cold. If this was the past, Mu Ling would have been scared stiff long ago. But now, she wasn't afraid even if he really wanted to kill her. "Scram," he said coldly. "Why are you looking for Han Yunqi? She's the princess of Western Qin. What can Ning Cheng do to her when he kidnaps her? He might as well worship her like a bodhisattva." Mu Ling pursed her lips. "Qi brother, you can't be thinking of helping Long Fei Yi kidnap the princess of Western Qin, right?" Gu finally calmed down. He suddenly realized that he didn't know why he was looking for Poison Lass either. She was the princess of Western Qin. Ning Cheng had saved her from Long Fei Yi, not kidnap her. What about him? Could he still take her to the ends of the world? He had lied to her about Mute Granny. He was Long Fei Yi's accomplice. "Qi brother, the Duke of Qin might have sent people to keep an eye on you." Mu Ling added. Gu's face paled. Mu Ling was about to speak when Gu suddenly roared, "Shut up!" So saying, he leapt over the palace walls and slipped inside. He was going to apologize for Mute Granny. "Qi brother, calm down." Mu Ling chased after him. It was late at night. Bai Yuqiao and Bai Yanqing had just arrived at the imperial city. Ning came out to receive them and arranged for them to stay in the palace. Bai Yanqing hid her identity and pretended to be Jun Yixie's subordinate, Uncle Bai. Once Ning left, Bai Yanqing said in a low voice, "Pack up. We'll go see the princess immediately." "Master." Bai Yuqiao had just spoken when Bai Yanqing glared at her. She then realized that the walls had ears. She quickly changed her words. "Uncle Bai, The princess is already asleep. It's not appropriate to disturb her so late at night. Old Man was entrusted by Master to give the imperial jade seal to the princess as soon as he arrived at the imperial city. I'm sure the princess knows Master's sincerity and won't blame him. Bai Yanqing said. Bai Yuqiao understood that Master was doing this to express his loyalty. After she packed up, she sent someone to inform Ning'an. How could Han Yunqi fall asleep at this time? She was in the secret room behind the tea room, waiting for Ning Cheng to meet Bai Yuqiao and Uncle Bai. She had been waiting all night. These days, she had to stay in this secret room and couldn't go out. She originally wanted to cultivate the third stage of the poison storage space, but unfortunately, she couldn't calm down. Soon, Ning Qing met Bai Yuqiao and his disciple. Master Ning, sorry for the disrespect. Bai Yuqiao was very enthusiastic, but Bai Yanqing didn't say a word. Ning Qing only nodded to Bai Yuqiao. He looked at Bai Yanqing. This is Uncle Bai? Yes, I pay my respects to Master Ning. Bai Yanqing cupped his fists and bowed, calm and composed. When will Jun Yixia come? Ning Qing asked. My master has already negotiated with the Winter Crow tribe's chief. He should be leaving for the country in a few days. The number of war horses he brought back will definitely satisfy Master Ning. Bai Yanqing said. Ning Qing asked how many. He will bring them back in 3 batches, no less than 30,000 in each batch. Bai Yanqing was calm and collected, but when he said this number, he couldn't hide his pride. Ning Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He remembered Han Yunqi's warning. Sure enough, Northern Li's cavalry couldn't be ignored. With these 3 batches of war horses and Northern Li's original cavalry, 100,000 cavalry was more than enough. The Ning family army and Long Fei Yi were fighting to the death. But in the end, Jun Yixia was the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Ning Cheng's first thought was to stop the war. Only by stopping the war with East Qin could he preserve his strength. He had to first expose the Wind Clan scheme and remove the threat of the Wind Clan. Otherwise, the world would fall into the Wind Clan's hands and everyone would become their dowry. At the very least, he had to drag it out. He had to drag it out until Northern Li's cavalry could fight alongside the Ning family army. This way, he could use the Wind Clan to restrain them. He never thought that he would have to rely on Long Fei Ye's troops to deal with the Wind Clan. Ning Cheng's lips unconsciously curled into a self-deprecating smile. Pledging loyalty was his destiny, and restoring his country was his mission. He couldn't escape the word destiny. As for the word destiny, he had never thought about it and didn't dare think about it. The path of loyalty was too lonely for him to walk on. Very good. Ning Qing forced out a smile. How long will it take for the first batch of war horses to enter the battlefield? From Winter Crow country to Northern Li, then from Northern Li to the south. The war horses will need to rest before the war, around a month and a half. Bai Yanqing replied. Don't they need to be trained? Ning Qing asked in confusion. No need. My master has convinced the Winter Crow country's horse trainer. A single horse trainer can command 10,000 war horses. Bai Yanqing couldn't hide his pride. Jun Yixia had truly exceeded his expectations this time. Jun Yixia is quite skilled. Ning Qing asked. What about the second and third batches? When will they arrive? He had to ask clearly in case Bai Yanqing kept the second and third batches of war horses to deal with him. That's hard to say. It depends on the road conditions. In another month, it will snow in the north. Bai Yanqing gave a reasonable answer. Ning Qing became even more vigilant. He was glad that Han Yunqi had warned him of the Feng clan's disloyalty. He didn't express his opinion and changed the topic. Where is the imperial jade seal? Of course I brought it, but Bai Yanqing was very polite. It's already so late. I wonder if it's convenient for Her Highness to receive you? What he meant was that he wouldn't hand over the imperial jade seal until he saw Han Yunqi. Ning Qing sighed, then said indifferently, The princess is not in my hands." "What?" Bai Yanqing was shocked. Bai Yuqiao was very surprised. How can that be? They'd gotten news from Medicine City that Medical City had been sealed off for days. It was obvious that Han Yunqi had been kidnapped, while Ning Cheng was in Medical City. If he wasn't the culprit, who else could it be? Han Yunqi is indeed not in Medical City. Not only is Long Fei looking for her, but so am I. Could it be? Ning Cheng started to speak, but paused. Bai Yuqiao couldn't help but ask, "Who do you suspect?" "One person." Ning Cheng was still hesitating. Bai Yanqing grew anxious. "Who?" "A member of the Shadow Clan." Ning Cheng said coldly. Chu Chinga confessed before she died that Gu Beiwa was a descendant of the Shadow Clan. The Medical Academy said that Gu Beiwa was in closed-door cultivation. Could it be him? No way. Bai Yuqiao denied immediately. Bai Yanqing gave her an unhappy look. He could guess that Ning Cheng would find out Gu Beiwa's identity from the Chu clan, but never expected that Han Yunqi wasn't in Ning Cheng's hands. Had he made the right choice this time, or had he made a mistake? "How can you be so sure?" Ning Cheng asked immediately. Bai Yuqiao was quick-witted enough to answer. Gu Beiwa was in closed-door cultivation long before the princess went missing. How could he know of her identity? Moreover, even if he did, why did he kidnap the princess? He should have brought her to you instead. Ning Cheng laughed coldly in his heart. He stroked his smooth chin thoughtfully. "The only thing we can do now is to search for the princess. I'll have to ask Old Bai to personally oversee the battlefield. Finding the princess is the most important thing, but—" Bai Yanqing's expression was serious. "But Old Man has the heart, but not the strength. Leaving aside Old Man, even my master wouldn't be able to defeat the East Qin army with just the Qimin Duanjia." Bai Yanqing was of course afraid that Ning Cheng would send him to the battlefield and leave Bai Yuqiao behind. Moreover, the Wind Clan's Qimin Duanjia formation required enough troops. With Ning Cheng's current troops and the Wind Clan's formation, they could only fight evenly with the East Qin army. It was impossible for them to fight back. Since Han Yunqi had gone missing, he had to find her first. He was not in a rush to make a move on the battlefield. If this continued, the Ning family army would suffer the greatest losses. When Jun Yixie's first batch of horses arrived, the northern cavalry would be hard to dismount. Ning Cheng would have no troops in his hands, so he wouldn't be able to control the situation. Bai Yanqing thought he had a good reason, but who would have thought that Ning Cheng would say, "Hee hee, Uncle Bai really knows how to joke. How could I let you fight 100 soldiers by yourself? I only need you to assist my Ning family army and temporarily stop the war. It won't be too late to raise morale after we find the princess." At this time, a guard's report came from outside the door. "Master, there's an assassin." Chapter 8:27. An assassin. A complicated look flashed past Ning Cheng's eyes. Coldly he asked, "What's going on?" "Reporting to Master, we discovered an assassin at Yanling Palace. It's just one person, and he's highly skilled in martial arts," the guard reported truthfully. Ning Cheng looked at Bai Yanqing and discovered that Bai Yanqing was also looking at him. He sneered. "Another one sent by Long Fei to kidnap the princess, right? Why does he believe that the princess is with me?" The word "another" let Ning know that it was purposely said for Bai Yanqing to hear. After Ning Cheng brought the princess back, it was the first time an assassin had broken in. Moreover, whether or not the assassin was targeting the princess was still to be investigated. Ning and hurriedly persuaded. "Clan head, the princess is clearly not in our palace. Why don't you make an announcement to reveal the truth? What if Long Fei Yi released the news and slandered us? If the world doesn't know, they might really think that we've kidnapped the princess." Bai Yanqing smiled. "That's not right. Even if the princess is in the hands of the Ning family, it's still the Ning family who saved the princess. What about kidnapping? The Long Fei, you can't slander the Ning family. Ning and smiled bitterly. Uncle Bai, gossip is a fearful thing. The Long Fei Yi is very good at winning over people's hearts. If the world believes in the Long Fei Yi and we still haven't hung the Western Qin flag, the world will scold us for keeping the princess under house arrest and harboring evil intentions. Bai Yanqing smiled. You're worrying too much. Why don't we hang the flag first? If the imperial seal is placed on the flag, it will definitely convince people. Ning Cheng immediately refused with a cold expression. Hanging the flag and placing the seal is the authority of the imperial family. The Di family and the Feng family don't have this right. Uncle Bai, this clan head will pretend that I didn't hear your words. Please don't speak nonsense again. Bai Yanqing could not refute. If he did, it would be the greatest disrespect to the royal family of Western Qin. He sneered in his heart. Ning Cheng, this brat, would one day fall because of the word blind loyalty. Han Yunqi was hiding in the dark room, so she heard every word clearly. She was right. Ning Cheng was not only a wolf, but a wolf as cunning as a fox. He and Ning were able to use the unexpected assassin incident to their advantage. After hearing what they said, Bai Yanqing would be even more convinced that the Western Qin princess was not in Ning Cheng's hands. Making Bai Yanqing believe them was the first step in exposing Bai Yanqing's scheme. After all, Ning Cheng was more anxious than anyone else to hang up the Western Qin military flag. Bai Yanqing would never have thought that Ning Cheng would be so calm on this matter. This time, Ning Cheng was willing to let the child trap the wolf. Just as Han Yunqi let out a sigh of relief, a terrified cry almost made her heart stop beating. Master, master, the assassin is Xiao Qi from Medical City. He's coming to kill us. Gu. Han Yunqi's first thought was to rush out and see Gu. She wanted to follow him and let him take her to see Long Fei Yi. Her body reacted faster than her brain, and she had already rushed to the stone door. However, Ning Cheng's words made her stop abruptly and calm down. Ning Cheng said he came at the right time. This clan head will let him search however he wants. Otherwise, Medical City will misunderstand that our D clan is disrespectful to the princess. Ning Cheng, this brat who had acted rashly in front of her several times, was able to calmly deal with all the unexpected situations. Han Yunqi silently leaned against the door and closed her eyes. She told herself, calm down. Once she went out, Bai Yanqing would definitely see through Ning Cheng's lie. Not only would all their previous efforts be in vain, but the consequences would also be very terrible. Bai Yanqing had just said that Jun Yixia would bring back nearly 100,000 war horses. In other words, Bai Yanqing's forces were enough to drive straight down and destroy Ning Cheng and Long Fei Yi. At this moment, whether it was the princess of Western Qin or Han Yunqi herself, she had to calm down. As the princess of Western Qin, she had to protect Ning Cheng. As Han Yunqi, she had to protect Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi and Ning Cheng were facing the same enemy, the Feng clan. Besides, if she rushed out like this, what would Ning Cheng think of her? Ning Cheng would definitely see through her selfishness. With Gu's strength, how could he fight against Ning Cheng's thousands of ambushes in the palace? She and Gu couldn't escape. Han Yunqi was actually not calm at all. She wanted to see Long Fei Yi more than at this moment, but she gritted her teeth and endured. If two people loved each other for a long time, how could they be together day and night? However, Long Fei Yi, do you have feelings? Do you have feelings for each other? Even Gu Qixiao is here, so where are you, Long Fei? Han Yunqi closed her eyes. Her eyebrows were full of fatigue. She had to feign civility with Ning Cheng. Not only did she not arouse his suspicion, but she also had to find a way to delay him from personally leading the army. She had to rack her brains to come up with a plan to expose the Feng clan's conspiracy while hiding the black-clothed assassins' Tian Shan swordsmanship. She had to take a risk and think of a way to do something to Long Zun's servant to send out the question she was obsessed with. How could she not be tired? In this world, Who could she really trust? Gu Beiwa? When did the Shadow Clan's protection begin? Was it the first time he appeared in Tianqing, or even earlier? Gu Qishao? She had been so persistent in Medicine Ghost Valley, but hadn't she been fooled by Mute Granny in the end? Even if she was tired, Han Yunqi still stood straight and did not fall. Not for anything else, but because she was not only the princess of Western Qin, but also herself. She wanted the truth. She wanted an explanation. Only then could she make a choice that she would not regret. Han Yunqi, hang in there. Outside the secret chamber, before Gu could kill his way over, Ning Cheng personally went over, Ning and chased after him, deliberately ignoring Bai Yanqing and Bai Yuqiao. The master and disciple naturally followed. As soon as Gu saw Ning Cheng, he stabbed at him with his sword. Ning Cheng also drew his sword to meet him. Hand over Han Yunqi, or I'll slaughter your entire palace. Gu was furious and could not keep his cool. Han Yunqi is not in my hands. Ning Cheng did not budge an inch. If you want to slaughter my entire palace, you'll have to ask the sword in my hand first. Gu sneered but did not say anything. Ning Jing, your younger sister admitted it herself. Han Yunqi was taken out of Medical City by you. Ningen was shocked. What did you do to Jing? Ning Cheng was also shocked. When he left, Ning Jing and Tang Li were still in a cold war. What happened between the two of them? Gu directly ignored Ning An's question. He did not care about the relationship between Long Fei Yi and the Tang sect, or the relationship between Ning Jing and Tang Li. He only wanted Han Yunqi. A thorn seed shot out from the tip of his sword and fell at Ning Cheng's feet. Ning Cheng did not have time to escape and was instantly trapped by the wildly growing thorny vines. Gu's loose red robe fluttered wantonly in the wind. The thorny vines danced in the air, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Hand over Han Yunqi, or else this old man promises to tear you to pieces. Gu warned coldly. The hostility in his eyes was even more terrifying than when he faced Gu Yuntian. Ning Cheng stood in place, not flustered at all. He was still as imposing as before. Cold as before, he said, Gu, if you kill me, Long Fei Yi will laugh. Think about it. Before Long Fei Yi finds out about Han Yunqi's background, how can he keep her by his side? I don't care. I only want Han Yunqi, Gu said angrily. No. If you want to kill me, then do whatever you want. Ning Cheng said cold. Up until now, Bai Yanqing's gaze had never left Ning Cheng. Uncle Bai, I'm afraid he really doesn't have her, Bai Yuqiao said in a low voice. Bai Yanqing responded in a low voice. Then who kidnapped her? Bai Yuqiao asked again. That's strange. We can't be sure. Bai Yanqing said in a low voice. Gu was a man of his words. Under his control, the thorny vines quickly bound Ning Cheng tightly. Ning An's heart ached when he saw this. He hurriedly ordered, Someone, bring me the pear-flower storm needles. Ning Cheng spent a lot of effort to learn how to use the pear-flower storm needles. However, he couldn't bear to use it even once. It was because he wanted to save the pear-flower storm needles to kill Long Fei Yi personally on the battlefield. You're not allowed, Ning Cheng said angrily. You'll die. Ningen was really anxious now. Ning Cheng laughed out loud. Gu Qishao, think it over clearly. Even you want to be used by Long Fei Yi? No one knew what Gu was thinking. He looked at Ning Cheng coldly, almost going crazy. At this moment, the guards escorted Mu Ling over. It turned out that after Mu Ling entered the palace, she didn't manage to catch up with Gu. She could only search for him in the palace. With Mu Ling's mediocre skills, how could she not be discovered? Ningen was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he pulled out the guard's sword and pointed it at Mu Ling's heart. He angrily said, Gu, let go of Ning Cheng. Otherwise, I'll kill her right now. Mu Ling originally wanted to say something, but when she heard this, she fell silent. She stared straight at Chi Brother, not saying a word. Mu Ling originally feared Long Fei, but now she hated Long Fei. In her opinion, Chi Brother was being used by Long Fei. Long Fei was guarding Medical City by himself. But with one sentence he provoked Chi Brother and made him rush here day and night. Why didn't Chi Brother listen to her advice? Han Yunqi was the princess of Western Qin, which meant that she was Ning Cheng's master. How could she be in danger? Why didn't Chi Brother figure out the truth of the matter first before making a decision? Love could make people blind. How could she not be blind? She had clearly lost Chi Brother, but she was stupid enough not to leave first. She was stupid enough to search all over the palace, hoping to help him find her. Chi Gij, Ling, Er's life and death have finally fallen into your hands. Ling, I will wait. She will wait until you want Ling, or to live or die. In the face of Ning An's threat, Gu didn't even look at her. All his attention was on Ning Cheng. It wasn't that he was stupid to listen to Long Fei. In this world, Ning Cheng was the most likely person to expose Han Yunqi. He had taken the initiative to expose his identity. If Han Yunqi was treated politely by Ning Cheng, she would have come out to see him, right? There were only two possibilities. Either Han Yunqi was really not here, or Han Yunqi was under house arrest. The D clan and the Nether clan had ulterior motives. Everyone assumed that Gu Qishao had lost his mind, but his heart was clearer than anyone else. He was testing Ning Cheng. Blood flowed out of the thorny vines. It was Ning Cheng's blood. Ning couldn't bear it anymore. Gu, you'd better not regret this. As soon as she finished speaking, she stabbed Mu Ling, Er's abdomen with her sword. Mu Linger was on the verge of tears from bravery. She ignored the sword on and continued to look at her Chi Gij with deep feelings. Umo said, "Yesterday's update made a mistake in the age of the Ning siblings. Here's a correction. Ning Cheng is Ning An's eldest brother." Chapter 828. Life and death could be decided by a single thought. Gu was about to speak, but Ning Cheng beat him to it. "Ning, and don't be impudent. Let her go, or you'll be punished according to the clan's laws." Ning and stopped abruptly, almost unable to believe her ears. However, Ning Cheng even mentioned the clan's laws, so she had no choice but to stop. The thorny vines wrapped around Ning Cheng's body and were still tightening. No one could see his body, only his blood flowing out from the gaps between the vines. Ning An's heart was completely broken, and the scene from many years ago appeared in her mind again. It was Ning Cheng's third expedition. When he was carried back to the military camp, he was covered in blood. At that time, Ning Cheng was only 15 years old. At this moment, Ning An suddenly wished that she was the older sister who could protect her younger brother. Blood was flowing, but Ning Cheng was indifferent. He said coldly, "Why aren't you letting her go?" The guard hurriedly let go. Mu Linger was safe and sound and regained her freedom. Gu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Gu, Han Yunqi is the princess of Western Qin and the master of my D clan. I want to know where she is more than you do, and I want to see her more than you do. I don't want to be your enemy. If it's possible, let's find her together," Ning Cheng said seriously. Gu didn't say a word, but Ning Cheng clearly felt the thorny vines on his body stop. The night was silent, but it couldn't compare to Gu's silence. He was silent for a very long time. Everything seemed to be still, and only Ning Cheng's blood was flowing. In the silence, Ning Cheng's firm voice sounded. "Gu, love is loyalty, it is submission. If you really like the princess, what's wrong with being with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the thorny vines on Ning Cheng's body withered and fell. Ning Cheng was covered in cuts and bruises, but his smile was especially brilliant. No one knew that this high and mighty man would have such a brilliant smile, enough to illuminate the darkness of the long night. He walked in front of Gu and extended his bloody hand, but Gu ignored him. "I just want to find her. Inform me if you have any news. Send the letter to the Medicine Ghost Valley." Gu said, and was about to leave. Ning stopped her. Ning Jing, what's going on? Long Fei Yi told me that Ning Jing confessed, but I don't know the details. Gu pulled Mu Linger and left without looking back. Master Ning, hurry up and treat your wounds. We'll talk about our business in detail tomorrow. There's no hurry, Bai Yanqing said. Ning Qing nodded and asked Ning and to send Bai Yanqing and his disciple back. Late at night, Ning Qing finished treating his wounds and went to see Han Yunqi. He told Han Yunqi everything. Han Yunqi let out a big sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Quick! Send someone to look for him. Go to the restaurant, he'll go drink." Ning Qing smiled helplessly. "Esteemed Wang Fei, are you still worried about this subordinate's work? This subordinate has sent someone to follow him. Gu should know the truth by now and is on his way back." Han Yunqi was overjoyed. With Gu's arrival, Ning Qing had turned a disaster into a blessing. They wanted to deal with Bai Yanqing. With Gu around, they would have an additional force. Seeing Ning Qing covered in cuts and bruises, Han Yunqi finally felt compassion for this man. This guy didn't have it easy either. At least his innocent feelings were all on Western Qin's side. That uncle must be Jun Yixie's master, a member of the Feng clan. Ning Qing said seriously. Han Yunqi nodded and said in a low voice, "Since he's let down his guard and Gu is here, let's make our move tomorrow. How about it?" Ning Qing had worked so hard tonight just to make Bai Yanqing trust them. As long as Bai Yanqing trusted them, he'd lower his guard and give them a chance. Ning Qing was silent. Han Yunqi anxiously said, "We must do this as soon as possible. Ning Qing, every day you hesitate, Jun Yixie's war horses will get closer to you. When the time comes, what will you use to fight them?" Actually, Ning Qing had been putting on an act since he saw Bai Yanqing tonight. He and Han Yunqi had already discussed this beforehand. They would lure Bai Yuqiao and Uncle Bai here to lower his guard and find a chance to make their move. Ning Qing had enough men to trap Bai Yanqing and his disciple. No matter how strong Bai Yanqing's martial arts were, he wouldn't be able to defeat 1,000 archers lying in ambush in the palace. As for poisons, Han Yunqi had promised Ning Qing that he could leave it to her. After capturing Bai Yanqing, they would expose all of Bai Yanqing's schemes. It was too easy to expose Bai Yanqing's schemes. All they had to do was force him to use his poison arts and reveal his poison storage space. That would be enough to convince the world. The poison sect's descendant wasn't human. As a descendant of the poison sect, she was bound to be disloyal, wasn't she? As long as they handed Bai Yanqing over to the Northern Li Imperial clan, they would be able to restrain Jun Yixie. Han Yunqi had already learned about Northern Li's political situation from Long Fei Ye's spies. The Northern Li Crown Prince had been injured in Winter Crow Village and died on the way back. The second prince had died in Winter Crow Village as well. How could the Northern Dynasty's emperors trust Jun Yixie? Jun Yixie had so many war horses. As long as the Northern Li Imperial clan didn't provide them with soldiers, it didn't matter how many war horses they had. As long as they handed Bai Yanqing over to the Northern Dynasty's emperors, the Northern Dynasty's emperors would have enough capital to threaten Jun Yixie. As long as Jun Yixie fought with the Northern Li Imperial clan, he wouldn't have time to worry about the South. The Ning clan troops would have nothing to worry about. Everything was fine, but Ning Qing was hesitating. "Princess, 100,000 Iron Horse cavalry is enough to flatten the central and southern regions." Ning Qing voiced his concerns. Ning Qing's current forces weren't a match for the Long Fei Yi. Therefore, Ning Qing didn't want to expose Bai Yanqing so quickly. He only wanted to send Bai Yanqing back to the army to stall for time so that he could think of a better way to make use of Jun Yixie's Iron Horse cavalry. Han Yunqi sneered in her heart. How could Ning Qing not be tempted by 100,000 Iron Horse cavalry? "Ning Qing, I heard everything you said to him just now. That surnamed Bai will never leave Bai Yuqiao behind and return to the army alone. It's even more impossible for him to help you stop the war. If you insist, you'll only arouse his suspicion. Think about it carefully. But let me tell you, if you mess this up, you'll have to bear the consequences. Han Yunqi's voice was as cold as ice. Ning Qing finally lowered his head. This subordinate will listen to princess's arrangements. After discussing all the details for the next day, Ning Chang went to check on all the ambushes before returning to the secret room. Han Yunqi didn't sleep. She leaned against the bed and closed her eyes to rest. Your Highness, everything has been arranged. Tomorrow we'll act according to the plan, Ning Chang said seriously. Is there anything else? Han Yunqi asked. Ning Qing shook his head. Han Yunqi didn't say anything else, thinking that he would leave. Who knew that Ning Chang wouldn't leave? Han Yunqi cast an interrogating gaze, but Ning Chang immediately avoided it. Gu will be here soon. This subordinate will wait for a while. Han Yunqi ignored him and continued to close her eyes to rest. At first, Ning Chang was drinking tea by himself, but gradually he couldn't help but raise his head to look at Han Yunqi. Quietly. The candlelight flickered, and it was quiet. It was only at this moment that Ning Cheng's world was at peace. It was also only at this moment that Ning Cheng could forget his identity, forget his responsibility, forget his hatred, and forget his ideals. Why didn't we meet earlier? Why didn't we never meet again? Why didn't we meet again in our next life? Why did we have to meet again in this life at this moment? Why did he only know who she was after he fell in love with her? Ning Chang retracted his gaze and looked at the palm of his left hand. The golden needle was hidden in his palm. It could be faintly seen through his skin. It was because of this needle that his left hand couldn't hold anything tightly. It was basically useless. Hiding it here, he wouldn't lose it. Not long after, Gu and Mu Ling arrived. Along the way, the guards had already explained everything to Gu and Mu Ling. He had been looking for his poison lass all over the world like a madman. But when she was standing in front of him, Gu just smiled foolishly. Before he found her, he was conflicted and didn't know how to face her. But now that he saw her, he didn't feel conflicted anymore. Everything didn't seem so important anymore. As long as she was safe and sound, she was his salvation. Poison lass. Gu wanted to say something, but stopped. Such a flirtatious person, at this moment, was so silly that he looked adorable. We'll deal with mute granny another day. Han Yunqi said first. She didn't want Ning Cheng to know too much. Gu saw the strange look in her eyes and immediately nodded. Deal. Chi brother, I'll help you deal with Bai first. You can do whatever you want. Mute granny is... Ning Cheng asked curiously. Master Ning doesn't need to worry about my and Poison Lass's private matters. Gu said unhappily. Ning Cheng pretended that he didn't ask. He opened a map and began to explain their ambush in detail. Gu listened attentively. Han Yunqi saw Mu Ling's disappointed face and handed her a cup of tea. Younger sister Ling, drink a cup of tea to wake yourself up. Mu Ling jerked her head up and looked at Han Yunqi in disbelief. What did this woman just call her? As your older cousin, I have the duty to protect your safety. Stay here tomorrow and don't run around, understand? Han Yunqi said seriously. Mu Ling finally reacted. That's right, Lady Tianxin was Lady Lianxin, her aunt. Then Han Yunqi was her older cousin. You're my older cousin, older sister? You. Mu Ling blinked her big watery eyes and muttered to herself for a long time. She only came back to her senses when Han Yunqi handed her a cup of tea. She snorted disdainfully. Don't even think about controlling me. I'm not your biological older cousin. I'm definitely controlling you. Han Yunqi didn't hold back. Mu Ling sat to the side in a fit of pique and drank her tea. She and Han Yunqi always clashed head-on like this. They rarely huddled together like sisters and talked about everything. However, she knew that Han Yunchi treated her even better than a biological sister. However, it wasn't because of their sisterly relationship that she didn't resent Han Yunchi for taking away her Chi brother. She knew better than anyone that even without Han Yunchi, Chi brother wouldn't have fallen in love with her. The next morning, the entire palace was still immersed in sleep. Bai Yanqing woke up in a daze and immediately noticed that there were movements around him. He hurriedly got off the bed and hesitated for a moment before he directly broke through the roof tiles and rushed up to the sky. Bai Yuqiao, who was in the side room, was awakened and followed him out. However, in an instant, from all directions, from the lowest to the highest, there were a total of 10 circles of archers. Tens of thousands of arrows were fired at the same time, forcing the master and disciple to fall to the ground. Ning Cheng, how dare you trick the old man? Bai Yanqing was furious. If he still didn't understand the truth, he should end his own life. Ning Cheng didn't show up. Instead, he responded to Bai Yanqing with another round of fierce arrows. Little you are, Bai Yanqing said coldly. Bai Yuqiao immediately held his sword and blocked the arrows for his master. Bai Yanqing closed his eyes and looked up to feel the direction of the wind. In the dark, Ning Cheng whispered, "Wind riding technique. He's going to poison us. Don't be afraid of him." Han Yunchi snorted. Chapter 829. The movements of Bai Yanqing's hands revealed a strange and ancient aura. It was like a ritual of worship, but it also seemed like a technique. As his movements became faster and faster, Han Yunchi suddenly felt that the surrounding wind was gradually getting stronger. It really is the imperial wind technique. Ning Cheng whispered. The wind blew and the fog dispersed. It was impossible for Bai Yanqing to set up a poisonous fog here. Therefore, the fog was actually a cover. He was using the wind to poison them. Since Han Yunchi and Ning Cheng decided to make a move, they must be very confident. Not to mention Bai Yanqing. Even if the venerable one of Tianshan Kenzo was here, he might not be able to escape unscathed in the face of 1,000 archers and 10,000 arrows. Bai Yanqing already understood this, so he didn't do anything useless. He directly used the imperial wind technique to poison them. Only the wind could blow past every archer present. As long as the wind was poisoned, no one would be spared. The wind blew from the south. The clothes and hair of the archers in the south were the first to be blown up. "Old devil, quick, take me into the wind," Han Yunchi said anxiously. "Into the wind?" Gu was very puzzled. Ning Cheng was also puzzled. Wasn't Han Yunchi supposed to keep an eye on Bai Yanqing and be ready to neutralize the poison that Bai Yanqing put in the wind at any time? Why did she run into the wind? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up. Han Yunchi couldn't be bothered to explain so much. Gu naturally did as he was told. Soon he carried Han Yunchi and soared into the sky from behind the wall of archers. The two figures leaped up like a startled swan, immediately attracting the attention of Bai Yanqing and Bai Yuqiao. The archers did not stop. Bai Yuqiao worked even harder to help his master out of this predicament. He had already been shot twice. Bai Yuqiao swung his sword and knocked down a circle of arrows. He turned around and looked at Bai Yanqing. "Master, Han Yunchi is in Ning Cheng's hands. We've been tricked." "Princess, what do you mean?" "The Wind Clan's sincerity can be seen by the sun and the moon. Why did you scheme against us?" Bai Yanqing asked angrily, as if he was still trying to salvage the situation. Han Yunchi had been brought to the wind by Gu. She looked down at Bai Yanqing from above and said with a smile, "The sincerity of the Feng clan can be shown by the sun and the moon. Why don't you show it to me now?" It was understandable that Ning Cheng was afraid of the Wind Clan's military strength. However, why would Han Yunchi hook up with Ning Cheng? Han Yunchi was not stupid. She should know that the Northernly cavalry was the real force that could help her restore her country. Ning Cheng might not have the ability to drive a wedge between her and the Wind Clan. If she had to choose between the D clan and the Wind clan, Han Yunqi would definitely choose the Wind clan. Bai Yanqing's eyes were complicated. He could not figure out whether Han Yunqi was acting or really wanted to kill him. If she was acting, the reason was very simple. It was nothing more than testing the Wind clan's sincerity. If she was serious, Bai Yanqing really could not think of a reason. The only time he used the Imperial Wind technique and the Poison technique at the same time was to save Jun Yixia. Even so, what could Han Yunqi suspect? Or was it because Jun Yixia had been unfaithful to her before, so she bore a grudge against him? Princess, how do you want the two of us to express our sincerity? Bai Yanqing asked. If he had no other choice, he would not aggravate the conflict and expose his movement technique. He did not plan on personally dealing with the Long Fei. He had to make Han Yunqi go. He wanted the Eastern and Western Qin royal families to not be able to get married and be enemies for generations. He wanted this feud to never be resolved for all eternity. Whether it was East Qin or Western Qin, they were not worthy of love. They were not worthy of loving others. They would never be worthy. Hearing Bai Yanqing's question, Han Yunqi gave a cold laugh in her heart. Bai Yanqing would never think that she would expose the Wind clan's plot. He must still have hope that he could escape this disaster. Don't even think about it. However, Han Yunqi did not mind playing with him. She raised her hand to signal the archers to stop. How do we express our sincerity? That depends on how sincere your Wind clan is. Han Yunqi said with a laugh. If they didn't already know the truth, Ning Cheng and Gu would have thought that she was joking with Bai Yanqing. Your Highness, the Wind clan's head has 90,000 horses and is already on his way back. Adding on the 100,000 cavalry from Northern Li, the Wind clan has 100,000 cavalry. 100,000 cavalry is enough to sweep through Cloud Realm continent for the princess and recover Western Qin. This is the greatest loyalty of my Wind clan. Bai Yanqing deliberately gave Ning Cheng a meaningful look before adding, Princess, no one can compare to the Wind clan's loyalty. I ask the princess to understand. So it's like that. Han Yunqi looked pensive as she purposely dragged out her words. But that still can't convince me. How about this? Why don't you show Jun Yixia's sincerity with your death? As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately gave Ning Cheng, who was hidden among the archers, a look. Ning Cheng did not hesitate to give the order to shoot. In an instant, countless arrows rained down on the backs of Bai Yanqing and his disciple. Han Yunqi! Bai Yanqing was furious. Only now did he realize that he had been played by Han Yunqi. Life and death were on the line. He had no time to think. Even if the master and disciple worked together, they could not avoid such a sneak attack. Bai Yanqing resolutely used poison. In an instant, a strong gust of wind blew, causing everyone's clothes and hair to flutter in the wind. In other words, everyone was in the wind. Bai Yanqing had never been played like this in his life. He used the most terrible poison he had, the blood poison. Once the blood was in the wind, everyone in the wind would be poisoned in an instant. Those who were poisoned would bleed all over until their blood dried up and they died. Bai Yuqiao knew that her master had used poison. She also knew that no matter how fast the sword behind her was, it would not be faster than her master's poison. She ignored the arrows flying from behind and pulled her master's hand, pleading, Master! She wanted the antidote. However, Bai Yanqing casually shook her hand off. He stared coldly at Han Yunqi. Just as he shook off Bai Yuqiao's hand, a sharp arrow pierced through Bai Yuqiao's abdomen. In fact, if Bai Yuqiao was not behind her, this sword would have pierced through Bai Yanqing's back. That was because Ning Cheng was the one who'd released the arrow. Bai Yuqiao immediately knelt down and threw herself to the ground. She stared at her master with wide eyes, her usually timid eyes finally showing a trace of hatred. Deep hatred. She had followed him since young and respected him like a father. In the end, her life was as cheap as a dog's. Bai Yuqiao was not satisfied. She used the last of her strength to pull out a dagger from her calf. However, before she could avenge herself, she fainted. She did not realize that the poison her master had placed in the wind was already gone. However, Bai Yanqing had long realized that this was the reason why he did not even care about the arrow behind his back and glared at Han Yunqi. This woman, in an instant, neutralized his poison. Rather than calling it neutralized, it was more accurate to say that she had absorbed all the poison. This woman had actually advanced to the second level of the poison storage space, enemy resistance. The reason why the second level of the poison storage space is called enemy resistance is because as long as there is poison that is a threat to the user, the poison storage space can absorb all the poison back. Bai Yanqing used a full 40 years to advance to the second level. How old is Han Yunqi this year? How is this possible? Bai Yanqing suddenly leapt into the air, sweeping away the arrows with his sword as he continued to use the wind to poison. This was the only way he could do. The reason why Han Yunqi stood in the wind was to put herself in a situation where the poison could threaten her, so that she could activate the poison storage space. On the other hand, if the poison around her was not a threat to her, the poison storage space would not be able to absorb all the poison. This was the only difference between the second and third level of the poison storage space. The third level of the poison storage space is called battle strategy, where one can freely absorb any poison in the world. Whether it was Han Yunqi or Bai Yanqing, they had not reached this level. Although both of them were at the second level, Han Yunqi was clearly superior, because, compared to Bai Yanqing, she had a few decades more to understand the third level, and had the opportunity to advance to the third level. Ning Cheng was an outsider, and could not tell that Bai Yanqing's poison had been neutralized, but Gu could tell. When Bai Yanqing released the poison, Gu could smell the poison, but before he could remember to take a closer look at what kind of poison it was, it had disappeared. In other words, before anyone was truly poisoned, the poison had disappeared into thin air. Poison, lass, where's the poison? Gu was incredulous. I ate it. Han Yunqi laughed. Bring me to the wind, and watch out for Bai Yanqing's surprise attack. I want to see how long he can last. Gu did not quite understand, but even if it was a trick, he would do as Poison Lass said. Just like that, Bai Yanqing used the Imperial Wind technique to constantly change the position of the wind, while Gu carried Han Yunqi and kept moving. Every time Bai Yanqing released the poison, Han Yunqi would point it at him. Not only did Bai Yanqing have to use the poison, he also had to deal with the thousands of archers around him. In just a short while, he was hit by several arrows. If not for his superb swordsmanship, he would have been pierced by thousands of arrows. Fortunately, with Gu around, Han Yunqi was able to move in time and safely. Ning Cheng had forgotten about the main character, Bai Yanqing, as he looked up at Gu carrying Han Yunqi around, his eyes unblinking. Finally, Bai Yanqing could not take it anymore and shouted angrily, Han Yunqi, why? You have to give the Feng clan a reason. A sincere reason. Han Yunqi could not help but admire Bai Yanqing. Death was at hand, but he could still be so calm and shamelessly say that he was sincerely convinced, as if he was really innocent. When dealing with a shameless person, one could only be more shameless than him. Han Yunqi still seemed to be joking. All right, if you surrender, I will give you a sincere reason. How about it? Bai Yanqing was so angry that he almost spat out all the old blood in his body. After you are sincerely convinced, the old man will naturally surrender. Bai Yanqing roared angrily, dodging several sharp arrows with a sidestep, and then waved his sword, sweeping out a circle of powerful sword energy. Not only did it shake off the surrounding rain of arrows, it even shook off the two surrounding archers. Ning Cheng gave the order, and the archers behind immediately filled in, not giving Bai Yanqing any time to escape. Uncle Bai, logically speaking, you should indeed surrender after you are sincerely convinced, but if you are not sincerely convinced, I have a way to capture you. Han Yunqi smiled, and Gu had already made his move. If it was a normal situation, Bai Yanqing would have already destroyed Gu's thorny vine seeds. but facing the rain of arrows and traps, he simply could not care less. 2 of the 3 thorny vine seeds fell to the ground, and in an instant thorny vines grew out like seaweed, surrounding Bai Yanqing, but not completely surrounding him. Bai Yanqing immediately poisoned the thorny vines, but when all the thorny vines died, the archers all closed in and surrounded him at close range. Bai Yanqing gripped his long sword tightly, and Ning Cheng sneered, "Uncle Bai, your sword is fast, but I can guarantee that you won't be able to kill 1,000 of my people with one strike." Even if Bai Yanqing killed 100 people with one strike, when he waved his sword, the remaining 900 people would definitely shoot arrows. At such a close distance, he did not even have the space to dodge. Bai Yanqing did not even look at Ning Cheng, but looked directly at Han Yunqi and said coldly, "You don't dare to kill me because—" Chapter 830. Han Yunqi wasn't someone who couldn't withstand provocation, but she really wanted to kill Bai Yanqing with her own hands. If it weren't for Bai Yanqing, Gu Beiwe wouldn't have fallen off the cliff, her identity wouldn't have been exposed, and she might still be foolishly staying by Long Feiye's side right now. No matter when Long Feiye would reveal her identity or start using her, at least she would have the chance to ask that question herself. At least she wouldn't be as tired and helpless as she was now. She'd been doing her best to stabilize the situation in Cloud Realm, to balance the powers of Eastern and Western Qin, and to delay the real confrontation. She'd done her best to do everything, but she still didn't know where she stood or which side she should lean towards. She didn't know the truth, so she kept telling herself not to be willful and not to make a random choice. Although she wasn't really a princess of Western Qin, she didn't want to let down a truly loyal family like the D clan. As a princess of Western Qin, she had the right to refuse to revive her country, but she didn't have the right to use this identity to help Long Feiye become enemies with the D clan and destroy the faith of Western Qin's loyal generals. As an independent woman from the modern era, she didn't want to let down her love. Long Feiye, if I wasn't a princess of Western Qin, I would like you. Long Feiye, do you know that I'm actually not a princess of Western Qin? Long Feiye, if I wasn't a princess of Western Qin, would you still like me? Today's pain was all caused by Bai Yanqing. Han Yunqi decided to be willful for once. If she killed Bai Yanqing, the Northern Dynasty's emperors wouldn't be able to threaten Jun Yixie anymore. That was why Bai Yanqing couldn't die yet. But Han Yunqi could cripple his hands. She pulled out Gu's sword and placed it on Bai Yanqing's shoulder. Seeing this, Ning Cheng and Gu were on high alert. The 2 of them stood guard beside Han Yunqi, guarding against Bai Yanqing's counterattack. After all, Han Yunqi was a woman who did not know any martial arts. It was very likely that she would counterattack and take Bai Yanqing as a hostage. "You're right. I don't dare to kill you, but I can cripple you," Han Yunqi said coldly. Bai Yanqing laughed out loud. He was not afraid, nor did he show any signs of counterattacking. He kept laughing. "Han Yunqi, you can't do it." Seeing that Gu and Ning Cheng were on guard, Han Yunqi held her sword with both hands and was about to slash Bai Yanqing's shoulder. At that moment, Bai Yanqing said coldly, "Gu Beiwe is in my hands. If you cripple me, I guarantee that you'll never see Gu Beiwe again." As soon as he said that, Han Yunqi's sword stopped abruptly. Gu also grabbed her sword at almost the same time. "Gu Beiwe?" Everyone was shocked. Didn't Gu Beiwe fall off the cliff? Could it be that Bai Yanqing found him? How could that be? Han Yunqi didn't believe it. After Gu Beiwe had fallen off the cliff that night, they'd confirmed that the dark-robed assassin had left. Then Chu Shifeng had immediately led the Shadow Guard down to search for him. Bai Yanqing was the dark-robed assassin himself. There was no way he'd come down the cliff so quickly, much less find him before Chu Shifeng and the rest. "Ridiculous! Why should I believe you?" Han Yunqi demanded in disbelief. Bai Yanqing took out a white jade hairpin from his sleeve. Han Yunqi's heart almost stopped at the sight of it. She recognized this hairpin. Gu Beiwe wore very few accessories on his body. In fact, you could say that he didn't have any at all. All his hair was held together by this simple hairpin. His snow-white robes and ink-black hair were enough to surpass all other brocade garments. No one would ever forget him for the rest of their lives. Every time Han Yunchi saw him, he'd used this same hairpin. How could Han Yunchi not recognize it? Why is Gu Beiwei in your hands? What did you do to him? Han Yunchi was so anxious that she almost lost control. But Ning Cheng grabbed Bai Yanqing by the collar and roared, "You traitor! You knew he was a descendant of the Shadow Clan, but you still dared to attack him. Bai Yanqing, can you face the Imperial Clan? Are you worthy of your Wind Clan's ancestors?" Fortunately, Gu was here. Fortunately, Gu hadn't lost all reason. Seeing Bai Yanqing silently stretch out his hand from behind his back, Gu immediately snatched the sword from Han Yunchi's hand and pointed it at his heart. "You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, my sword won't have eyes." Gu's words reminded Han Yunchi and Ning Cheng, and the two regained their senses. The surrounding archers pressed on even tighter, and Bai Yanqing could only put down his hand. He looked at him suspiciously. "Ning Cheng, why do you say that old man killed Gu Beiwei? You're slandering old man and slandering the Wind Clan's loyalty. What are your intentions?" Bai Yanqing couldn't figure out why Han Yunchi would turn against the Wind Clan. After hearing Ning Cheng's words, he mistakenly thought that Han Yunchi had been instigated by Ning Cheng. Although he was indeed the black-clothed assassin, how could Ning Cheng know about this? Even Gu Beiwei and Han Yunchi, the two parties involved, didn't know the truth. How could Ning Cheng have guessed it? This must be Ning Cheng's mistake. Han Yunchi laughed. She took out a poison. This poison was none other than the blood at dawn that she had used on Bai Yanqing's shoulder. This was a newly grown poison from the poison pool. Seeing this, Bai Yanqing was shocked. On the night he assassinated Gu Beiwei, the poisonous beast bit his shoulder. The poisonous beast's teeth were poisonous. He was shocked at first, thinking that the poisonous beast had recovered. Later, he found out that the poison wasn't from the poisonous beast's teeth, but something that had been added to the teeth. He didn't have time to think about it carefully. He immediately determined that the poison was the commonly seen throat sealing at dawn, and put it into his poison storage space. After that, he didn't think much about it. After all, Han Yunchi wasn't the only one who had the throat sealing at dawn poison. Han Yunchi had used this poison on him, so he wouldn't leave any evidence behind. He never thought that the poison that night wasn't the throat sealing at dawn, but the new poison in Han Yunchi's hands. At first glance, the toxicity was very similar to the throat sealing at dawn, but in reality, the antidote was very different. At least with his ability, he wouldn't be able to cure the poison in a day or two. This poison would take effect in one night. He couldn't wait for a day or two. Therefore, if he didn't ask Han Yunchi for the antidote, he would definitely die. Bai Yanqing was shocked. He didn't think that Han Yunchi's thoughts were more meticulous than he thought. However, he didn't give up. He didn't understand. He was still alive, so why would Han Yunchi suspect him? "What do you mean?" He continued to play dumb. "This is called blood at dawn. It's my new poison. There are only 2 copies in this world. One is with me, and the other was put into your poison storage space that night. If you don't believe me, you can go and look for it." Han Yunchi said with a cold smile. Bai Yanqing was dumbfounded. He couldn't speak for a long time. How did Han Yunchi know that he had a poison storage space? That night, when the little thing bit you, the poison immediately disappeared after you were poisoned. If that wasn't because of the poison storage space, then what was it? Han Yunchi said coldly. "Also, the one who fought with me in the Lost Path was also you. The new poison I used at the end, you couldn't cure it. You just put it into your poison storage space. You pretended to spend 2 hours to cure the poison, but that was just a smokescreen. You were afraid that I would guess that you had a poison storage space forever. Unfortunately, I guessed it. Bai Yanqing, you're not Jun Yixie's servant. You're Jun Yixie's master. The one who spread the poison fog on Fishery Island was none other than you. You're not just the head of the Wind Clan. You're also a descendant of the Poison Sect. You knew that Gubeiwa was a descendant of the Shadow Clan, but you still killed him. You're disloyal to Western Qin. You knew that I was a descendant of the Poison Sect, but you refused to acknowledge me. You're disloyal to the Poison Sect. Han Yunqi exposed the truth with every word of her accusation. Bai Yanqing stared blankly at her, speechless for a long time. Everything he'd carefully planned had been seen through by this girl. That was why she and Ningqing had worked together to trick him into the palace and lure him into a trap. Even what Ningqing had done to Gu last night had been a show for him to see. Han Yunqi hesitated, then continued. Also, you used Tianshan Kenzo's sword skills to assassinate Gubeiwa. You purposely imitated the Long Fei in order to sow discord between me and the Long Fei, as well as Gubeiwa and the Long Fei. If I'm not wrong, if I don't expose you today, you'll soon tell Ningqing that the dark-robed assassin used Tianshan Kenzo's sword skills to assassinate Gubeiwa. You want to add oil to the flames of hatred between Eastern and Western Qin. You want nothing more than for Ningqing and I to lose our minds and mobilize our troops south to fight the Long Fei to the death. You, on the other hand, are waiting for Jun Yixie's battle steed. You want to be the fisherman. Ningqing was stunned. Only now did he know that the dark-robed assassin knew Tianshan, Kenzo's sword skills. If Han Yunqi had told him earlier, he definitely wouldn't have been as rational as he was now. He definitely wouldn't have believed that this was all Bai Yanqing's scheme. Ningqing couldn't help but feel heartache when he saw Han Yunqi's angry expression. This woman must have thought through everything so deeply to be able to weigh everything so well. She knew what to say and what not to say. She knew when to say and when not to say. Ningqing even felt a bit guilty about his previous suspicions. Han Yunqi secretly let out a sigh of relief. She had finally found a chance to mention the Tianshan Kenzo's sword skills. If she said it at this point, Ningqing wouldn't blame her for hiding it. Bai Yanqing, the enemy's hatred can never compare to the betrayal of your family. Western Qin's biggest enemy is your Wind Clan, followed by East Qin. Han Yunqi's words were actually for Ningqing to hear. Bai Yanqing was completely convinced. He only had one question that he couldn't understand. Han Yunqi, how did you know that the poison in my shoulder was cured that night? Not to mention being far away. Even if they were close, they wouldn't have been able to tell. The kind of poison needed time to activate. So you admit it. Han Yunqi gave a cold laugh. Tell me why. Bai Yanqing was a bit excited. He had failed because of this detail. So how could he be satisfied if he didn't figure it out? I can tell you why. Tell me, what is your relationship with my mother? Han Yunqi coldly asked. Bai Yanqing was surprised at first, but then he broke out in laughter. He avoided this topic and threw the white jade hairpin to Han Yunqi. Let me go immediately. Otherwise, I guarantee that in 3 days, Gubeiwa will be cut into 10,000 pieces. Immediately hand over Gubeiwa. Otherwise, I guarantee that I'll cut you into 10,000 pieces right now. Han Yunqi sternly warned. Who would have thought that Bai Yanqing would have an indifferent expression? Please. The chips were even, so they were the winners. Chapter 831. Bai Yanqing's attitude was unyielding. Even when Han Yunqi's sword was about to hit him, he still didn't move an inch to stare calmly at Han Yunqi. In the end, Han Yunqi was defeated. Everything came to an abrupt halt as her sword touched Bai Yanqing's body. Bai Yanqing was the head of the Wind Clan, while Gubeiwa was the only descendant of the Shadow Clan. Between the two, Bai Yanqing's value was obviously higher than Gubeiwa's. Thus, if it was a life for a life, Han Yunqi and the rest would have profited. Gubeiwa's death would have been worth it. But how could Han Yunqi measure Gubeiwa's life in terms of value? She couldn't do it. As soon as Han Yunqi stopped, Bai Yanqing's lips rose into a mocking smile. He long knew that Han Yunqi wouldn't be able to do it. Suddenly, Ning Chung pressed down on Han Yunqi's sword and thrust it forward. The blade was about to pierce Bai Yanqing's body. "Don't!" Han Yunqi yanked the sword back and tossed it aside. Bai Yanqing didn't move or speak, but began to laugh coldly. The sneer on his lips was an eyesore to Ning Chung. "Princess, this subordinate believes that Gu Beiyue's sacrifice will be a glorious one. His death will be the Shadow Clan's greatest glory," Ning Chung declared. Han Yunqi finally understood why Ning Qing was willing to give Ning and to Emperor Tianhui and Ning Jing to the Tang clan. She should have realized long ago that Ning Qing was even willing to sacrifice his own little sister for the sake of Western Qin's imperial clan and its mission and glory. How could anyone else do the same? Han Yunqi stared blankly at Bai Yanqing and muttered, "But I can't do it!" "Princess," Ning Chung wanted to persuade her, but Han Yunqi raised her hand to stop him. She knew what Ning Chung wanted to say. Ning Chung wanted to compare the power of the Wind Clan and the Shadow Clan. As long as they crippled Bai Yanqing and handed Bai Yanqing to the Northern Dynasty's emperors, the Northern Dynasty's emperors would have the capital to restrain Jun Yixia. At that time, the Northern Li royal family would have their cavalry, while Jun Yixia would have his war horses. The two of them would be evenly matched, and they would be able to fight for at least a year and a half. In this way, the Ning family would have no worries about the future. Of the Shadow Clan, only Gu Beiyue remained. Moreover, Gu Beiyue's shadow technique hadn't fully recovered yet. With Gu Beiyue's life, why wouldn't it be worth it to ruin the Wind Clan scheme? They had spent so much effort not to raise the flag and even concealed her whereabouts. Wasn't it all for this moment? Ning Chung, Western Qin has been restored, but the brave and loyal soldiers of Western Qin have all been sacrificed. What's the point? Han Yunqi asked. "Princess, now is not the time to talk about this." On this matter, Ning Chung didn't want to give in at all, even if he was facing the princess of Western Qin. He drew his sword, but Gu stopped him. "You don't have the right to make a decision for Gu Beiyue." "I know his choice." Ning Chung exerted force, but he couldn't resist Gu's strength. "Do you think that if you let him go now, he will let Gu Beiyue go?" Ning Chung asked angrily. "At least, Gu Beiyue didn't die for Western Qin," Han Yunqi insisted. "The Shadow Clan's mission is to die for Western Qin. So is the D Clan," Ning Qing said loudly. This sentence wasn't actually said by him, but by his grandfather and father. They told him before they died, and he would never forget it. "This princess refuses." Han Yunqi was also angry. This was the first time she acknowledged her identity as Western Qin's princess. She was telling Ning Chung that she wasn't negotiating with him, but ordering him. "Princess." Ning Chung couldn't accept it, but he didn't dare to disobey. Han Yunqi looked at the archers and Lung ordered, "Everyone retreat!" Ning Chung clenched his right fist. He was full of dissatisfaction, but he could only hold it in. He gave the leader of the archers a look, and 1,000 archers retreated. Bai Yanqing slowly patted the dust off his body and tidied his clothes. He was about to leave when Han Yunqi said coldly, "If you dare to hurt Gu Beiyue, you'll have to bear the consequences." Cold laughter, Bai Yanqing swaggered off. As for Bai Yuqiao, he had forgotten about him. Perhaps he thought that his disciple had been shot to death by the arrows. The moment Bai Yanqing left, Ning Chung threw his sword to the ground. His originally cold face was frighteningly cold. Even Ning In, who had just brought Mu Linger over, didn't dare to say anything. Gu didn't care about him. He only had eyes for Poison Girl. "Poison Girl, you're still Qi Brothers' Poison Girl." Gu muttered to himself. "What?" Han Yunqi glanced at him. "I'm scolding you. Forget it if you didn't hear it." Gu teased. No one knew how fast his heart was beating just now. He was afraid that the Poison Girl he liked would become a princess who wanted to restore her country. She would sacrifice Gu Beiyue for the sake of righteousness. He couldn't imagine if Han Yunqi made the decision to sacrifice Gu Beiwe. Would he continue to protect her unconditionally or say no to her? Fortunately, Poison Girl was still the same Poison Girl. Han Yunqi didn't pursue Gu's joke. She looked at Ning Cheng's cold side profile and felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Ning Cheng, she was about to speak when Ning Cheng turned to leave. Ning Cheng, you've sacrificed so many times. This time, it's the royal family's turn to sacrifice for you. Han Yunqi shouted. Ning Cheng was stunned when he heard this. Ning was stunned as well. Tears welled up in her eyes, but it wasn't clear if it was because she felt wronged or relieved. Ning Cheng stood there for a long time before he finally turned around. He stopped discussing Gu Beiwe and said seriously, "Princess, we have to find a way to meet the Northern Dynasty's emperors as soon as possible." Han Yunqi shook her head. "No, there's someone even more anxious than us." "Who?" Ning Cheng asked. Long Fei. Han Yunqi hadn't said this name in a long time. Long Fei? Ning Cheng didn't understand. As long as we leak accurate information to Long Fei, he'll definitely be more anxious than us to make a move. Han Yunqi paused and decided to go all out. Long Fei Yi has always had spies and spies in Northernly. The horse plague in Northernly was caused by him. Ning Cheng was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect Long Fei to have already extended his hand into Northernly. He already found out that Juni Xie was buying horses from the Winter Crow tribe, but he might not have been able to find out the number. Han Yunqi said, truthfully, although Jun Xie's 100,000 cavalry could destroy the Ning clan army, Long Fei Yi would have to face 100,000 cavalry if the Ning clan army died. His soldiers wouldn't be able to fight against 100,000 cavalry. Therefore, Long Fei Yi and Ning Cheng were on the same side. They both hoped that the Northern Li imperial family could restrain the Feng clan. Ning Cheng wasn't stupid. He pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "The D clan will definitely send an envoy. If Long Fei Yi cooperates with Northern Li, Western Qin will be in danger." Han Yunqi couldn't deny this point. At this time Mu Lingner shouted, Bai Yuqiao is still alive." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Bai Yuqiao, who had been shot several times, was actually moving her hand. "Save her," everyone said in unison. Bai Yuqiao was Jun Xie's junior sister and Bai Yanqing's disciple. She definitely knew everything about Bai Yanqing. Not only did everyone say in unison, but their first thought was, "We must find out the whereabouts of Gu Beiwe from Bai Yuqiao." Han Yunqi and Mu Ling hurriedly performed first aid on Bai Yuqiao. Ning and quickly found an imperial physician. After a round of emergency treatment, Bai Yuqiao's life was finally saved, but she wouldn't wake up for a while. Han Yunqi and Ning Cheng plotted and sent the envoy to Northern Li. After that, they were finally free to talk to Gu, and Mu Ling are alone. However, before they could speak, Ning came over. "Your Highness, this subordinate has personally selected a few servants to follow Long Zun to Medical City. Would you like to take a look?" Ning asked respectfully. Han Yunqi only felt that Ning An's attitude was a little different, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She didn't know that it was her words, "The imperial family sacrificed themselves for you," that had shaken Ning An's heart. It had made this woman, who had long turned to ash, see the meaning of life. Her previous respect was due to Han Yunqi's status, but now it was due to her respect for Han Yunqi as a person. Han Yunqi glanced at Gu, a complicated look flashing through her eyes. In the end, she agreed to Ning An's request. "And let's go take a look." Ning followed Han Yunqi's instructions and arranged for an old maid, a eunuch, a palace maid, 3 imperial bodyguards, and a child to play with Long Zun. Gu and Mu Ling didn't take this matter to heart. The two of them waited on the side for Ning and to leave so that they could talk to Han Yunqi. They originally thought that Han Yunqi would be done with just a glance, but who knew that Han Yunqi would walk over and seriously size up each person from head to toe. Gu faintly smelled the scent of poison, but he wasn't sure, so he didn't ask anything. After a careful inspection, Han Yunqi nodded to Ning. And are you sending them off today? How long will it take to reach Medical City? Yes, immediately. It'll take at least 7 days to reach Medical City from here, Ning replied. Han Yunqi took a purple tassel. Take this and go directly to Vice Academy Headshin. Your Highness, this isn't this. Ning didn't understand. Expose our whereabouts. Han Yunqi asked. Ning had her doubts. Han Yunqi replied. Previously, we concealed our whereabouts to deceive by Yanqing. Now that it's over, we naturally have to hang the flag. Have Ning Cheng prepare. I'm going to personally lead the expedition. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Cheng came in through the door. This subordinate has already prepared everything. I'll escort the princess to the battlefield at any time. Han Yunqi didn't stop delaying. She would delay for as long as she could. After all, if she personally led the expedition, she would become an enemy of Long Fei. However, she knew that Ning Qing wouldn't let her delay any longer. She also couldn't find a reasonable reason to delay. Rather than delaying any longer and arousing Ning Cheng's suspicions, it was better to follow Ning Cheng's wishes and go to the battlefield. At least, she would have a chance to see Long Fei. No matter what, Long Fei would go to the battlefield. Long Zun's retainers were heading north with her questions. It would take them 7 days to reach Medical City. As long as Shin Jueming saw them, he'd definitely see her questions. She trusted that he'd pass on her message to Long Fei as well. She was sincerely heading north, but she herself was keeping an eye on the Western Qin princess. She would wear a mask of hatred and head south to see Long Fei. From here to the battlefield, it would only take about 7 days. Long Fei, if you have the heart, then find a way to meet him. After Han Yunqi and Ning Qing finished discussing the matter of raising the flag, Gu and Mu Linger finally had time to speak with Han Yunqi alone. Gu said, Chapter 832. Gu asked, Poison girl, did you poison him just now? Gu couldn't figure out why Han Yunqi would poison Long Zun's servant. Although he couldn't tell what kind of poison it was, he was sure that it wasn't a strong poison. It was a slow-acting poison. Shu. Han Yunqi whispered. If Ning Cheng's men heard about this, she probably wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Gu leaned closer. Tell me secretly. Mu Ling also immediately leaned over. I'll just eavesdrop. In just one night, Mu Ling had already freed herself from the disappointment of last night. On this mainland, she was definitely the girl with the best self-healing ability. Of course, it was only limited to heartache. And when it came to physical injuries, Gu was the one with the best self-healing ability. In this aspect, the two of them could be considered a match made in heaven. Han Yunqi only replied with 2 words. It's a secret. I won't tell anyone. Gu immediately promised. Me too, before Mu Ling could finish her sentence. Han Yunqi said, Call me big sister, and I'll tell you. Mu Ling immediately turned her head away. Humph. Girl, hurry up and call me big sister, Gu urged domineeringly. Mu Ling immediately turned her head. She looked like she was going to call out, but when she saw Gu's beautiful face, she just let out a humph. Han Yunqi was sure that Mu Ling wouldn't call out. Gu pursed his lips and couldn't be bothered with her. Han Yunqi, do you hate Long Fei? Do you want to take revenge? Do you want to fight with him? Will you use poison on him? Mu Ling suddenly asked a series of questions. In fact, after seeing Han Yunqi last night, she was anxious to clarify this matter. She asked on behalf of Qi brother. Han Yunqi's eyes dimmed as she asked, Ling, do you still remember Mute Granny? Long Fei killed him. I had my suspicions back then, but you didn't believe me. Mu Ling's anger was ignited in an instant. Her feelings for Mute Granny were no less than her feelings for her own grandmother. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to stop Long Fei Ye's carriage. In fact, now that she thought about it carefully, she could also guess that half of the reason why she stopped the carriage was because of Chi Brother's instigation. In other words, Chi Brother actually knew the truth long ago. However, no matter what, she would not say anything bad about Chi Brother in front of Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi looked at Gu, but Gu immediately avoided her gaze. However, he quickly turned back and said, "I lied to you." "Why?" Han Yunqi asked. Gu and Long Fei Yi had always been on opposite sides. Gu had no reason to lie to her about this matter. Moreover, with his character, it would be strange if he didn't use any means to expose Long Fei Ye's weakness. This was too illogical. Han Yunqi was dissatisfied with Gu's deception, but she couldn't figure out the reason. Moreover, there was another matter that she couldn't understand. Why? Gu's eyes flashed with bitterness. The reason was none other than his agreement with Long Fei Yi. He would help Long Fei Yi keep the secret of Mute Granny's death, and Long Fei Yi would help him keep the secret of immortality. Gu Qishao told him the truth of the past. He had failed to kidnap Mute Granny at the U Pavilion, and then plotted to expose Long Fei Yi. However, Han Yunqi had helped Long Fei Yi instead, causing him to lose the entire medicine Ghost Valley. He only told her the truth up to here. Poison Girl, the reason is very simple. It's because you believe him and not me. No matter what I do, you won't believe me, right? Gu questioned her word by word. His tone was fierce and cold. Poison Girl, actually I didn't lie to you. It's you who didn't believe me. What right do you have to question me? He was so serious as he questioned her seriously. Han Yunqi was stunned. She felt as if her heart had been kicked by Gu. It was so painful that her soul was awakened. This was indeed the truth. But why did she suddenly feel so uncomfortable? This was the man who had been mischievous towards her since the first time they met. No matter how cruelly she rejected this man, he would never be fierce or cold to her. But now he was suddenly so cold to her. How deeply had she hurt him back in the medicine Ghost Valley? He was trying his best to expose the truth about Long Fei Yi and help her. But she was unreasonable and took away the medicine Ghost Valley that he had painstakingly built. Han Yunqi recalled Gu's experiences when he was young. She couldn't imagine how much effort and price this guy had paid to establish the medicine Ghost Valley. Han Yunqi stared at Gu in a daze. Her hands and her sleeves had long been clenched. Her nails dug deep into her palms, and she seemed to be punishing herself. Han Yunqi was disgusted by herself for the first time. Mu Ling watched from the side. She didn't dare to make a sound. She was very surprised. Last night, Chi Brother was still shouting that he wanted to apologize. Why? Why was he questioning and scolding Han Yunqi like this when he saw her? Would Han Yunqi believe him if he didn't use such a cruel method? Wouldn't she insist on a reasonable explanation? Gu had no other choice. Looking at Han Yunqi's guilty and hurt expression, his heart ached so much that he almost couldn't help but pull her into his arms and tell her the truth. He wanted to tell her that the medicine Ghost Valley wasn't taken away by her, but that he had willingly given it to her. If he hadn't willingly given it to her, even Long Fei Yi wouldn't have been able to take away the medicine Ghost Valley from him, let alone her unreasonable words back then. After a while, Han Yunqi looked up and said calmly, "Old ghost, I'm sorry." "Poison lass, I'm sorry," Gu said almost at the same time. However, he said it in his heart. "It's no use apologizing. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Gu's tone was still serious. Before Han Yunqi could answer, he said very seriously, "How about you compensate me with your body?" Han Yunqi was stunned. Mu Ling was even more dumbfounded. Only Gu suddenly burst out laughing. He laughed very happily and said, "Poison lass, think about it." Han Yunqi finally heaved a sigh of relief. This guy could still joke. At least it meant that he was fine. She kicked Gu away. Mu Ling, Oi's pale face finally regained some color. Old ghost, so you were also the one who tried to assassinate Long Fei in the U prison. You, Han Yunqi still asked directly, weren't you stabbed in the heart by Long Fei back then? How? Han Yunqi's eyes stared at Gu's heart. Mu Ling suddenly shouted, What? There's actually such a thing? Chi brother, why didn't you tell me? Gu rolled his eyes at her. What are you making a fuss about? Long Fei, you made a mistake. He didn't stab my heart at all back then. He missed. As he spoke, he tore open his clothes. What kind of monster do you all think I am? How can I still live after being stabbed in the heart? Mu Ling immediately covered her eyes. Hooligan. Han Yunqi looked at him seriously. She had to admit that Gu was more beautiful than a woman, but his body was definitely a man's. His chest muscles were firm and well-defined, making one's imagination run wild. Han Yunqi had seen more attractive men than this, so she didn't have time to think too much. She looked seriously at Gu's heart. There was indeed no wound, but beside his heart, about 3 inches away, there was a scar. In fact, if she looked carefully, she would definitely find that the scar was actually a new one. It was at most 3 days ago. However, Han Yunqi didn't go so far as to touch him. Mu Ling, his fingers revealed a gap. When she saw Chi brother's chest, her little face immediately turned crimson, as if it was on fire and was about to burst into flames. Although Long Fei Yi firmly believed that he had stabbed the assassin's heart, Han Yunqi still believed Gu when she saw the wound. It was a thrilling battle at night, so it was normal for her to make a mistake. How could Han Yunqi imagine that there were really immortals in this world? Han Yunqi's doubts about Gu were finally resolved. Afraid that Han Yunqi would ask more questions, Gu quickly closed his lapel and changed the topic. Poison girl, if you want to lead the army to the south, Chi brother will accompany you. We'll kill Long Fei Yi. You can't trust his words anymore. Gu couldn't figure out why Long Fei Yi had killed Mute Granny, but now he understood. Long Fei Yi had killed Mute Granny to hide Han Yunqi's identity. Compared to Mute Granny's lies, Long Fei Yi knew that Han Yunqi was a descendant of Western Qin, but he still used her. His crime was unforgivable. The descendants of the Eastern, Western Qin royal family had fought fair and square, and the winner was king while the loser was in the wrong. Gu despised people who used women. Han Yunqi's heart was filled with emotions. Even a free and easy person like Gu believed that the descendants of the Eastern, Western Qin royal family were old enemies and would always be enemies, not to mention other people. This was also the reason why she didn't let Gu and Mu Ling help her pass a message to Long Fei Yi. How could she explain that she didn't hate Long Fei Yi to make Gu and Mu Ling believe her? How could a Western Qin princess not hate an East Qin prince? How could she let Gu send that kind of letter to Long Fei Yi and ask Long Fei Yi about his feelings for her? She understood how well Gu Qishao treated her. Gu and Mu Ling weren't from the Eastern, Western Qin camp, so the hatred between the Eastern and Western Qin had nothing to do with them. Han Yunqi didn't want to get too deeply involved with them. After all, she had to leave a way out for them. She was clearer than anyone about the consequences of becoming enemies with Long Fei Yi. Old ghost, Ling, can you help me with something? It's very important. I only trust you too. Han Yunqi lowered her voice. Speak, Gu said without any hesitation. Wake up Bai Yuqiao. Interrogate Bai Yuqiao and find Gu Beiwa. Han Yunqi seriously said. Even if it was Ning Cheng's people, she didn't trust them. Gu Beiwa was in Bai Yanqing's hands, so no one knew what was going on. If she let Ning Cheng's people rescue him, she couldn't guarantee that Ning Cheng wouldn't choose to sacrifice Gu Beiwa again in order to capture Bai Yanqing. Thus, she only trusted Gu Qishao on this matter. Gu's face turned serious, and he said in a low voice, I'm indebted to him. No matter which tribe he is from, I'll definitely save him. I'll definitely save him too. Mu Ling are also said seriously. Qi brothers' benefactor was her benefactor. Ning Qing still trusts me now. I'll tell him later to leave this matter to the two of you. Bai Yuqiao will stay here. He and I will head south tomorrow, Han Yunqi said. As long as she and Ning Cheng went south tomorrow, it would be much easier for Gu to deal with Ning, and understood. I'll definitely do it. Gu's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. Han Yunqi really did manage to convince Ning Qing. The next day, Ning Qing officially acknowledged Han Yunqi's identity and announced it to the world, confirming the authenticity of the rumors. Han Yunqi hung the Western Qin military flag and led the troops stationed around the imperial city to escort Han Yunqi to the south. She was going to personally lead an expedition. Long Fei Yi had just arrived at the military camp when he received the news. Mo said, "This is Han Yunqi paying back the debt she owed to Pill Fiend Pharmacy." Chapter 833. As soon as Long Fei Yi arrived at the barracks, he received news that Han Yunqi was personally leading the expedition. His travel-worn figure came to an abrupt halt at the gates of the barracks, his naturally cold expression growing even colder. Although he knew that Ning Qing had already kidnapped Han Yunqi and taken her to Tianning's capital, and that Han Yunqi would personally lead the expedition as soon as she arrived, he still felt caught off guard by the news. Han Yunqi leading the expedition meant that all his efforts over the past few days had gone to waste. No matter how much he doubted Han Yunqi's identity, the Tang clan and the Bailey army would never believe his excuses again. Princess of Western Qin, you must hate your lordship to the core. Long Fei Yi took out the 2 letters he'd been hiding on his person. One was the purple letter he'd written to Han Yunqi after Gu Beiwa's death and his identity as East Qin was announced. It only contained one sentence. Han Yunqi, do you still believe in me? The other was an empty letter from Han Yunqi. He hadn't seen her after rushing to Medical City, only the purple letter she'd left on the table. He'd never been able to figure out the meaning of the empty letter. Now that she was leading the expedition herself, wasn't that a clear indication of her stance? Could it be that Ning Qing was the one who forced her to lead the troops? Thinking up to here, Long Fei Yi's lips quirked up in a self-mocking smile. Why would he think that? Han Yunqi was the princess of Western Qin, and she knew he'd deceived her for so long. How could she not hate him? She must have resented his identity as well as his deceit. Long Fei Yi suddenly regretted it. Perhaps he shouldn't have hidden it from her. If he hadn't, perhaps she'd hate him less. Your Highness, you finally returned. Bailey Yuanlong's delighted voice carried over. Long Fei Yi silently put away the letters. Your Highness, Han Yunqi is personally leading an expedition in Tianning's capital. She's under Ning Cheng's escort, leading her troops south. She was the princess of Western Qin. There was no mistake about it. Now that things have gotten to this point, I ask your Highness to quickly declare your position and raise the army's morale. Bailey Yuanlong said anxiously. As soon as his voice fell, 2 familiar faces appeared in front of Long Fei Yi. They were none other than Tang Zijin and Tang Yiru. Fei, this is no small matter. As I see it, before Aunt Ru could finish her sentence, Long Fei Yi asked Tang Zijin coldly, when did the rules of the Tang sect change? What about Tang Li? Call me over immediately. Fei, with the enemy before us, the Tang clan's rules can be abolished. Han Yunqi. Aunt Ru wanted to explain herself, but Long Fei Yi didn't give her a chance. He was in a bad mood to begin with, so Aunt Ru was simply asking for trouble. As a traitor of the Tang clan, what right do you have to talk to your lordship about the enemy before us? Tang Zijin, take her back to wherever you brought her from. Otherwise, don't blame your lordship for being impolite. You should know that the Tang clan and the Shadow Guard have the same rules, but anyone who violates them will be killed without mercy. At his words, everyone recalled how Long Fei Yi had crippled Chu Shifeng's martial arts and sent him back to Celestial Mountain. Tang Yiru shut her mouth. The Tang clan wasn't one of the 7 noble families, but a secret guard of the East Qin imperial clan. All of its expenses came from the imperial clan. Every year, the Tang clan would send a group of guards to the imperial clan to protect its members with hidden weapons. Because of the Tang clan's concealment skills, it was mostly safe and sound after the East Qin Empire was destroyed. Long Fei's grandfather had survived under its protection. Long Fei Ye's father had fallen in love with Tang Yuan. The Tang clan's rules of not marrying outside the clan were invalid to the imperial clan. Moreover, because the Tang clan status was inferior to the 7 noble families, Tang Yuan couldn't be made empress, but Consort won. Thus, although Long Fei Yi was the last crown prince of East Qin, he could only call his mother Mu Fei instead of Empress Mother. In other words, if not for the fact that Tang Yuan was Long Fei Ye's mother, anyone in the Tang clan would have the same status as Chu Shifeng and the other shadow guards. They had no right to speak in front of Long Fei Yi, much less argue with him. Even Bailey Yuanlong was afraid at the sight of Long Fei Ye's icy expression, to say nothing of Tang Zijin and Tang Yiru. "Someone come, take Tang Yiru back." Tang Zijin was the first to speak up. He knew that he'd be in danger if he kept arguing. "Did Tang Li tell you to release her?" Long Fei Yi asked. "It has nothing to do with Tang Li." But this subordinate considered the importance of the matter, and Tang Yiru had countermeasures, so Long Fei Yi was so irascible that he didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence. Coldly, he said, without the clan head's permission, "You took a criminal away from the Tang clan. That's the same as betrayal. Someone come. Take these 2 back to the Tang clan for the clan head to deal with." Tang Yiru wanted to retort, but Tang Zijin held her back. He regretted not listening to his wife and acting so rashly. Now he'd made things difficult for his son. Fortunately, before Long Fei arrived, he and his sister had already spoken with General Bailey for an entire day. He believed that the general wouldn't disappoint them. As soon as the Tang siblings left, General Bailey said what they hadn't said. "Your Highness, Han Yunqi was once the Qin Wangfei and was in charge of the South Central Military Governor's estate. She has considerable prestige in the army, but her current status has greatly damaged the morale of our East Qin soldiers. Many people in the army are saying that you—" Bailey Yuanlong hesitated for a moment, but still resolutely continued. "They're all saying that you've been used by a woman. In this general's humble opinion, Your Highness should personally step forward and clarify this matter. With Your Highness's intelligence and wisdom, how could you be used by a woman? Your Highness should be the one using Han Yunqi." How could this be Bailey Yuanlong's humble opinion? This was Tang Yiru's idea. As long as Long Fei Yi publicly admitted that he'd used Han Yunqi, it would be impossible for the 2 of them to be together. Long Fei Yi coldly looked at Bailey Yuanlong and didn't say anything for a while. Unlike Tang Zijin and Aunt Ru, Bailey Yuanlong didn't have anything on Long Fei Yi. He faced this matter openly and without fear. "Your Highness, regardless of whether or not you've really used Han Yunqi, you must express your stance in order to stabilize the morale of the army," Bailey Yuanlong said seriously. "What's Gu Beiyue's whereabouts?" Long Fei Yi changed the topic. Bailey Yuanlong directly knelt down. "On behalf of all the nameless soldiers of the Bai clan who sacrificed themselves, this general asks Your Highness to reconsider." Long Fei Ye's cold eyes were as deep as a cold lake, bottomless and impossible to see through. He squatted down and said to Bailey Yuanlong word for word, "General Bailey, this crown prince represents the East Qin imperial family's ancestors to tell you that my East Qin imperial family is not incompetent and shameless enough to use a woman to wash away our shame, recover our homeland, and conquer this land. This crown prince believes that this action is not something your Bailey army's thousands of soldiers will agree with. If the morale of the army cannot be stabilized, this crown prince will be cursed by the world. If you let the Western Qin princess win the pity of the world, can you bear the consequences?" Bailey Yuanlong was stunned. He couldn't kneel properly and almost fell to the ground. As soon as Long Fei finished speaking, he rose to his feet and headed for the camp. Coldly he said, "If Gu Beiwa has any news, report it quickly. You better not lie to your lordship." Bailey Yuanlong finally realized that this matter would damage the East Qin Crown Prince's reputation and cause the dissatisfaction of the world. After all, once the East and Western Qin officially declared war, they would need a reason, and the reason would be the enmity of the past. The East and Western Qin each had their own version of the past, which side the world believed was very important to the situation. Bailey Yuanlong secretly rejoiced, rejoicing that His Highness was wise. Otherwise, Tang Zijin and his wife would have ruined this matter. Han Yunqi and Ning Cheng would transfer troops over, and the two sides would be evenly matched. In this kind of situation, the morale of the army was important, but the morale of the people was even more important. The morale of the army was also the people's hearts. The morale of the people would affect the morale of the army. Bailey Yuanlong quickly chased after him and presented a letter. "Your Highness, a letter from Chu Tianyin." Chu Tianyin. Long Fei was shocked. Chu Tianyin still didn't know about Gu Beiyue's accident. He had written several letters to Medical City, questioning Gu Beiyue's and Han Yunqi's identities. Tang Li had opened all of the letters and passed them on to him. Thinking about it, it had been several days since there had been any news from Chu Tianyin. What did Chu Tianyin mean by sending a letter to the Bailey Manor? What was Chu Tianyin's attitude towards his and Han Yunqi's identities? Long Fei opened the letter and asked coldly, "What does this have to do with Gu Beiwa?" "Your Highness, the person who delivered the letter also sent this. He said it was from Gu Beiwa." Bailey Yuanlong took out a large envelope. This large envelope was none other than the one Long Fei had entrusted to Gu Beiwa. He wanted Gu Beiwa to give it to Han Yunqi. According to Long Fei's plan, the night before he announced himself as the East Qin Crown Prince, Gu Beiwa should have given this large envelope to Han Yunqi and arranged for Han Yunqi to leave Medical City to see him. While he was worried about Gu Beiyue's whereabouts, he was also worried about the 9 letters in this large envelope. Han Yunqi had written 9 letters saying she missed him, but he had replied with 9 empty letters. The real letters were all in this large envelope. Long Fei opened the large envelope and saw the 9 letters inside, all of them intact. He tightly held the large envelope as his heart felt like it was being blocked by something. His heart was filled with affection, but he couldn't express it. Only he knew that this large envelope contained Gu Beiyue's understanding, trust, and affection for him as the East Qin Crown Prince. At his most desperate moment, Gu Beiyue had used this method to give him hope. Long Fei's greatest joy in his life was not killing Gu Beiyue after discovering his true identity. A loyal and affectionate person had to live. Bailey Yuanlong felt that something was off about His Highness Duke of Qin, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He had long known that Gu Beiyue was a member of the Shadow Clan. Like Chu Shifeng, he assumed that His Highness Duke of Qin had cooperated with Gu Beiyue to hide his identity and use Gu Beiyue. Thus, he couldn't figure out the contents of this large envelope and was filled with curiosity. But no matter how curious he was, he didn't dare to open it. Since these things had been delivered, it meant 2 things. First, Gu Beiyue was still alive. Second, Gu Beiyue and Chu Tianyin had gotten in touch. Long Fei opened the envelope and skimmed through its contents before narrowing his eyes. Wind Clan, it really is the Wind Clan. Although this letter was delivered under Chu Tianyin's name, it really did contain 2 letters. One was from Gu Beiyue to Long Fei, while the other was from Chu Tianyin himself to Long Fei. Gu Beiyue's letter told him all about Bai Yanqing's schemes. Chapter 834. Gu Beiyue's letter exposed all of Bai Yanqing's schemes. That day, Gu Beiyue had been ambushed in the Poison Sect's forbidden grounds. The black-robed assassin was none other than the Wind Clan head Bai Yanqing. That assassination attempt had been a trap from start to finish. Bai Yanqing had thrown Gu Beiwa into the abyss, but had long since planted assassins there. After Gu Beiwa fell off the cliff, they'd kidnapped Gu Beiwa. That night, it looked like Gu Beiwa had fallen off the cliff, but he'd actually been kidnapped. Thus, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find him. Bai Yanqing was also Jun Yixie's master, and the old fox they'd been searching for all this time. He was also a direct descendant of the poison sect and very likely the man of Han Yunqi's birth father, Lady Tinxin. Everything Bai Yanqing had done was to sow discord between Western Qin and East Qin, then stir up hatred and war so he could reap the benefits. After kidnapping Gu Beiwa, Bai Yanqing had trapped him in a forbidden area and cut him off from the rest of the world. He even pretended to be Gu Beiwa's savior. He told Gu Beiwa that he was a descendant of the Wind Clan and had been keeping an eye on Long Fei for a long time. He'd long known of Long Fei's origins and done everything for the sake of today. He wanted to ally with the D clan and use Northern Li's armored cavalry to destroy the last of East Qin's forces and avenge Western Qin's imperial clan. He told Gu Beiwa that he'd exposed Han Yunqi's identity and that Han Yunqi had seen through Long Fei's schemes. She'd already joined forces with Ningqing and was about to personally lead the troops. He also told Gu Beiwa that the Northern Li cavalry would soon reinforce the Ning family army. In less than a year, the East Qin imperial family would be exterminated. How could Bai Yanqing have thought that Gu Beiwa already knew about Long Fei's East Qin Empress and also knew about Han Yunqi's Western Qin Empress? Moreover, he stood on the same side as Long Fei. Bai Yanqing tricked Gu Beiwa, and Gu Beiwa beat him at his own game. While recuperating from his injuries, he secretly contacted Bai Yanqing to understand the real situation. At the same time, he probed Bai Yanqing's various plots and machinations. He promised Bai Yanqing that as long as Bai Yanqing helped him find medicinal pills to restore his internal energy, he was willing to use the power of Medical City to restrict Chang Fei. The last sentence in Gu Beiwa's letter was, "The princess has not seen the letter yet. I hope your highness will reconsider." Her short words were filled with helplessness, as well as determination and decisiveness. Long Fei understood all of it. Han Yunqi had not seen the letter yet. She still did not know the truth. Sincerity. How could he give up? In the past, he'd borrowed Gu Beiwa's hand to deliver the truth and sincerity to Han Yunqi's hands, in his heart. But now, Gu Beiwa was borrowing his hand to deliver the truth and sincerity to Han Yunqi's hands, in his heart. Long Fei had wanted to personally see Han Yunqi. After seeing Gu Beiwa's letter, his heart became even more determined. Since Han Yunqi was going to lead the troops herself, he was waiting for her to come. Long Fei opened Chu Tiannin's letter. Chu Tiannin's meaning was clear. As long as Long Fei agreed to release his father and uncle, he was willing to listen to all of Gu Beiwa's arrangements. Long Fei's heart was filled with emotion. It was Gu Beiwa's idea to subdue Chu Tiannin in the first place. If Gu Beiwa really wanted to take revenge for Western Qin, the skies of Cloud Realm Continent would have changed long ago. He used his sickly body to prop up Han Yunqi's clear skies. Bailey Yuanlong, send orders to stop the attack. Long Fei ordered. Bailey Yuanlong was stunned. He thought he'd heard wrong. Your Highness, you said, what did you say? Stop the attack and send an envoy over. Your lordship wants to negotiate with Han Yunqi. Long Fei said seriously. Your Highness. Bailey Yuanlong grew angry. East Qin has nothing to talk about with them. Your Highness should think of a way to stabilize the troops' morale. Take advantage of the fact that Han Yunqi and Ningqing haven't arrived with reinforcements to finish the battle in one go. At the very least, you'll be able to conquer half of Tianning. Your Highness, Gu Beiwa is still a descendant of the Shadow Clan. Chu Tiannin's stance is unclear, so you mustn't fall for their tricks. Long Fei told Bailey Yuanlong about Bai Yanqing's scheme. Jun Yixie has 30,000 battle horses. They can head south by the beginning of next month at the latest. After that, they have another 60,000 horses. As Long Fei spoke, he leaned forward and narrowed his cold eyes. Word by word, he said, Bailey Yuanlong, you should know better than this crown prince what the consequences of 100,000 cavalry heading south will be. Bailey Yuanlong was flabbergasted. It was at this moment that the Shadow Guard arrived with news from Northern Li's spies. Your Highness, Jun Yixie's 30,000 battle horses have already entered Northern Li's borders. The Northern Dynasty's emperors are already on guard, but they haven't made a move yet, the Shadow Guard reported truthfully. Bailey Yuanlong was even more shocked. Stop the battle. We must stop the battle for now. Your Highness, you must stop the Northern Li cavalry from supporting the Ning clan troops. Bailey Yuanlong finally panicked. He didn't care what conflicts existed between the Wind and D clans, or how ambitious the Wind clan was. He only knew that once the Wind and D clans joined hands, East Qin would be in danger, even if it was just a pretense. Most of the 7 noble families were loyal to Western Qin. Only the Bai clan was truly loyal to East Qin. In terms of strength, East Qin had no advantage. Thus, this was why His Highness Duke of Qin had been searching for the whereabouts of the 7 noble families all these years. Who knew that the Wind clan would gain control of Cloud Realm Continent's most powerful cavalry? Tell noble consort Shao that it's time to move. Also, send Helian Zuexiang and Han Yuni to her, Long Fei said. Noble consort Shao was the spy he'd planted by the Northern Dynasty's emperor's side for years. Finally, she could be put to good use. It was time for Helian Zuexiang to pay the price. Her precious son Han Yuni would definitely be able to force her to sell out by Yanqing and Jun Yixie. After the Shadow Guard left, Long Fei Yi looked at Bailey Yuanlong. Long Fei Yi didn't need to say another word for Bailey Yuanlong to know what to do. Your Highness, this soldier will immediately order a ceasefire. I'll send out an envoy today, Bailey Yuanlong said before striding away. Currently, East Qin had the absolute advantage on the battlefield. The Ning clan troops were being routed one by one. Under these circumstances, East Qin only needed to stop fighting to force the two sides into a stalemate. As long as East Qin's envoy could convince Han Yunqi and Ning Cheng of the Wind clan schemes and the fearsomeness of Northern Li's cavalry, Han Yunqi and Ning Cheng would naturally be on guard against the Wind clan. This way, the Wind clan would have to deal with both the D clan and Northern Li's imperial clan. No matter how many war horses they had, they wouldn't be able to gain an absolute advantage all of a sudden. Originally, the Eastern and Western Qin factions were at odds with each other. But now that the Wind clan schemes had been exposed, the situation had changed. The Wind clan had become the target of public criticism. No matter how great their hatred was, they had to compromise in the face of the threat of extinction. Bailey Yuanlong and Long Fei Yi were worried about how much Han Yunqi and Ning Cheng would believe in them. Compared to them, Han Yunqi and Ning Cheng had more reason to believe in the Wind clan, didn't they? The master and servant pair, and even Gu Beiwa, didn't know that Han Yunqi had exposed Bai Yanqing's true colors before them. She had also tricked Bai Yanqing into giving her exact information on Jun Yixie's war horses. At this moment, Han Yunqi, who was on her way to the battlefield, was looking at the 9 empty letters in her hand in a daze. Others were timid because they were close to home, but she was timid because she was close to home. Or perhaps it could be said that she was even more timid because she was close to her husband. That's right, Long Fei Yi was her husband. What was Long Fei Yi doing right now? Would it be the same as before, where he had to open secret letters one after another before going to bed? The news of her personally leading the army should have reached his ears by now. What would he think of her? If there was a chance and they met, how would he treat her? She didn't dare think about it. It was because once she thought about it that her longing grew wildly, occupying her mind and invading her reason. Long Fei, don't you remember how you said you owed me a formal marriage? Long Fei Yi, do you remember that I said if you didn't return it, I would marry someone else? The horse carriage sped along. 3 days later, Ning Cheng received a letter from the Deputy General saying that East Qin had suddenly stopped fighting and had sent an envoy to say that the East Qin Crown Prince, Long Fei Yi, wanted to negotiate with the princess. Ning Cheng didn't even think about it as he directly gave the letter to Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi almost screamed when she saw the contents of the letter. She never thought that before they even reached the battlefield, there would be this kind of opportunity. This should be Long Fei Ye's first official invitation to her. Could this be considered a date? Princess, as you expected, Long Fei Yi has received news about the war horses. Ning Cheng said. Han Yunqi looked at the letter and didn't make a sound. Actually, other people didn't know how many spies Long Fei Yi had in Northern Li, but she was very clear. With Long Fei Yi's strength, he could go all out. He could quickly fight the Ning family army while using the Northern Li royal family to restrain Jun Yixia. With Long Fei Yi's personality, he would definitely do this. Today, Long Fei Yi actually wanted to personally negotiate with her. Was it really for the matter of the Northern Li war horses? Han Yunqi was pleasantly surprised and also worried. He was negotiating with her as the East Qin Crown Prince, so they couldn't meet alone. There would be many important people on both sides present, so what could they talk about? After being worried, Han Yunqi was also a bit disappointed. She didn't know what the situation was in Medical City. Did Vice Headmaster Shen see what she did to the Longzun servant? Princess, do you agree? Let's set the time and place. Ning Cheng asked. Han Yunqi finally recovered. After hesitating for a bit, she seriously said, "Give me a brush and ink. I'll write a letter to Long Fei Yi." Ning Cheng doubtfully said, "Princess, we can't immediately stop the war, otherwise will be used by Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing was able to obtain the trust of the Northern Dynasty's emperors for all these years, so he must have his own skills. If Eastern and Western Qin suddenly stopped the war, what would the Northern Dynasty's emperors think? Wouldn't they be on guard against Eastern and Western Qin?" Han Yunqi seriously said. Ning Cheng was filled with admiration. The princess was the first to use a woman's heart on a military matter. Ning Cheng immediately personally brought over a brush and ink. Han Yunqi picked up the brush in front of him, so naturally she couldn't write anything else. She only wrote down her worries and suggested that Long Fei Yi negotiate with her before starting the war. However, she requested that the battles for the next few days should be a show and they couldn't be serious. The letter was delivered to Long Fei Yi. Looking at Han Yunqi's handwriting and seeing Han Yunqi's caution and meticulousness, Long Fei Yi suddenly had an illusion that this woman wasn't standing on the opposite side of him. Rather, she was still by his side, working side by side with him, giving him advice. That woman was just as he understood and appreciated. Rational, calm, and intelligent. Han Yunqi, you're so smart. Why can't you guess this prince's heart? At this moment, Han Yunqi was also asking, Long Fei Yi, you're smarter than me. Why can't you guess my heart? A few days later, late at night, Han Yunqi, accompanied by Ning Cheng and a few bodyguards, arrived at a cliff. On the opposite side of the cliff was another cliff. Between the two mountains was an old iron chain bridge. Standing on the iron chain bridge, one could see the battlefield. When Han Yunqi and the others arrived, they saw a tall and proud figure standing in the middle of the iron chain bridge. There were torches on both sides of the cliff, but there was only moonlight in the middle of the iron chain bridge. Han Yunqi immediately recognized the man under the moonlight. He was the man she had missed for a long time and hadn't seen for several months. Long Fei Yi. Chapter 835. It was finally her turn to look at him. Even though they were so far apart, she recognized him at first glance. In that instant, Han Yunqi wanted nothing more than to rush over and hug Long Fei Yi tightly. She wouldn't let go even if he chased her away. Long Fei Yi finally saw the person he had been thinking about day and night. He thought that he must have let this woman down in his past life, so he was destined to repay her in this life. He was willing to torment himself to this state for her. He wanted nothing more than to fly over immediately and take her away without any explanation. He wanted to never let go of her hand and take her away from all these complicated matters. He wanted her to forget who she was and who the other party was. Both of them were impulsive, but they were also very rational. They had always been the same kind of people. Long Fei Yi had Bailey Yuanlong behind him, while Han Yunqi had Ning Qing behind her. They were the main generals of their respective armies, the most loyal forces in their respective camps, and also the forces that hated each other the most. Han Yunqi had paid a huge price, even swearing in the name of the princess of Western Qin, to win Ning Cheng's trust. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, had put in a lot of effort, and with the help of Gu Beiyue's secret letter, Bailey Yuanlong was willing to stop the war and accept negotiations. They didn't know the hard work each other had put in these past few days, but like each other, they cherished this opportunity very much. If this negotiation got off to a good start, it wouldn't be difficult for them to meet again. It might even be possible for them to meet alone. The two of them stood motionless, looking at each other from afar. Under the tranquil moonlight, the entire world was quiet. It was as if the two of them were the only ones left in the world. It also seemed as if they had formed a world of their own, leaving everyone else outside. But even though they were in the same world, they stood on opposite ends of their destinies. Between them was national enmity, family hatred, infatuation, and helplessness. Finally, Han Yunqi couldn't take it anymore. She took a step forward and stepped onto the drawbridge. Long Fei Ye's heart immediately raced. At this moment, Ning Cheng strode forward and said in a low voice, "Princess, be careful. I'll take you there." The dilapidated suspension bridge was very dangerous. If she missed a step, she would fall into a bottomless abyss. How could Han Yunqi, who did not know martial arts, cross it? "Pardon me, Princess," Ning Cheng said in a low voice as he grabbed Han Yunqi's shoulder. In that instant, Long Fei Ye's eyes turned cold. The killing intent in his eyes was enough to tear Ning Cheng to pieces 100 times over. Finally, he could no longer remain calm. He suddenly soared into the air and flew towards Han Yunqi and the others aggressively. Before anyone could react, he landed in front of Han Yunqi and stared coldly at Han Yunqi's shoulder. Ning Cheng immediately shielded Han Yunqi behind him. "Long Fei Yi, is this the sincerity of your negotiation? What do you mean by this?" Long Fei Yi did not reply. He looked coldly at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi immediately retreated to one side and maintained a certain distance from Ning Cheng. Long Fei Yi was still staring at her with dissatisfaction. That gaze was as if he wanted to eat her up. Han Yunqi subconsciously lowered her head. This scene was so familiar. How many times in the past, as long as he frowned or lowered his eyes, she knew that she had made a mistake and angered him. Han Yunqi had a misconception. It was as if nothing had happened and they had returned to the past. "Long Fei Yi, Long Fei Yi, what do you mean by this? And now, what right do you have to express your dissatisfaction with my actions?" Dissatisfaction was like an instinct of his. Even in this situation where he needed to be careful, he could not control himself to show it. It was just that he did not expect her to be the same as before. As long as he frowned or glared at her, she would be obedient, afraid, and as docile as a little rabbit. Han Yunqi, what do you mean by this? And now, shouldn't you hate me to the core? Why is she still so afraid of me? Ning Cheng immediately saw the objection. Once again, he stood in front of Han Yunqi and blocked Long Fei Ye's line of sight with his own body. Coldly he asked, "Long Fei Yi, if you continue to be rude to the princess, don't blame me for being rude." Was Long Fei Yi here to negotiate or to seek revenge? He was clearly the one who made use of Han Yunqi. What kind of attitude was this? Ning Cheng used to admire Long Fei Yi very much, but now he looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. If they didn't need to stop the fight, he would have already made his move. Long Fei Yi finally looked straight at Ning Cheng and asked coldly, Ning Cheng, what right do you have to speak to this crown prince? Since when did the D clan have the authority to speak on behalf of Western Qin's princess? Ning Cheng sneered. This clan head disdains to talk nonsense with a despicable person who uses women like you. Long Fei Yi, you were the one who wanted to negotiate. Why? Before Ning Cheng could finish, Long Fei Yi raised his hand. The shadow guard flew to his side and placed a flat brocade box in his hand. This was Ning Cheng, and Han Yunqi were puzzled. Bailey Yuanlong, who had chased after them, also didn't understand. His Highness had not mentioned this before they came to negotiate. What was this? It was also Han Yunqi's first time seeing this brocade box. It was very unfamiliar. This thing looked a bit like a box used to store women's accessories and clothes. What was inside? Under everyone's gaze, Long Fei Yi slowly opened the brocade box. When they saw what was inside, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Then they all looked at Han Yunqi. Lying quietly in the brocade box was none other than Han Yunqi's purple muslin dress that had been torn apart by Ning Cheng. This was the evidence of her being bullied. It was her humiliation as a woman. Long Fei Yi lifted the muslin dress with one hand and looked at it with interest, a cold smile on his lips. Ning Cheng's face immediately paled, while Han Yunqi's face turned crimson. In fact, not only was her face red, but even her eyes were red. She never expected that after enduring for so long, hoping for so long, and being strong for so long, she would be humiliated like this. Long Fei Yi, you're really, really considerate. Han Yunqi looked at the man whom she was most familiar with. Her heart started to panic and was in a mess. But Long Fei Yi didn't stop. Ning Cheng, the phoenix birthmark on her back, have you seen it clearly? His voice seemed to come from the dark abyss under his feet. It was deep and cold, making one's hair stand on end. Is it you, clan head Ning, who would even humiliate your mistress, or... Long Fei Yi seemed to be hesitating, but still continued. Or is she willing to let you see it? When his words fell, the entire crowd was silent. Ning Cheng's face turned white and then red. He even forgot to refute Long Fei Yi. He subconsciously turned back to look at Han Yunqi. He saw that Han Yunqi's eyes were as red as a rabbit's. Ning Cheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something to her, but he didn't know what to say. What negotiation? What stopping the war? Long Fei Yi was here to humiliate the princess, wasn't he? He'd used the princess for so long, and now he was humiliating her like this. If this could be tolerated, what couldn't? Ning Cheng was about to draw his sword when Han Yunqi suddenly rushed in front of Long Fei Yi and slapped him. Long Fei Yi, even if I'm willing, it has nothing to do with you. Who are you to me? Slap. The slap resounded through the quiet cliff. The people behind Long Fei Yi all sucked in a cold breath. No one had expected something like this to happen before the negotiations had even begun. Bailey Yuanlong thought that the Tang siblings were probably overthinking things. How could His Highness the Crown Prince still have lingering feelings for this woman? No matter how favored a woman was, she was worthless in the face of national enmity and family hatred. Impudent! Bailey Yuanlong was the first to draw his sword, followed by Ning Cheng. He didn't budge an inch. However, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't move. Their eyes met, so close yet so far. Long Fei Yi stroked his hot cheeks expressionlessly. He was about to hand the brocade box to the shadow guard when Han Yunqi said coldly, "Give it back to me." Before Long Fei Yi could say anything, Han Yunqi snatched it away without anyone noticing. In that instant, Long Fei Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He understood Han Yunqi too well, so he'd purposely angered her so that she could snatch the brocade box. Only in this way would Ning Cheng not suspect or ask about the box. The brocade box had a double layer, so he hoped this woman would be more meticulous and not let him take the first slap of his life for nothing. Despite his heartache, He still avoided Han Yunqi's red eyes and said indifferently, "All right, Western Qin princess, you've settled your grudges. It's time to talk business." Business? So none of this counted as business to him? Han Yunqi's heart was about to break. She thought she had enough courage to stay strong and calm to the end. She'd always tried to convince herself that Long Fei was only using the Western Qin princess, not her. That's why she still had a chance. She'd always hoped that Long Fei would still be her Long Fei and His Highness if there was no enmity between them. But who knew that she'd still be hurt all over when facing this man? Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. "Long Fei, do you know how bitterly I waited for you to show up when Chu Shifeng put me under house arrest in Medical City? Do you know? You didn't come. Long Fei, do you know how terrified I was at Ning Cheng's rudeness? You weren't there. Long Fei, do you know how much I spent these past few days by Ning Cheng's side? Do you know how much effort I've put into enduring until now to see you? You actually humiliated me like this. Long Fei." Everyone saw the calm, rational, courageous, fearful, and even heartless Han Yunqi. But how could he be like everyone else? How could he not see the bitter support behind my back and stupidly persevere? Right now, Han Yunqi dearly wished she was the Western Qin princess, the real Western Qin princess. If that was the case, love and hate would be so simple. She wouldn't have to suffer so much anymore. Long Fei, I, Han Yunqi, can't afford to love you, but at least I can afford to hate you. I have nothing to talk about with you people. Ning Cheng was so angry that his face had turned white. The incident with the purple muslin dress had started because of him, so he had no way to refute it. Actually, Ningen had asked him about it at least 3 times. Why had he been so rash back then to find Han Yunqi and check her birthmark himself? If he'd sent a servant girl with him or kidnapped Han Yunqi to check her birthmark, he wouldn't have ended up in such an awkward situation. But who knew how excited he'd been when he found out about Han Yunqi's identity? Even he didn't know why he'd been so obsessed with Han Yunqi's acupuncture needles. It wasn't until he found out about Han Yunqi's identity that he understood. All of the attachments were either love or hate or both. When he found out that the woman he loved and hated was actually his own master, and that he didn't have to be her enemy anymore and could be loyal to her for the rest of his life, how could he not lose his reason? This was the thing he regretted the most in his heart, and the thing he didn't want to regret the most. The beauty he saw that night was branded in his mind like a poison that would plague him for the rest of his life. "Princess, let's go." Ning Cheng would rather face the Feng clan alone than let the princess suffer such humiliation. Chapter 836. When Ning Cheng wanted to leave, Han Yunqi said to him with a cold smile, "Ning Cheng, my anger has already subsided, so what are you angry for?" "Princess." Ning Cheng wanted to say something, but hesitated. Han Yunqi smiled and then said, "It's not a serious matter, it's already over. The East Qin Crown Prince is right. It's more important for us to talk about serious matters." When these words were said, Long Fei Ye's face turned dark. His hands were hidden in his sleeves as they slowly clenched into fists. He almost couldn't hold back his anger. Ning Cheng was stunned, but he quickly came back to his senses. The princess was forcefully holding on to her dignity. If he couldn't see through this, then he would have followed her for nothing. Everyone was laughing at him, and if he left like this, wouldn't he become a joke if he didn't take responsibility? No matter what, he couldn't let the East Qin Crown Prince laugh at him. Ning Cheng immediately kneeled down on one knee. Any matter of the princess is not a small matter. This matter is this subordinate's offense, but this subordinate will definitely give the princess and the Western Qin royal family an explanation. After completing the great task of restoring the country, this subordinate will use my life to apologize with my death. Han Yunqi didn't want to discuss this matter, but seeing Long Fei Ye's lips filled with disdain, her anger was ignited once again. She said with a teasing smile, "Ning Cheng, You would rather die than take responsibility for me? Ning Chung suddenly raised his head and looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. Although he knew that she was speaking out of anger and was lying, in this moment he was willing to deceive himself once. As long as the princess is willing, Ning Ching will definitely take responsibility. Ning Ching said word for word, speaking in an incomparably firm tone. Han Yunqi helped Ning Ching up. Ning Ching, you really are good. He tore a piece of her clothes and took a look at her birthmark. Yet he was so dead set on apologizing with his life and taking responsibility for it. Then how many times should Long Fei, the man who'd married her and bullied her countless times, every time he'd come close to eating her dry, he'd stopped abruptly? How many lifetimes should he be responsible for? Long Fei Yi, what qualifications do you have to ridicule and disdain Ningqing? Long Fei Yi, do you know that my greatest humiliation was bestowed upon me by you? That cinnabar on my hand was because you were unwilling to take responsibility for it. Your bullying was not just bullying, it was simply toying with him. Long Fei Yi clenched his fists so tightly that his bones were about to shatter. He said coldly, Bailey Yuanlong, talk to them. You are fully in charge. If he didn't leave now, he might not be able to control himself. With that, Long Fei Yi turned and left. His figure flitted across the long drawbridge, not even looking back once. Han Yunqi's gaze followed him to the other side, until she saw him disappear into the night. Her heart was completely shattered. In the past, every time he turned and left, no matter how far he went, he would turn back and ask her, Han Yunqi, why aren't you leaving? But this time he disappeared without a trace. Her gaze was still fixed on the empty cliff opposite. Han Yunqi was expressionless as she said cold, Ning Chung, talk to them. You are fully in charge. So speaking, Han Yunqi turned to leave without looking back. However, she didn't go far. She waited for Ning Chung at the foot of the mountain. Ning Cheng didn't come to see her until dawn. Princess, as you expected, they know about Jun Yixie's 90,000 warhorses. Ning Chung hesitated for a moment, then said, but there's one thing this subordinate can't figure out. How did they know the Feng clan betrayed us? The one who assassinated Gu Beiwe wasn't Long Fei Yi. He himself also knew someone was impersonating him. Long Fei Yi has been investigating the identities of the spies in Tianshan and Zhongnan. It's not strange that he guessed it was the Feng clan. Han Yunqi was somewhat powerless. Princess, this subordinate, and Bailey Yuanlong have basically reached a ceasefire agreement, but we haven't discussed the details. Ning Chung reported truthfully. Eastern and Western Qin were mortal enemies. It was already good enough that they could stop fighting, but cooperation was impossible. Therefore, the final result of their negotiations was a ceasefire, and they would each deal with the Feng clan. The key to the negotiations was the duration of the ceasefire and the details of any unexpected situations during the ceasefire. These were things that needed to be slowly worked out. Han Yunqi had long since guessed the outcome of the negotiations. She herself didn't know what she was waiting for. Let's go back, Han Yunqi said indifferently. Princess. Ning Chung hesitated for a long time, then finally said, Princess, when the Western Qin Empire is restored, this subordinate will atone for his crimes with death. Han Yunqi said nothing and got into the carriage. In fact, Long Fei Yi hadn't left either. He was at the foot of another mountain. His face was gloomy from beginning to end, and his hands were still clenched into fists even now. It wasn't until Bailey Yuanlong finished reporting the negotiations that he asked coldly, What does Han Yunqi mean? Reporting to your highness, the Western Qin princess has already left. She's given full authority over this matter to Ning Cheng, Bailey Yuanlong said. Long Fei Yi fell silent again. He allowed Bailey Yuanlong to call him several times, but he didn't answer. After a long time, he finally turned and left. His silhouette was silent enough to make the whole world silent with him. When he returned to the barracks, Long Fei Yi walked all the way to his tent. Everyone who bumped into him on the way was shocked by the silent aura he emitted. A trace of worry flitted across Bailey Yuanlong's eyes. It was as if he was seeing the crown prince again after Consort Wan's death. However, Bailey Yuanlong couldn't figure out what was going on with His Highness. Today's negotiations had gone smoothly, and His Highness had even humiliated Han Yunqi and Ningqing. Master, a letter from Medical City. Su Donglin suddenly popped up. Long Fei Yi remained indifferent. Su Donglin glanced back at Bailey Yuanlong. Seeing that Bailey Yuanlong wasn't coming over so quickly, he hurriedly pulled out a purple tassel from his sleeve and showed a corner to His Highness. Long Fei Yi's eyes lit up when he saw it. "Where did you get, Your Highness, a letter from Medical City?" Su Donglin whispered to Long Fei Yi as he handed the purple tassel and Shen Jueming's letters to Bailey Yuanlong. "Pass down my orders. This prince isn't feeling well. No one is to disturb him." Long Fei Yi ordered loudly, then strode into the tent. By the time Bailey Yuanlong caught up, he was already gone. "Just now, you—" Bailey Yuanlong was about to ask Su Donglin when Su Donglin countered with a question. "General Bailey, what's wrong with His Highness? Why does he look so listless?" "Military matters are bothering him. Guard him well. Don't let anyone disturb His Highness," Bailey Yuanlong instructed seriously. "Yes." Su Donglin nodded respectfully. "General Bailey, Miss Mingxiang seems to have returned. She's anxious to see you." As soon as Bailey Yuanlong left, Su Donglin let out a sigh of relief. Actually, he didn't know what Vice Academy head Shin had said in the letter, but esteemed Wang Fei had definitely asked him to pass that purple tassel to His Highness. His Highness had once sent esteemed Wang Fei a large box of jewelry. Esteemed Wang Fei had picked out that purple tassel and often wore it. Since Su Donglin could recognize it, Long Fei Yi naturally recognized it at a glance. He tore open the letter almost as soon as he entered, but hesitated when he picked it up. He'd always used the excuse that Han Yunqi wasn't a Western Qin princess to get Shen Jueming to help him seal off Medical City. Now that Han Yunqi was personally leading an expedition, what would Shen Jueming's attitude be? Shen Jueming's attitude was definitely the same as Han Yunqi's. So why did he write to him? And why did he send this tassel on behalf of Han Yunqi? Long Fei Yi casually tossed the letter on the table and turned to leave. But just as he reached the door, he turned back and opened the letter. But the contents of the letter instantly brightened Long Fei's gloomy world. In the letter, Shen Jueming described how Han Yunqi had used the purple tassel as a token to entrust him with taking care of Long Zun. When he saw Long Zun and the servants accompanying him, one of the accompanying eunuchs showed signs of unbearable itchiness on his back. Shen Jueming examined him on the spot and discovered a line of black lines on the eunuch's back. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a line of crooked words. The line read, "Long Fei Yi, if I wasn't a Western Qin princess, would you still like me?" Shen Jueming couldn't figure out what Han Yunqi had done. He only knew that she might have poisoned him. After he used an anti-itch medicine, the black lines completely disappeared. After pondering for a day, Shen Jueming finally wrote a letter. "Long Fei," Yi read the letter 3 times. His gaze finally settled on the line, "Long Fei Yi, if I wasn't a Western Qin princess, would you still like me?" Idiot. He laughed bitterly. He hadn't laughed since Han Yunqi's disappearance. At this very moment, he laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. "Han Yunqi, you idiot. Idiot. Han Yunqi, if you want to know the answer, then ask me face to face." Han Yunqi had clearly seen him today, but she had spent so much effort to have Shen Jueming deliver the letter. She must have had a lot of things against her will with Ningqing. Thinking of this, Long Fei Yi couldn't help but recall her pair of eyes as red as a rabbit's. His heart instantly felt like it was being cut by a knife. "Bailey Yuanlong! Bailey Yuanlong!" Long Fei Yi shouted. As soon as Bailey Yuanlong saw Bailey Mingxiang, he didn't even have time to say anything before rushing over. Set a time. This crown prince wants to discuss all the details of the ceasefire with Han Yunchi. The sooner the better. Long Fei Yi said. Your Highness, only today. Bailey Yuanlong looked confused. Your Highness, what are your plans? He had just humiliated Han Yunchi today. If he wanted to set a time, he should at least delay it. I don't have any plans. This matter needs to be resolved quickly to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Jun Yixie's warhorse will be here soon. Long Fei, you made up an excuse. Bailey Yuanlong could only do as he was told. Late at night, Han Yunchi was in the barracks. She had just finished a meeting with Ning Cheng and several deputy generals. She had brought the brocade box back and placed it on the table. Apart from Ning Cheng, no one else knew what was inside, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Ning Cheng was the last to leave. He looked at the brocade box and wanted to say something, but seeing the princess's downcast expression, he didn't dare say anything and directly left. After everyone had left, Han Yunchi opened the brocade box. She gently stroked the tattered purple muslin robe and thought back to all the hardships, exhaustion, suffering, waiting, and apprehension. None of these could compare to today's heart-wrenching grief. Long Fei, wasn't this purple your favorite color in the past? Han Yunchi closed her eyes and fiercely closed the brocade box, but she suddenly heard a strange sound coming from inside. She hurriedly opened it and found that there were 9 letters inside. Chapter 837. There were 9 letters in the middle of the brocade box. Han Yunchi was very surprised. She hurriedly took them out to take a look. Before she could read the contents, she was stunned when she saw the envelopes. Weren't these 9 letters the same ones she wrote to Long Fei Yi? They were all signed with her name. Each letter only had 1 sentence, and each sentence was exactly the same. Long Fei Yi, I miss you. Han Yunchi opened one of the letters and found that the front of the letter was her handwriting, while the back of the letter was Long Fei Ye's handwriting. There was a request written on it. Han Yunchi, please believe me. After the request, his name and the time were attached. This Han Yunchi seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly opened the remaining 8 letters. The remaining 8 letters were all the same. Her 9 sentences, Long Fei Yi, I miss you. In exchange, she received 9 sentences from him. Han Yunchi, please believe me. Han Yunchi finally knew that the empty letters he replied to her were all fake. Thus, she couldn't figure it out even after guessing for several months. She didn't want to believe those empty letters at all. How could she guess it? Han Yunchi felt so wrong that she wanted to cry, but she also felt so happy that she wanted to laugh. Long Fei Yi, how could you do this? You bastard. Big bastard. Sentence after sentence of pleading, he replied to her longing for him. Han Yunchi remembered very clearly that the 9th letter she sent to Long Fei Yi was in Medical City. At that time, nothing had happened, and there was no enmity between them. She was only his Qin Wangfei, and he was only His Highness Duke of Qin. Nothing had happened yet. So what did he want her to believe in him for? Did he expect so many things to happen, so he wanted her to believe in him? Han Yunchi was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she looked at the dates of all the letters like a madwoman. Long Fei Ye's replies were all signed and dated. She carefully looked over the dates of the 9 letters and confirmed that Long Fei Yi had replied to her before he announced his identity as the East Qin Crown Prince. Why didn't he give her the reply then? Why did he only give it to her now? He had humiliated her on the cliff because he wanted her to bring the brocade box back. It was because of the purple muslin dress that Ning Cheng would not touch the brocade box. Thinking of this, the silent face of Long Fei Yi after he was beaten appeared in Han Yunchi's mind again. Her heart ached so much that she felt suffocated. Even breathing was difficult. Her nose stung, and all the grievances she had suffered over the past few months surged up from the bottom of her heart. She didn't know if she was feeling wronged for herself or for him. Long Fei Yi, only you can bully me. Han Yunchi, to this extent. Long Fei, you're the only one who can make me, Han Yunqi. Degrade myself to such an extent. Why did he keep the letters he clearly could have sent until now? Why did he hide the things he clearly could have explained until now? Han Yunqi hoped that she could find some clues in the letters. She was anxious again, seriously looking over the letters one by one, but she could not find any other information. Footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, and Han Yunqi panicked. She quickly closed the brocade box and put away the letters, but one letter fell to the ground. When she was about to bend over to pick it up, a maid came in. The army was not like other places. It was inconvenient for a woman to be in the army, so Ning Cheng had specially arranged several maids for her. Han Yunqi did not dare look at the letter on the ground. She was so nervous that she unconsciously held her breath. She watched as the maid brought the supper to her side. "Your Highness Princess, Master Ning ordered this servant to bring you old ginseng soup. Please drink it while it's hot." The maid respectfully said, "All right, you can leave." No matter how big the matter was, Han Yunqi was as steady as Mount Tai. She was so calm that she didn't seem like a normal woman. However, facing this kind of small situation, her heart was beating wildly and she couldn't speak properly. "Yes." The maid bowed and was about to leave. Han Yunqi took the opportunity to stretch out her foot. Who knew that when she was about to step on the letter, the maid would suddenly look over. Han Yunqi stepped on half of the letter. Fortunately, she did not lower her head, so the maid did not notice her foot. "Your Highness Princess, Master Ning said that there will be a drill in the army. He wants you to rest early. Tomorrow morning, he will come to pick you up," the maid respectfully said. Han Yunqi leaned forward and used her skirt to cover the letter. Only then did she calm down. "I know. You can leave. Also, in the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to come in." "Yes." The maid bowed and left. After confirming that the maid had left, Han Yunqi's tense nerves all relaxed. She let out a big sigh of relief and quickly hid the letter. What kind of big things had she not encountered in her life? But she had never been so thrilling like just now. She was so scared that her heart almost burst out of her chest. So close, so close. This matter was not big, but the consequences were extremely serious. If this letter from Long Fei Yi fell into Ning Cheng's hands, then Ning Cheng would know about the hidden compartment of the brocade box. She really could not imagine the consequences. She was even more unable to bear the consequences. If people found out that the elegant and calm Han Yunqi had been scared to this extent by a mere servant girl, wouldn't they be? After the thrilling experience, Han Yunqi had clearly stabilized her emotions. But for some reason, she turned her head to face the wall and suddenly started to cry. Once the tears came out, how could she hold them back? She squatted on the ground, facing the wall, and started to sob softly. "Long Fei Yi, you bastard! What do you mean by this? What do you want me to believe? Long Fei Yi, I want to see you. What do you want me to believe? You have to say it clearly yourself." That night, Han Yunqi did not sleep at all. She thought for an entire night, but she could not think of a good reason to continue negotiating with Long Fei Yi. During the first negotiation, Long Fei Yi had insulted her and Ning Cheng, so Ning Cheng would definitely hold a grudge. Moreover, the negotiation was initiated by Long Fei Yi. From the beginning, Long Fei Yi was in a passive position. Ning Cheng could choose to stop fighting with Long Fei Yi, or he could choose to deal with the Wind clan himself. Early in the morning, Ning Cheng came to pick up Han Yunqi to watch the drill. Seeing Han Yunqi's swollen eyes, Ning Cheng thought that she was crying because of the purple muslin dress. He felt even more guilty, but he did not dare ask. He did not speak the entire way. Han Yunqi was absent-minded the entire morning. After thinking for a while, she finally found a reason to convince Ning Cheng. Who would have thought that on the way back to the army camp, when she was about to speak, a servant would come to report, "Princess, General Ning, East Qin has sent a letter." Han Yunchi read the letter, and her heart was filled with joy. This letter was written by Bailey Yuanlong, asking for a time and place for the second negotiation. During the last negotiation, they had already reached an initial decision to stop fighting. He wanted to go deeper into the negotiations and agree on the specific details of the ceasefire. Han Yunchi gave the letter to Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng looked at it with a look of disdain. "Princess, we have to suppress their arrogance and delay them for 3-5 days before returning. They really think that we have to stop fighting with them." Han Yunchi silently looked at him, but did not say anything. Ning Cheng wanted to say something, but seeing Han Yunchi's disappointed appearance, he immediately closed his mouth. This matter was his fault in the end. If it wasn't for him making a mistake first, how could Long Feiyi have the chance to humiliate the princess? Ning Cheng finally realized that he could not mention this matter in front of the princess. This was no different from exposing the princess' scars. Seeing that the princess was silent, Ning Che was also silent. The two of them returned to the army camp in silence. Before returning to the camp, Ning sent a letter. The letter said that Long Zun had already arrived at Medical City and that Gu and Mu Ling had already woken up by Yu Qiao. They were still interrogating him and hadn't found any useful information yet. Ning Cheng sent a reply to Ning and asked if Shan Jueming accepted all the servants Long Zun brought or returned them. Han Yunchi seemed casual, but her heart was filled with nervousness. She had poisoned one of the servants. As long as that servant went to Shin Jueming's courtyard, he would definitely come into contact with the osmanthus flowers in Shin Jueming's courtyard. It was already autumn, and the north was a bit colder than the south. Shen Jueming's entire courtyard of osmanthus flowers must have bloomed. The poison she had placed on the servant's back must have reacted with the osmanthus flowers, causing itchy symptoms and black lines to appear. Based on the position and order she had placed the poison, the lines would form a character. As long as Shen Jueming had treated that servant, he would have seen the words she had left behind and would have reported it to Long Feiyi. Han Yunchi hoped more than ever that Shen Jueming had reported her problem to Long Feiyi. She couldn't imagine how much despair Long Feiyi would feel after being slapped by her and hearing the words she had said to Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng was about to leave when Han Yunchi quickly added, "If anything happens, have her reply immediately. It's getting better and better." Ning Cheng was suspicious. "Princess, this matter. Is it that urgent?" Han Yunchi finally realized her gaffe. Luckily, she was smart and quickly explained, "If we can win the support of Medical City, we can also win the support of Medicine City. Ning Cheng, with the support of Medical City and Medicine City, we will have a better foundation to negotiate with East Qin. Long Fei Yi has many spies in Northern Li. If the negotiation drags on, he will profit from Northern Li and change his decision to stop the war. Then all our efforts will be for naught." Han Yunchi's words were very reasonable, and Ning Cheng had complete trust in her. So Ning Cheng didn't ask any more questions. This subordinate will do it now. As for the negotiation, I ask Princess to make the decision. Han Yunchi wanted nothing more than to tell Ning Cheng that they would negotiate tonight, but she still retained a bit of rationality. She said, "I'll think about it first." That night, Han Yunchi tossed and turned in bed. She read Long Fei Ye's 9 letters over and over again, gently stroking his handwriting and breathing in his scent. And that night, Long Fei Ye didn't toss and turn because he didn't lie in bed at all. He sat in the barracks, waiting for the reply. Bailey Yuanlong stayed by his side, not knowing that he was waiting for the reply. He only thought that he was pondering the situation. There were too many people who also didn't sleep. Ning Cheng sat alone by the river outside the barracks, drinking wine to drown his sorrows. He drank jug after jug, as if he wanted to get drunk. Unfortunately, he couldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. Bailey Mingxiang looked at the moonlight in front of the window. Her simple and elegant face was even quieter than the night. Her docile eyes flickered with the moonlight, beautiful and desolate. Gu lay on the roof, keeping his eyes open until dawn. Mu Linger was in the room, watching over by Yu Qiao, who had just woken up. She wasn't sleepy at all. Gu Bei Wei was in a thatched cottage somewhere, burning the letter Chu Tinga sent him. He looked up at the moon, lowered his head, and sighed softly. The next day, Long Feiyi received a reply from Western Qin. The second negotiation was scheduled for that night, at the same time and place. After Han Yunqi finished reading the letter, she said to Bailey Yuanlong, "This crown prince can go over tonight. You stay in the barracks." Chapter 838. When Bailey Yuanlong heard that His Highness was going alone, he immediately tried to persuade him. "Your Highness, this subordinate must accompany you. This subordinate is most familiar with the details of military affairs. This subordinate must—" Before he could finish, Long Feiyi interrupted him coldly. "Are you saying that this crown prince isn't familiar with military affairs? I wouldn't dare." Bailey Yuanlong realized that he had overstepped his bounds. "This subordinate is worried that your Highness— Do you think this crown prince will be deceived by a woman?" Long Feiyi cut him off harshly. "Or are you like the Tang siblings, still suspecting that this crown prince will cherish old feelings for Han Yunqi?" After the first negotiation, His Highness had humiliated the master and servant of Western Qin to such an extent. Bailey Yuanlong had long stopped suspecting him. He was only going because he wanted to understand the situation as soon as possible and be His Highness's advisor. He was about to explain when Long Feiyi coldly retorted, "What? Do you think this crown prince will forget who he is for a woman?" No. Bailey Yuanlong immediately fell to one knee. "Your Highness, please understand. This general has no such intention. This general will absolutely obey all of your Highness's orders. I only hope that your Highness will be more careful on this trip to guard against any tricks." Long Feiyi finally softened his tone. "Go about your business. This crown prince has his own arrangements for the negotiations. Yes, this general awaits your Highness's good news." Bailey Yuanlong finally withdrew. It was easy for Long Feiyi to deal with Bailey Yuanlong. After all, Long Feiyi had peerless martial arts and didn't need anyone to worry about him. Moreover, his style had always been domineering and decisive. He didn't need others to say anything. However, Han Yunqi was different. Without Ning Cheng's help, that trash Han Yunqi wouldn't even have been able to climb such a steep cliff. She tried her best to convince Ning Cheng to just arrange guards for her, but Ning Cheng wouldn't feel at ease letting her go alone. After a round of discussion, Han Yunqi was defeated. "Your Highness, when I'm free in the future, how about I teach you martial arts?" Ning Cheng asked. Han Yunqi thought that if she knew martial arts, she would be able to convince Ning Cheng today. She smiled bitterly. "I can't learn it." "Why can't I learn it? Your Highness has never learned it before, right?" Ning Cheng asked again. Han Yunqi was about to tell Ning Cheng that she had long been determined to be a natural waste. She was unable to gather qi and cultivate internal strength, so she was unable to learn martial arts. Before Han Yunqi could say anything, the attendant came over with something that she was very familiar with. It was the pear flower storm needles. Han Yunqi's heart skipped a beat. She watched as Ning Cheng took the item and walked towards her. "Here," Ning Cheng said seriously. "This." Han Yunqi played dumb. This pear flower storm needles had long been used up by Tang Li on his escape from the wedding. It was now useless. When Ning Jing married into the Tang clan had used it as a betrothal gift to Cheat Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. She never expected Ning Cheng to still treat it as a treasure. Pear flower storm needles, the Tang clan's #2 assassination weapon. For you, keep it for self-defense. It's 100 times more powerful than the weapons in your sleeves. As Ning Cheng spoke, he added, "I spent a lot of effort to find out how to use this thing." Hold it like this and press this mechanism when you want to use it. Remember, you have to aim before pressing it. Ning Chang demonstrated as he explained. There's a limit to the number of needles hidden here. Using one means losing one. Thus, you can't use it unless it's a critical moment, such as a life or death situation. Han Yunqi nodded her head blankly, feeling incomparably guilty. After all, she had long used up quite a few of these pear-flower storm needles. Moreover, both Tang Li and Long Fei Yi had praised her for holding the weapon so beautifully that she wouldn't lose out to a man. How would Ning Qing react if he found out the truth? Han Yunqi was still feeling guilty when Ning Chang said in a low voice, "Your Royal Highness, this thing, just keep it to deal with Long Fei Yi." Han Yunqi knew that Ning Qing was willing to part with this treasure because he wanted to deal with Long Fei Yi. In a flash, all of her guilty conscience vanished into thin air. No need to give it to me. I believe that Long Fei, you won't really do anything to a woman like me. You can keep it for yourself. Princess, Ning Chang, if you're safe, then I'm safe. Isn't that right? These words simply touched Ning Cheng's heart. Ning Cheng didn't refuse anymore. Han Yunqi asked faintly, "What's the situation with Ning Jing?" "I just received the news yesterday and was about to report it to your Royal Highness," Ning Qing said. "Ning Jing has fallen into Long Fei Ye's hands." Tang Li came forward as the leader of the Tang sect to ask for her, but was rejected. "Your Royal Highness, this is an excellent opportunity. I've already sent Ning into the Tang sect. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to persuade the Tang sect to cooperate with Western Qin." Ning Chang said and asked again, "Your Royal Highness, have you seen any private dealings between Long Fei Yi and the Tang sect before?" Han Yunqi was so shocked that her jaw almost fell to the ground. She subconsciously shook her head. "No, I haven't seen it before." She was still worried that the Tang sect had been exposed. She didn't expect Tang Li to have the ability to make things like this and cause Ning Qing to have such a big misunderstanding. If she guessed correctly, it should be Tang Li who imprisoned Ning Cheng and then pushed the blame to Long Fei Yi. Ning Cheng hoped to cooperate with the Tang sect. At this moment, Tang Li was probably at the Tang sect, waiting for Ning Cheng to deliver himself to him. As long as the Tang sect seized this opportunity and pretended to cooperate with Ning Cheng, wouldn't Tang Li kill Ning Cheng under Long Fei Ye's various instructions? Where did Tang Li get his confidence from? Why was he so sure she wouldn't leave the Tang clan? After all, she was very clear about the relationship between the Tang sect and Long Fei Yi. After a long while, Han Yunqi replied to Ning Cheng, "It's a good idea." With Han Yunqi's words, Ning Cheng felt more assured about the Tang sect. Night fell. The two parties arrived at the cliff as scheduled. Just like the first time they met, Han Yunqi saw Long Fei Yi standing alone in the middle of the suspension bridge from afar. He was still dressed in black and had a cold expression. He was like a god of the night, standing there cold and aloof. He was high and mighty, ruling the world and looking down on the common people. His figure was compatible with the night, so mysterious that it was intimidating. No one dared to approach him, but there was a kind of charm about him that made people fascinated. Even if they had to go to the soup, they would still want to get close to him, respect him, love him, cherish him, worship him, and dedicate themselves to him. Long Fei Yi, Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi silently chanted his name in her heart. However, Ning Cheng noticed that there was no one on the other side of the cliff. This time, Long Fei Yi came alone. What did he mean? "Princess, Long Fei Yi came alone," Ning Cheng said in a low voice. Han Yunqi couldn't see Long Fei Ye's expression clearly because they were still some distance away. However, she didn't know why, but she felt that he was watching her every move. She took a small step back discreetly to keep a distance from Ning Cheng. He can make all the decisions. Why does he need someone else to accompany him? Han Yunqi made it sound like she was a puppet. Ning Cheng immediately explained, "Princess, You can make all the decisions on this matter. I'm just worried about your safety. If both sides fight, they won't kill the envoys. If they stop fighting and negotiate, they won't fight. He's a dignified man. What can he do to me? Han Yunchi retorted. Yes. Ning Qing didn't argue anymore. The real location of the negotiation was in the middle of the bridge. It was suspended in the air without any walls. Only the relevant people could hear all the details of the negotiation. Even their personal bodyguards couldn't hear it. This location was chosen by Ning Qing. Both sides were satisfied. All the attendants were waiting behind them. Han Yunchi and Ning Qing came to the end of the suspension bridge. Long Fei Ye's cold eyes slowly narrowed, full of warning. However, it wasn't clear whether he was warning Han Yunchi or Ning Qing. Princess, I'll bring you there. I've offended you. As soon as Ning Qing's voice fell, before he even made a move, Long Fei Yi coldly opened his mouth. Han Yunchi, you're a country's princess. You need someone to escort you halfway across the bridge? Is your Western Qin royal family this week? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with this prince? You can go back. Han Yunchi looked at him from the distance. She didn't look away, as if she was afraid she would miss a glance. Long Fei Yi loudly said to Ning Qing, Ning Qing, how about you talk to this king? This prince has no interest in such an incompetent woman. You're going too far. Ning Qing was about to explode, but Han Yunchi stopped him. She loudly said, Long Fei Yi, just wait. This princess will walk over by herself. Princess, you can't. Ning Qing was shocked. Princess, don't fall for his trick. He's doing this on purpose. Ning Qing wasn't stupid, but it was a pity that he still hadn't guessed the truth. Long Fei Yi was creating an opportunity for Han Yunchi. He was also creating an opportunity for the two of them to talk alone. He had already hidden several dozen shadow guards in the abyss. Even if Han Yunchi fell, nothing major would happen. Then again, even if there were no shadow guards, with his current martial arts, he wouldn't allow anything to happen to her. Han Yunchi, if you want to know the answer, then come over here. I know he's doing this on purpose. Han Yunchi lightly said. Then you're still. Ning Qing was about to go crazy. Ning Qing, as the princess of Western Qin, protecting the dignity of the royal family is far more important than taking revenge and restoring the country. Han Yunchi's words were an excuse, but they were also the truth. Ning Qing was about to explain, but Han Yunchi said, Ning Qing, we already lost face last time. This time we can't lose face again. When these words were said, Ning Qing fell silent. Han Yunchi stepped onto the suspension bridge and grabbed the ropes on both sides. However, the broken plank under her feet still swayed several times. Princess, Ning Qing anxiously stepped down, stabilizing the plank for her. I'm fine, Ning Qing. Believe me, Han Yunchi said. Ning Qing still didn't retreat. Han Yunchi simply retreated. That's fine. You talk to him. This princess will go back. This subordinate doesn't dare. Ning Qing immediately knelt down on one knee. He was incomparably vexed. Why did he choose such a broken place in the first place? Ning Qing, wait for me to come back. This is an order, Han Yunchi said seriously. Ning Qing didn't want to look at her, nor did he want to answer. However, in the end, he could only obey the order. This subordinate obeys. Han Yunchi finally walked back to the bridge. She took the first step. After she steadied herself, she resolutely continued to take the second step. Whether it was Long Fei Yi or Ning Qing, they all watched without blinking. They didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. The plank under her feet swayed and made creaking sounds as if it would break at any time. The ropes on her hands were very thin and couldn't support Han Yunchi's strength. It was even harder for her to maintain her balance. She had just taken the third step when her whole body suddenly fell to the right. Chapter 839. Han Yunchi's entire body fell to the right, and the suspension bridge also toppled to one side. Han Yunqi stepped on the end of the wooden plank, and the other end of the wooden plank was raised high. Fortunately, her reaction was fast enough. While her hands were tightly holding onto the rope, she also exerted all of her body weight on the rope. Otherwise, if she accidentally exerted a little force, the wooden plank under her feet would definitely be overturned. In that case, she would really be suspended in the air. "Princess!" Ning Qing shouted. Long Fei Yi almost made a move, but Han Yunqi closed her eyes and shouted, "Don't come over! If you come over, I'll go back immediately. I won't come back again." She did mention who she was warning, but Ning Qing naturally felt that she was warning him. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he forced himself to endure. He didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of affecting the princess. Long Fei, on the other hand, took these words as meant for his ears. The true qi he was about to channel into the ropes gradually dissipated without a sound, so no one noticed. Han Yunqi's words were not only for Ning Qing to hear, but also for Long Fei Yi to hear. As long as Ning Qing came to rescue her, she and Long Fei Yi wouldn't be able to see each other alone today. Long Fei Yi had finally set up a trap to provoke her. Similarly, as Long Fei Yi came to rescue her, it would contradict the provocation just now, and it would definitely arouse Ning Qing's suspicions. At this time, Han Yunqi could only rely on herself. Long Fei Yi and Ning Qing didn't dare to act rashly, but they kept their eyes fixed on Han Yunqi, and their heartbeats sped up with her every move. Above the abyss, under the moonlight, everything was silent. Han Yunqi's thin but stubborn figure revealed an aura of loneliness. Han Yunqi was sure that Long Fei Yi and Ning Qing would not make a move. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and began to think about her situation. She reached out tentatively and found that the planks under her feet were unaffected, so she gingerly reached for the rope on the left, but her hand could not reach it. In this situation, she could either move cautiously and let her hand get closer to the rope on the left, or she could take a gamble and grab it with all her strength. Han Yunqi had always been an adventurous person. She threw caution to the wind and straightened her body, instantly grabbing the rope on the left. At the same time, she stepped on the other side of the wooden board. At this moment, Han Yunqi stood up straight again. She suddenly realized that her skills were not bad. Long Fei Yi and Ning Qing both let out a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly at this moment, the wooden plank under Han Yunqi's feet suddenly broke into two halves. Han Yunqi, who was standing in the middle, stepped on nothing. "Ah!" Han Yunqi screamed. Her hands tightly grabbed the ropes on both sides, and her whole body hung on the suspension bridge, just like that. Below her feet was a bottomless abyss, and the surrounding wind was incessant. Han Yunqi's clothes and hair were all blown into a mess. Before she could recover from her fright, Ning Qing had rushed towards her without a care for anything else. Just as Ning Qing reached out to pull Han Yunqi, the rope that Han Yunqi was holding on to suddenly broke. Ah! Han Yunqi fell down in an instant. Ning Qing did not expect this, but he quickly chased after her without hesitation. He did not realize that a figure was in front of him and chased after her. In the abyss, the trees were lush, the light was mottled, and the wind whistled. Han Yunqi's screams were quickly drowned in the wind, and Ning Qing's screams were intermittent and could not be heard clearly. "Princess!" When Ning Qing chased after her, he could still see Han Yunqi's falling figure, but not long after, her figure was hidden by the darkness of the abyss. "Princess! Princess!" He shouted like a madman. He was flustered and helpless and could only keep going down, down and down. Other than searching and chasing down, what else could he do? Ning Qing had no time to think too much. He chased after her with all his might, for fear that he would not be able to save her in time, and the consequences would be terrible. However, at this moment, Han Yunqi was already at the bottom of the abyss. She did not fall down, but was carried down by someone. That person, other than Long Fei Yi, who else could it be? When Ningcheng was about to pull Han Yunqi, Long Feiyi used a concealed weapon to break the rope, creating the illusion that Han Yunqi had accidentally fallen down. Long Feiyi's speed was more than twice as fast as Ningcheng's. This was definitely an accident. He had provoked Han Yunqi to cross the bridge so that she could come over alone and talk to him alone. But since she had met with an accident, he would definitely not allow her to return to Ningcheng's side. At this moment, he was hugging Han Yunqi so tightly that he was about to crush her. Han Yunqi was still in a panic, and her heart was still thumping wildly. She stared at Long Feiyi in a daze, and did not regain her senses for a moment. She had imagined it countless times, but when she was really hugged in his arms and looked at his side profile like before, she was still in a daze like before. Long Feiyi, long time no see. And Long Feiyi, hugging her tightly, seemed to be an instinct. He looked at the familiar person in his arms and was also stunned. Princess! Princess! Ningcheng's heart-wrenching voice woke Long Feiyi up. Without another word, he hugged Han Yunqi tightly and left. His figure flew in the darkness and silently left the bottom of the abyss. Han Yunqi did not hear Ningcheng's voice at all. Long Feiyi was her only nemesis. Once he appeared, she would forget everything. Their surroundings were pitch black, and even the moonlight could not shine through. Han Yunqi was nestled in Long Feiyi's arms and could not see anything, so she might as well not look. She closed her eyes and pressed against his chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat. It was so strong and so familiar. This was the truest sound, telling her that this was not a dream. She subconsciously hugged his neck, afraid that he would leave her behind again. Abruptly, Long Fei stopped. Only then did Han Yunqi wake up from his heartbeat and open her eyes. She saw that they had already gone around a mountain and were far away from the bottom of the abyss, completely throwing off Ningcheng. There was a hill in front of them, and Long Feiyi's horse carriage was not far away. The driver, Uncle Gao, was staring at them in a daze, and the surrounding shadow guards also had shocked expressions. They were all Long Feiyi's loyal followers, and had followed Long Feiyi to negotiate, but they had been ordered to wait here and were not allowed to follow him up the mountain. They never would have thought that His Highness would negotiate with a Western Qin princess like this. They even brought her back. The shadow guards did not dare make a sound, but Uncle Gao couldn't help opening his mouth. Master, This prince and the Western Qin princess have important matters to discuss, so all of you withdraw and guard the area. Don't let anyone come close. Don't let anyone disturb us, Long Feiyi said. In an instant, the shadow guards all scattered. Uncle Gao's face was filled with doubt, but he immediately jumped out of the horse carriage. Negotiation. How did these two people look like they were negotiating at all? Could they still continue the discussion? Master and the Western Qin princess Still haven't started negotiating? Uncle Gao couldn't help but ask. Long Feiyi's eyes suddenly turned cold. Although Uncle Gao had his own thoughts, he didn't dare to say anything. He quickly retreated far away and stood guard with the shadow guards. After everyone left, Han Yunqi let out a sigh of relief and her mind became much clearer. She unconsciously raised her head to look at Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi also lowered his head to look at her. Long Feiyi's eyes were originally frighteningly cold, but when he met Han Yunqi's timid and confused eyes, his gaze softened a bit. Actually, she was his nemesis. He held her horizontally and her hands hooked around his neck. Their eyes met again, and both of them were silent. Perhaps there were thousands of words to say and countless things that needed to be explained, but none of them could compare to looking into his eyes. How long had she waited for him? Waiting for him to give her an answer, waiting for him to explain. How long had he been looking for her to give him an answer, looking for her to make a choice? Although they were silent, their hearts were fiercely fermenting and rapidly expanding. They were violently looking for an irrational opening, ready to surge out and drown the other party at any time. Abruptly, Long Fei lowered his head and fiercely kissed her lips. The moment they touched, it was as if a bolt of lightning had ignited the flames of the earth. The two of them, who had always been rational and calm, lost control of themselves. Long Fei Yi invaded Han Yunqi's lips and teeth, kissing her wildly like a madman. Han Yunqi didn't show any weakness and responded crazily. It seemed that no matter how much he kissed, he couldn't get enough of her. He wanted to eat her little mouth. It seemed that no matter how much she responded, it wasn't enough. She wanted to give all of herself to him. I miss your gentleness too much. I want to make it up to you all at once. I miss your dominance too much. I want to endure it all at once. The intense kiss made the two people who had already lost their rationality even more confused and infatuated. Only then did she realize how much she loved him. Even if she didn't explain anything clearly and didn't ask clearly, she didn't reject him at all. She wanted to merge with him from now on and never be separated again. Only then did he realize how much he loved her. Between the two of them, regardless of whether he could explain it clearly or not, he was determined to have her. The two of them kissed so intensely that they couldn't breathe, but they still couldn't bear to let go. In the end, their lips and teeth touched, barely letting each other breathe. His heart was beating very fast, and her breathing was even more hurried. However, they still didn't say anything as they looked at each other. Only the sound of their panting teased each other's sensitive nerves. After a moment of silence, Long Fei, he couldn't control himself anymore. He couldn't wait any longer. He sealed her lips once and drove straight in. It was like a demand. No matter how much he kissed, he couldn't be satisfied. Unlike her previous shy and reserved self, Han Yunqi threw caution to the wind. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to obey him, accept him, let him be, love him and give him. Long Fei Yi kissed her intensely as he carried her towards the carriage. When Han Yunqi was carried into the carriage and saw the familiar scene, she instantly sobered up a little. How many times had she accompanied him on long journeys? How many times had she slept in his arms in this car? How many times had she accompanied him on trips? How many times had she accidentally stirred up his thoughts in this car? How many times had he stopped abruptly, causing her to wake up in an instant? Feeling humiliated and confused this time, she instantly sobered up, as if it had already become a habit. However, Long Fei Yi didn't stop. He got into the carriage, pulled down the curtain, and immediately leaned over, trapping her under his body. That pair of dark eyes stared coldly at Han Yunqi, like a leopard staring at its prey, ready to devour it at any moment. Chapter 840. At this moment, compared to Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi was more rational. She could clearly see the lust in his eyes. It was familiar yet strange to her. She had seen it before, but had never experienced it before. His deep, dark eyes were different from the ones before, but Han Yunqi couldn't tell what was different about them. She only felt that Long Fei Yi was such a cold person, but his eyes were dyed with the color of QY. He was really charming, really charming. He didn't need to do anything. His eyes were enough to stir up the deepest desire in her heart. Yi, she unconsciously called out softly. Her voice was so soft that it could melt a person's heart. She didn't need to do anything. Just a soft call was enough to break the last line of defense in his heart. Long Fei Yi lowered his head. This time, he didn't stay on her lips for too long. Instead, he lingered all the way down her jade neck. Sometimes he pecked, sometimes he sucked, sometimes he nibbled, all the way down. Han Yunqi remembered the last time he bullied her in the carriage. The worst time he bullied her was also like this. It was just that time he broke her hands. This time he broke her lips. He gradually lifted her clothes. Han Yunqi was already in pain from Long Fei Yi's wet and hot kisses. Her mind was in a mess. However, Long Fei Yi suddenly retreated at this time. She was too familiar with this feeling of being stopped. For 4 years, she never asked, but it didn't mean that she didn't care. There was nothing in front of her. She was instantly disappointed. Long Fei Yi, she was about to get up, but she couldn't help but gasp. Long Fei Yi, such a noble person, was actually lowering his head at her feet. Long Fei Yi! Han Yunqi was trembling so much that she couldn't say the rest of her words. This was because Long Fei Yi was kissing her ankle. He went all the way up, pecking her well-proportioned legs while taking off her underwear. Han Yunqi's body was only left with a touch of wine red. It couldn't cover her beauty at all. Her face was already flushed red, and she was completely awake. Faced with Long Fei Yi's domineering gaze, she subconsciously covered her face with both hands. Just as she was about to speak, who knew that Long Fei Yi would suddenly pull away her last cover. Ecstasy at this moment, the sachet was secretly opened, the gauze belt lightly parted. Long Fei Yi was stunned. His eyes were wide open. In fact, he had seen this graceful body several times before, but this was the first time he saw it at such a close distance. He was so overbearing that he was shameless. He stared fixedly at every part of her beauty, from bottom to top, not letting a single spot go. Even if it was the most hidden place, he did not avoid it and looked at it as if it was a matter of course. It was as if he was checking to see if she was in good condition or admiring her beauty. He was carefully inspecting all of his belongings. Han Yunqi was embarrassed and annoyed when she saw his domineering gaze. Her snow-white skin was covered with a layer of pink. She didn't know how attractive she was at this moment. Long Fei Yi had already completely fallen for her. At this moment, he was staring at her proud curves. His gaze was so deep that she couldn't see what he was thinking. But what else could he be thinking? She covered herself with both hands in embarrassment. Long Fei Yi, that's enough. Not enough. His voice was deep and hoarse. This was the first sentence of their second negotiation. Han Yunqi would never forget it for the rest of her life, because after this, every time Long Fei Yi bullied her, they had to stage this conversation. Long Fei Yi, that's enough. Not enough. They hadn't even started. How could it be enough? She didn't know how much he had endured for the past 4 years for the sake of the lust-bite power. Long Fei Yi's body immediately stuck close to her. Ah, Han Yunqi couldn't help but scream. She didn't know why she couldn't help it. Long Fei Yi seemed to like her reaction very much. He removed all his barriers and hugged her even tighter. This time, without the obstruction of clothes, the contact was so real. Han Yunqi couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed his shoulders tightly and glared at him. Long Fei Yi, I hate you. I hate you. Let go of me. He looked down. His eyes, which had been completely blinded by lust, suddenly became especially clear and soft. It was as if the bottom of the lake could be seen clearly. He asked softly why. Han Yunqi, who was embarrassed and annoyed, suddenly wanted to cry when she saw Long Fei Yi like this. She suddenly realized that this man didn't lose his rationality because of lust. All his domineering and bad behavior just now was serious. How could such a man use her and lie to her? Because I have a question to ask you, Han Yunqi answered in a choked voice. This answer was incongruous, but he didn't hesitate to answer her. I won't. His reply was also baffling, but she could understand what he meant. His reaction meant that he must have received Shen Jueming's letter and found out about the problem she'd left behind Long Zun's retainer. Long Fei Yi, if I wasn't the princess of Western Qin, would you still like me? His answer was, I won't. Han Yunqi suddenly felt powerless. She allowed him to eat her fruit, his pride pressing against her softness. She remained indifferent and closed her eyes. Scram! Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't hesitate to attack the root of the problem. Han Yunqi cried out in pain. Long Fei Yi bent down to her ear and used the world's most gentle voice to comfort her. Yunqi, what do you think we should do? I've long fallen in love with the princess of Western Qin. The whole world doesn't believe it, but do you believe it? His actions were so ruthless, but his voice was so gentle. At this moment, this impact, this sentence, she would never forget it for the rest of her life. Only his voice remained in her mind. Before she could reply, he said, "Han Yunchi, please believe me. Han Yunchi, please believe me." Weren't these the same words he'd said to her in those 9 letters? How did he know she'd transmigrated? In his heart, Han Yunchi was the princess of Western Qin, and the princess of Western Qin was Han Yunchi. So his words, the pain of her first taste of sex, was instantly soothed by his gentle farewell. Han Yunchi hugged Long Fei Yi tightly, her chest full of words. But she didn't know what to say, so she only hugged and kissed him. Heaven and earth turned upside down as she kissed him, forgetting herself and herself. "Long Fei, it's enough to hear your words." Following her kiss, he quickly turned the tables on her and began to move. As soon as he moved, she stopped in shock. She wanted to speak, but he didn't give her the chance. "Pain, this is my punishment for you." After he said this, he finally could not control himself any longer and let go of all his forbearance. Hadn't she asked because she was suspicious? He didn't mind her suspicions, but he wanted to punish her. It really was a punishment. So ruthless, so ruthless. He didn't spare any energy to punish her again and again. Almost every part of his body was used to overturn her, making it impossible for Han Yunchi to ask any questions. The pain only lasted for a moment, leaving her with uncontrollable, unbearable screams. However, was he punishing her, or was he punishing himself? Her cries drove him crazy. Even after becoming one with her, he still felt that it wasn't enough. He still wasn't satisfied. "Han Yunchi, Han Yunchi, just how can I have you? This crown prince really wants to eat you up, not even leaving a bone behind." His rhythm became more and more ruthless, faster and faster. Sweat slowly flowed down his resolute face and dripped onto her face. She looked at his sweaty appearance, his crazy appearance, his wild and handsome face, and suddenly smiled. At this time, she could still look at him in a daze. Should he laugh or cry? "Han Yunchi." He was dissatisfied, and she murmured, enjoying it very much. He suddenly became ruthless, and Han Yunchi immediately began to tremble all over. "Long Fei!" Before she could say anything, under his fierce charge, her words turned into the most moving song. Han Yunchi was intoxicated by his love. In the end, she couldn't control herself and exclaimed, "Ayi, I love you." After 4 years as husband and wife, they finally did it today. It could be said that it was intense. Fortunately, Long Fei Ye's personal carriage was spacious and sturdy enough. Fortunately, the hidden guards had all retreated far away and couldn't hear anything about Dongjing. Outside the carriage, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The autumn air was refreshing and the forest was quiet. Inside the carriage, it was like a soft hibiscus, boundless spring. After the fierce battle, she didn't have time to clean up the mess. She lay on his chest, feeling the rise and fall of his breathing. He held her with one hand and gently stroked her bangs with the other. He temporarily forgot everything, and the hand holding her gradually became restless. She clearly didn't have any strength left, and her eyelids were fighting. She could fall asleep if she closed her eyes, but she forced herself to stay awake. She didn't want to miss this warm and beautiful moment. However, Han Yunchi soon found that she was wrong. This wasn't a warm and beautiful moment at all. Long Fei Yi was a wolf, and a fierce one at that. He was a wolf that had been hungry for many years. Once he ate, how could he be so easy to deal with? He was very picky about his prey, and once he picked one, his appetite would be astonishing. As a matter of fact, his restless hand had already started to tease Han Yunchi's sensitive spot. "Ah Yi." Han Yunchi pouted. "What did you call me?" Long Fei Yi smiled. Han Yunchi immediately didn't answer and buried her head. Long Fei Ye's mouth hooked up into a beautiful smile, and his big hand reached down naughtily. Han Yunchi was startled and avoided him. "That's enough." "Not enough." He held her with one hand and pressed her down again. He stubbornly and mischievously asked, "What did you call me?" Han Yunqi's face turned red. Why did she say it so smoothly just now? She called him that when she was at her most unruly, and it constantly reminded her of everything that had just happened. "Tell me, what did you call me?" He pressed closer and threatened naughtily. She turned her head away, but he pressed his ear against her and stubbornly asked, "What did you call me?" "Ayi, Ayi," she called softly. Her voice was like a magic spell that easily evoked his naughty side. Soon, Han Yunqi felt Long Fei Ye's naughtiness again. She was tormented by him until she almost fainted. In the end, she nestled in his arms and didn't even have the strength to speak. Long Fei Ye was still not satisfied. He couldn't wait to take this woman away. However, she was not only his woman, but also the princess of Western Qin. Today, they still had important matters to discuss. Long Fei Ye gently caressed Han Yunqi's little face and quietly waited for her to wake up. At this moment, Ning Cheng was still at the bottom of the abyss, looking for someone like a madman. Chapter 841. In the period before dawn, there was no moonlight and the sun had yet to rise. It was the darkest time in the world. At this moment, it was also the darkest time in Ning Cheng's life. Under the abyss, the vegetation was lush and the terrain was rugged. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. They could only barely see a small area with the help of torches. Ning Cheng had already lost his mind and even forgot to look for reinforcements. Only a few imperial bodyguards chased after him and frantically searched with him. He didn't know when it started, but he stopped calling her princess and started calling her Han Yunqi. Princess was his mission and the D clan's mission. Han Yunqi was only Han Yunqi a woman. Deep in his heart, he was more worried about Han Yunqi than Western Qin princess. Perhaps after a while, when the sun rose, Ning Cheng would wake up a bit and call for reinforcements. He would find an exit from the abyss and detour to the back of the mountain. However, at that time, he definitely wouldn't be able to see Han Yunqi. This was because at this time Han Yunqi was already in Long Fei Ye's carriage, heading all the way to the mountain forest in the south. This abyss was the border between the two armies. Ning Cheng might not be able to cross this abyss, let alone chase to the south. Uncle Gao drove the carriage, accompanied by the Shadow Guard. No one knew what happened last night, let alone where His Highness the Crown Prince was taking the Western Qin princess. They could only obey orders. Inside the carriage, Han Yunqi was nestled in Long Fei's arms as she slept. She could faintly feel someone tickling her, so she waved him away. But Long Fei caught her hand and kissed it lightly. She was so tired that her mind was blank. She didn't have time to think. In short, she was familiar with this embrace and the surrounding atmosphere. She could sleep peacefully. She turned over and laid down on the spacious and comfortable couch. She hugged a pillow and continued to sleep. Just like before, as long as he was by her side, she could sleep peacefully until dawn. She hadn't felt this way for a long time. However, things were different now. To be exact, this man was no longer the same as before. Gradually, Han Yunqi began to feel an itch spreading from her legs to her body. She waved a hand to block it, but it didn't hit anything. As soon as she dropped her hand, the itch returned. She drew back her beautiful legs and looked up. Only then did she realize that she was still naked, the same as last night. Her well-proportioned, snow-white legs were casually curled up, languid yet sexy. Long Fei Ye was playfully caressing her legs. She hurriedly grabbed a piece of clothing to cover her body and kicked him lightly. "Enough," she said coquettishly. The tip of his tongue lightly touched the corner of his mouth. His smile was especially wicked, especially naughty, and also especially satisfied. He didn't bully her anymore. Instead, he lazily leaned back on the high pillow and ordered her, "Come here!" She was about to walk over when she inadvertently glanced at him. She suddenly realized that his good figure was exposed right in front of her eyes. After that casual glance, she couldn't control her eyes anymore. Last night, when they had sex, she was too mesmerized and didn't realize that this guy's body was so good. It was full of wild sexiness and power. Any random line was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Sensing Han Yunqi's gaze, Long Fei Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at her disdainfully. Is that enough? Was that enough? Han Yunqi hurriedly avoided his gaze and threw his robe over. Long Fei Yi, I have something important to tell you. If the people from the eastern and western Qin camps knew that the two of them had negotiated like this, both sides would probably vomit blood and die. Han Yunqi didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Right now, she didn't care whether Ning Cheng would find her, nor did she care about the negotiations. It wasn't easy to talk to Long Fei Yi alone, so she had to tell him everything. The Wind Clan's schemes, Gu Beiyue's whereabouts, Gu's interrogation of Bai Yuqiao, and so on. Although Long Fei Yi had guessed the Wind Clan schemes, he didn't know the whole story. Moreover, Long Fei must have some information she didn't know either. Exchanging information and plotting how to deal with the Wind Clan was the most important thing right now. Long Fei Yi! Han Yunqi had hardly called out his name when Long Fei Yi suddenly leaned over and pressed a kiss against her lips, cutting her off. Be good. Don't worry about anything. Stay with me for a bit, all right? His voice was low. Yunqi, I really missed you. Stay with me for a bit longer. Unlike last night's stormy weather, he spread his arms and gently pulled her into his embrace. His gentleness made her wonder if last night's domineering, unyielding, and ruthless attitude had all been a dream. She couldn't refuse him when he was domineering. She couldn't resist him when he was gentle. She wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tightly, wishing she could bury herself in his embrace and become one with him. She asked, Yi, how long is a moment? A lifetime? Forever and ever. Is that all right? He asked back in a low voice. That's fine, she smiled faintly. In this moment, there was no status, no hatred, no past, and no future. There was only the present and the two of them. Yunqi, his voice was soft, but it revealed that he couldn't help himself. She murmured back, hiding a trace of anticipation. He fell silent. Speak! She felt that he had something to say. Yunqi. His voice was as gentle as water, almost melting her heart. Yi, I'm here, she replied impatiently. He was still silent for a long time. She looked up at him. Yi, what do you want to say? My heart likes you. He looked into her eyes and suddenly said it. Han Yunqi wasn't listening carefully. How could this guy be like this? He's always done things without words, but now he's confessing like this. What? Han Yunqi grew anxious. She had to listen carefully, word for word. She couldn't let him say it so easily. The domineering Long Fei actually felt a little embarrassed. He raised his voice and laughed before grabbing Han Yunqi's head and pressing her against his chest. Han Yunqi didn't let him go. She struggled up from his chest and followed his gaze. Long Fei Yi, what did you say just then? I didn't hear you. Heavens, this guy actually knows how to be embarrassed? Why wasn't he embarrassed last night? Why didn't he feel embarrassed just then? He's so wild in his actions, but he's embarrassed in his words. Long Fei Yi avoided Han Yunqi's gaze again and again, but his arms still encircled her in his embrace. He allowed her to make a fuss, but didn't say a word. Occasionally, he couldn't help but laugh. Long Fei Yi, you're not going to say it, are you? She began to compete, even calling out his full name. Long Fei Yi's smile widened, but he still didn't speak. Han Yunqi didn't give up. She struggled free of his arms and circled them around his neck. Long Fei Yi, are you going to say it or not? Han Yunqi was using a lot of strength, but Long Fei Yi still turned his head away. He didn't look at her, leaving her with the side of his handsome face. Long Fei Yi, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to say it or not? Han Yunqi's voice was very loud. Add to that her struggles, and her movements weren't quiet. Uncle Gao, who had been eavesdropping, finally heard something. He was conflicted. What exactly did the Western Qin princess ask the crown prince to say? Were the two of them really negotiating? What were they talking about? Long Fei Yi definitely enjoyed Han Yunqi's movements as she clung to him. He kept smiling and didn't say a word. Finally, Han Yunqi let go of him and said in a low voice, "You're not going to say it, are you?" This time, Long Fei Yi turned around and taunted her arrogantly. "If I'm not going to say it, then what?" Han Yunqi slowly narrowed her eyes with a dangerous expression. She curled her finger and motioned for Long Fei Yi to come closer. What could this woman do to him? Long Fei Yi immediately came closer. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi tiptoed and whispered into his ear, "If you're not going to say it, I'll say it. Long Fei Yi, I love you very much." Long Fei Yi gave a start before his lips curved into a mesmerizing smile. He wrapped an arm around Han Yunqi's waist and pulled her closer. He was practically biting her ear as he said, word by word, "Han Yunqi, my heart loves you." "Say it one more time." Han Yunqi wasn't satisfied at all. Long Fei Yi simply hugged her and confessed again and again by her ear, repeating his love over and over again. If the infatuated women of Cloud Realm Continent knew that the coldest and most taciturn ruler of Cloud Realm Continent, Long Fei Yi, could speak so tenderly, what would they think? Unfortunately, he only treated Han Yunqi this way. Soon enough, the carriage came to a stop. Uncle Gao obeyed His Highness Crown Prince's orders and followed the path south. He had no idea where His Highness was going, but stopped when he saw a natural hot spring blocking the way. "Your Highness, there's a hot spring blocking the way ahead. Should we change the route?" Uncle Gao asked in a low voice. "No need." Long Fei Yi's clear voice came from inside the carriage. "Your lordship wants to take a bath. Send orders to wait 1 li away. Without orders, no one is allowed to approach." At these words, Han Yunqi glared at him while Uncle Gao gaped. If Uncle Gao still couldn't guess what was going on, then he'd be the one who'd taken care of this carriage for years. Even though Uncle Gao was filled with doubts, shock, and even dissatisfaction, he still respectfully carried out the order and split the shadow guards into different groups to stand guard in all directions. Long Fei Yi wrapped himself in a loose outer robe and got off the carriage to reach out for Han Yunqi. Seeing that Han Yunqi didn't move for a long time, he looked over and saw that this woman was like a frightened rabbit. Wrapped in his loose inner robe, she was nestled in the carriage with a terrified expression. "Do you want me to carry you down?" Long Fei Yi asked. "You go ahead and take a bath. I'll wait for you," Han Yunqi answered. "With the guards guarding, no one will be able to spy on us. Don't worry," Long Fei Yi said seriously. Han Yunqi wasn't worried about this. She was worried about something else. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi frowned and asked, "You're sweating all over. Don't you think it's dirty?" "All right." She admitted that she had misunderstood. "After you're clean, let's get down to business," Long Fei Yi said seriously. Han Yunqi was even more certain that she'd misunderstood. What happened last night seemed to be a matter of course. He didn't mention it, so she didn't say anything either. Only then did Han Yunqi reach out to Long Fei Yi. With a tug, he pulled her over and carried her off the carriage. It had to be said that they were really sweaty. Their bodies were sticky and in urgent need of cleaning. Even though they had been thoroughly scrutinized last night, Han Yunqi was still shy when faced with his sparkling eyes. She hurriedly hid in the water. Long Fei Yi squatted by the side of the pool. His robe was loose, and he looked casual and lazy. Under the rays of the rising sun, his entire person seemed to be covered in a layer of faint golden light. He looked noble and sacred. Looking at him was definitely the most beautiful enjoyment in the world. Han Yunqi's body was sore from last night's torment. Soaking in the hot spring pool, she finally felt a little better. Long Fei Yi allowed her to look. A mischievous smile flitted across his lips, but he suddenly splashed water on her face. Han Yunqi was focused on splashing the water. When she was clean, she opened her eyes and didn't see Long Fei. And where is he? Chapter 842. In such a short time, Long Fei had actually disappeared. Han Yunqi had been busy with the water and didn't notice the sound of water. She turned back to look at the surface of the pool and saw a few ripples. She didn't know if they were left behind when Long Fei entered the pool or if they were blown by the wind. She couldn't guarantee anything else. However, she was soaking naked in this pool. She absolutely believed that Long Fei wouldn't disappear without a sound. With his personality, even if he hated her, he would still be petty, jealous, and ask her to be absolutely conservative. That guy must be playing with her. Han Yunqi wasn't anxious. She had just had a taste of sex and had been punished so ruthlessly by him. Moreover, it was twice. Her bones were about to fall apart, especially below her waist, which was even more indescribably sore. Earlier in the carriage, she was so focused on talking to him that she forgot about the pain. Now that she was soaking in the hot spring, her entire body relaxed and she actually felt uncomfortable. She raised her arm. Sure enough, that cinnabar red mark had already disappeared. This cinnabar red mark was too important to an unmarried woman. It directly affected her lifetime happiness. But for her, it was a different kind of objection. Its disappearance meant that she had officially become Long Fei's woman. Han Yunqi was completely satisfied. She turned around and lay on the side of the pool, slowly closing her eyes. She clearly wanted to rest, but last night's events unconsciously surfaced in her mind. It was all his fault. The corner of her mouth unconsciously rose as she snickered, mischievously. Right at this moment, there was a sudden splash and a tall figure jumped out from the water behind her. Han Yunqi wasn't surprised at all and continued to lie on the side of the pool lazily. Other than Long Fei, who else could it be? Long Fei's refined upper body was covered with water droplets. His bronze skin and the intricate scars on his back didn't appear sinister. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of wildness and sex. He hugged Han Yunqi from behind and buried his head in her shoulder as he asked in a low voice, "I disappeared. You didn't look for me?" Han Yunqi still had her eyes closed lazily. "Aren't you here now?" In other words, there was no need for her to look for him. He would come out obediently. As soon as she finished speaking, the arm around her waist immediately tightened. "It hurts." She pouted coquettishly. She hadn't recovered yet. It really hurt. He immediately let go of her, but subconsciously hugged her gently. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Last night." Han Yunqi immediately opened her eyes. Long Fei paused for a while before asking in a low voice, "Does it still hurt?" She didn't answer. He asked. She almost buried her face in the water. "Long Fei, please don't ask about the bad things you've done, okay?" Seeing that she was silent, he was a little anxious. "Does it still hurt?" Wasn't it his first time having sex? If he was familiar with it, wouldn't that mean he had a lot of experience? Even if he could control this continent, this world, he could not control his impulses towards this woman. He was young and full of brute force. How could he know the severity of the situation? "Does it hurt a lot? Let me take a look?" Long Fei said seriously. Han Yunqi's face immediately flushed red. Even her ears were completely red. "Long Fei, you bastard. Are you sure you're not teasing me? That's really enough." Han Yunqi had no choice but to speak up. She turned to look at him. "I'm lying to you. It doesn't hurt anymore." If she were to answer him truthfully, who knew what shocking things he would do? She really couldn't take it. However, Han Yunqi soon realized that even if she were to lie, the consequences were unbearable. Because Long Fei soon forced her to the shore and suddenly pressed against her. If last night was to punish and torture her, then today was to submit to her and serve her. Unlike last night's ruthlessness and rudeness, Long Fei was especially gentle at this moment. After having a taste, he knew the severity of this woman. The water was as high as their hearts, and all of his actions were hidden under the water. His large hands caressed all the places he yearned for, teasing Han Yunchi until she was obedient. She didn't complain at all about being cheated, and even unconsciously took the initiative to invite him. Just when she couldn't help but call him Yi again, he became ruthless and fiercely loved her. He didn't stop for a long time. In the early autumn morning, in the quiet mountain forest, in the misty pool, the endless entanglement was faintly discernible, rising and falling with the waves. Before Han Yunchi was tormented until she fainted, she finally understood that even his gentleness was more unbearable than his ruthlessness. She couldn't stop even if she wanted to. Other than the first time, Han Yunchi probably didn't have the chance to be distracted again, let alone have the energy to smile. She felt that she was about to die, so happy that she died. In a daze, Han Yunchi faintly heard Long Fei Yi say, "The side of the pool is cold. Go to the middle of the pool. The water there is warm." Then she was pulled into the pool by him. This warmth, coupled with the cool morning air, was extremely comfortable. Han Yunchi leaned on Long Fei Ye's body. Her whole body went limp, and she finally fainted completely. The soreness and exhaustion in her body also gradually disappeared. When Han Yunchi woke up, she was already clean and neatly dressed in the carriage. Meanwhile, Long Fei was dressed in black robes as he sat on one side, engrossed in reading the secret missive. How could there be such a man? He was like a wolf and a tiger, but he was also cold and pure. In a daze, Han Yunchi returned to the past, as if nothing had happened last night and this morning. However, the marks and scent he had left on her body were so real. He knew when she moved. He looked up and rubbed her bangs, asking, "You're awake?" She nodded, looking at him and then at herself. Forget it. It was unnecessary to ask. In this wilderness, other than himself, who else would he allow to serve her and dress her? She was only glad that she had fainted. Otherwise, how could she face him? Han Yunchi did not ask, but Long Fei Yi suddenly said. He was serious and a little unhappy. "I helped you dress, Han Yunchi. You've lost weight." She was stunned, and all her shyness was suddenly replaced by heartache. After a while, she muttered, "Yi, you've lost weight too." Both of them had indeed lost a lot of weight. He did not answer, put away the secret letter, and made tea in silence. She glanced out of the window. It was already evening when they returned to the hillside. After indulging, it was finally time to talk about business. He and she both carried responsibilities on their shoulders, carrying the hope of a group of people for a lifetime. Not to mention other things, just for Gubeiwa, who was still in by Yanqing's hands, they could not be willful and let go of everything. He could take her away immediately and fly far away. She could also go with him unconditionally. From then on, they would be immortal companions and never be separated. However, she knew that he would not, and he also knew that she would not. She also knew that he was different from Gu, who talked about taking her to the ends of the earth every day. He had a big heart. He did not belong to the martial arts world, but to the imperial court. They had a tacit understanding and knew that it was time to talk about business. Once they finished talking about business, it meant that they would have to separate again. Han Yunchi was waiting. However, after waiting for a long time, Long Fei Yi did not say a word. What should he say? Should he tell her that he would definitely destroy Ningcheng and the Western Qin army? Should he tell her that besides her, he would leave no one else in the Western Qin camp alive? As the Western Qin princess, what was she supposed to do? Watch as the loyal and devoted soldiers of Western Qin died in battle for Western Qin, while she had illicit relations with him. Because he didn't know what to do, he couldn't even find a way to compromise. That was why he had kept her identity a secret. After a while, Long Fei Yi spoke up. "Yunchi, I can only give you one path." "Speak." Han Yunchi was very calm. "The Western Qin princess fell into the abyss and has been missing ever since. You're my servant girl. If you agree, I'll take you away right now." Long Fei Yi finished, then added in a rush, I promise you that I'll never have an empress or concubine. So after taking care of the Wind Clan, you'll destroy the Western Qin army? Han Yunqi asked. Yes. Long Fei Yi replied without hesitation. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. If Han Yunqi faked her death and hid her identity by his side, at least she wouldn't be criticized by the world. Yi, did you kill Mute Granny? Han Yunqi needed a clear answer. I didn't. Long Fei Yi explained after denying it. She committed suicide at the hidden pavilion. Like me. She didn't want your identity to be known. Also, Gu Beiwe. Long Fei Yi told Han Yunqi about his agreement with Gu Beiwe and their cooperation, including how he'd pretended to send Bailey Mingxiang to Celestial Mountain to deceive Bai Yanqing. Han Yunqi was stunned. Only now did she realize that Long Fei Yi was only with her in name because of the lustbite energy. Han Yunqi also told Long Fei Yi how she'd exposed Bai Yanqing. Both of them were honest about everything, but they still couldn't solve the problem between them. Han Yunqi thought that if Long Fei Yi had told her everything earlier, she would have given up her identity as Western Qin's princess and chosen him without hesitation. But now, she admitted that she couldn't do it. She felt guilty. Although she wasn't the real princess of Western Qin, she had this identity, which gave the D clan hope. She couldn't forget the sacrifices of the D clan, Ning En, Ning Jing, Ning Cheng. At this moment, Ning Cheng must still be looking for her. She would feel guilty for the rest of her life. And back then, didn't Long Fei Yi hide it again and again to avoid her responsibility and the condemnation of her conscience? Yi, it's fine if you lied to me forever, but now, I can't do it. Han Yunqi said lightly. Then you can go, Long Fei replied. I'm not leaving. Han Yunqi blurted out. Long Fei Yi knew that she couldn't leave. If she really hated him because of his identity, how could she allow him to bully her like that? Not leaving. Not leaving. I don't want to leave. She muttered and hugged him tightly. Then don't leave. Long Fei Yi also hugged her tightly. He was about to order Uncle Gao to leave when Han Yunqi stopped him. Yi, if I'm not the princess of Western Qin, can you not be the East Qin crown prince? I can't. Long Fei Yi answered without hesitation. She smiled bitterly. Seeing her smile, he also smiled bitterly. What should they do to be together in a proper way? The two of them hugged each other silently. At this moment, the shadow guard came to report, Your Highness, Ning Cheng has come and said that he must see you.